Chapter 1 What Happened? Hotel, Suite. Su Yi and his girlfriend Tang Yutong were lying on the bed. Let's break up, Tang Yutong said. Su Yi was surprised for a moment, turned his head and looked at Tang Yutong, thought about it, and asked curiously, why? My family arranged a marriage for me with a suitable partner, Tang Yutong replied truthfully. Oh, okay, Su Yi replied. At this moment, a pleasant and melodious female voice sounded in Su Yi's mind. The goddess heart system is forcibly binding. The goddess heart system has been bound. Newbie gift packs are being distributed. 10 billion in cash. A villa worth 1 billion. A Lamborghini worth 30 million. Battle value increased by 1,000 points. System exchange points 1,000 points. A friend of Tianhai City's top leader. A friend from the front line of Tianhai City's underground world. The newbie gift packs have been distributed, please check them. Su Yi was surprised for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. He had seen the system in many novels, but he never thought that one day he would be able to obtain it. After calming down, he started communicating with the system in his mind. Soon, the communication was completed. This system is called the Goddess Heart System. As long as he wins the heart of a goddess-level beauty, he can get a lot of system rewards. Of course, every time the goddess-level beauty's emotional value towards him increases, he will also receive some small rewards. He asked the system whether Tang Yutong could be considered a goddess-level beauty, and the system told him that she was not. He asked again whether Aunt Wenwen Yutong and her daughter by Xingwan counted, and the system told him yes. He asked the system why it wanted him to obtain the heart of the goddess, but the system didn't tell him and just told him to be obedient. One day in the future I will tell him the reason. If he fails to obtain the heart of the goddess within 2 months, the system will leave him and he will become mentally retarded. It's not a big problem. With his peerless looks in the system, he is confident. Tang Yutong looked at Su Yi and saw that Su Yi did not show any negative expression, that is, no expression of sadness or reluctance, which made her a little confused and curious. After all, she has such a good family background, she is so outstanding, and most importantly, she is so beautiful. She dumped Su Yi, but Su Yi didn't even beg her to stay. This is unreasonable. This made her feel a bit like a failure and she began to doubt her own charm. She was worried that Su Yi would beg and plead to stay. What should she do? What should she say or do to get rid of him completely? After all, she is a wealthy lady with a fortune of hundreds of billions, while Su Yi is just a poor student who is just very good looking. Tang Yutong thought about it and asked curiously, are you sad? If you're sad, just show it. You can also tell me. There's no need to hold it in. There's no need to pretend. Su Yi came back to his senses, looked at Tang Yutong and thought for a while, then smiled and replied, no, I don't feel any emotion at all. Tang Yutong stared at Su Yi for a few seconds, trying to determine whether his words were true or not. I looked at it for a few seconds but still couldn't figure out what it was. He confirmed out loud, is this true? Why don't I believe it? There's nothing to lie to you about this. Su Yi replied. Then he added, okay, I'm going home. After saying that, he got up from the bed, took his clothes and put on them. Tang Yutong, lying on the bed, looked at Su Yi, feeling unwilling. After thinking about it, I guess that Su Yi was playing hard to get. At the earliest tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, or even in a few days, he will beg her to stay. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. I'm a little looking forward to it. After thinking about it, she sat up, took her underwear and started putting it on. Soon, Su Yi dressed neatly and said to Tang Yutong, okay, I'm leaving first. Bye. Okay, goodbye. Tang Yutong replied. Su Yi turned and left. I left the room and the hotel, took a taxi and prepared to go see my villa and my supercar. Su Yi, 18 years old, is from Tianhai City and comes from an average family. A freshman and the school's most handsome boy. Good figure, good looks, and good temperament. His parents were capable people in the company and died because of the company, so he was adopted by the group's boss's sister-in-law and currently lives in her home. Of course, he couldn't call her sister-in-law, but aunt. His ex-girlfriend Tang Yutong goes to the same school as him and is also a freshman. She is 18 years old, has a good figure, is beautiful, and has a good temperament. Even if her looks aren't perfect, she still has 9 points. A goddess-level beauty, I think, should be a woman with perfect looks. They had only been dating for 2 months, and he didn't expect to be dumped so soon. If he hadn't obtained the system, he would have felt sad, but now he was the one who owned the system. How could the one who owned the system be sad because of a woman? After a while, Sui arrived at a high-end villa area. After entering the villa area, I arrived at my own villa and went in to visit it. After the tour, I took the elevator to the garage and looked at the brand new yellow Lamborghini. After looking around the car, he opened the door, got in, and drove out of the garage. After leaving the community, I took a ride on the road. After driving around for a while, I considered whether to drive back to Aunt Win's house. After thinking about it, I decided to drive back to Aunt Win's house. As for Aunt Win and others asking where the car came from, he could just make up a lie. After a while, the car arrived at Aunt Win's villa and drove into the garage to stop. Get off the bus and take the elevator upstairs. He reached the second floor, where his bedroom was, got out of the elevator and prepared to go to his bedroom. Before he had taken a few steps, he heard Bai Xingwan's scream coming from a bedroom. Sui was slightly startled and his expression changed slightly, and he quickly ran towards Bai Xingwan's bedroom. He arrived at Bai Xingwan's bedroom door, opened it and rushed in. What's wrong? What happened? When Sui entered the bedroom, he saw Bai Xingwan was naked, holding a skirt in her hand, with a look of horror on her face, and asked curiously. When Bai Xingwan saw Sui, she ran towards him and threw herself into his arms, hooking her arms around Suye's neck and clamping her legs around Suye's body. At the same time, he said in horror, "There is a snake, there is a snake." Sui smelled the high-end perfume and faint body odor on Bai Xingwan while feeling the warm touch. At the same time, he scanned the room and saw a snake more than 1 meter long lying on the ground on one side. He didn't know the name of the snake, nor did he know how poisonous it was. Sui looked at the snake and thought for a while, then said to Bai Xingwan in his arms, "I'll carry you to another room first, and then I'll come back to deal with this snake." "Yeah, okay," Bai Xingwan replied. Sui carried Bai Xingwan out of the room and went to his bedroom. "You can come down now," Sui said. "Put me on the bed. I'm worried there are snakes in your room," Bai Xingwan said. "Yeah, okay," Sui replied. Then he carried Bai Xingwan to the bed and stopped. "Okay, you can get down now." Bai Xingwan turned her head to look at the bed, and after finding that there was no snake, she stood still on the bed with her feet and released her arms from Suya's neck. "Please check if there are any snakes in this room. I'm worried that another snake will appear after you leave," Bai Xingwan said to Suyi. I am Duishui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone. Chapter 2. I like you like this. Yeah, okay, Suyi replied. Then he started to check, while asking the system in his mind if there were any other snakes in the room. The system told him that it was gone, but he still pretended to continue watching it, so that Bai Xingwan could feel more at ease. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi, and then realized that she was not wearing anything. Her cheeks flushed and she became embarrassed. Then put on the skirt quickly. She was just about to take off her skirt, put on a bathrobe and go take a bath, but unexpectedly a snake suddenly appeared and scared her. Bai Xingwan, 18 years old, from Tianhai City, a freshman. She is very pretty, with a good figure, beautiful looks, and great temperament. She is one of the 3 most beautiful girls in the school. A fortune of tens of billions. The daughter of Ling Yun Group, a second-tier force in Tianhai City's underground world. Sui finished the inspection in a pretentious manner and said to Bai Xingwan, "I have finished the inspection. I didn't see any snakes. Don't worry. I'm still a little concerned. How about you check it again carefully?" Bai Xingwan said. Su Yexiao smiled helplessly, thought about it, and nodded in reply, "Okay, then I'll check it again carefully." After saying that, he turned around and continued to check in a pretend manner. He knew that Bai Xingwan would definitely be worried if he didn't check again. Anyway, he is not in a hurry, so just wait and see. It doesn't matter, as long as Bai Xingwan can feel at ease. Bai Xingwan, standing on the bed, looked at Suyi and waited. She didn't look for it because she would be scared if she saw a snake. Suyi pretended to check for more than 10 minutes before turning to Bai Xingwan and saying, "I didn't see anything. You can rest assured." "Yeah, okay," Bai Xingwan replied. "Then I'll go to your bedroom, catch the snake and throw it out," Suyi said. "You'd better not go there in person. It's dangerous. It will be troublesome if you get bitten. Call someone to catch it." Bai Xingwan said. That's fine. Actually, I'm a little afraid of snakes too. Su Yi said. After saying that, he took out his cell phone, dialed 119, and asked the fire department for help. After ending the call, he said to Bai Xingwan, "Okay, the fire department will be here soon." "Yeah." Bai Xingwan replied. Su Yi smiled and walked to the sofa and sat down. I started playing with my phone. Bai Xingwan, who was standing on the bed, looked at Su Yi and said, "I'm going to the bathroom to take a shower. You walk in front of me and clear the way for me to avoid encountering snakes again." "Yeah, okay." Su Yi replied. Then he stood up and walked towards the bedroom door. Bai Xingwan got out of bed and followed. Su Yi took Bai Xingwan to the door of a bathroom, opened the door and looked inside. He didn't see any snakes, so he turned to Bai Xingwan and said with a smile, "Don't worry, go in. I checked, there are no snakes inside." "Yeah, okay." Bai Xingwan replied and went into the bathroom. Turning to Su Yi, he said, "Can you stand at the bathroom door? That way I'll feel safer." "Of course." Su Yi replied with a smile. "Thank you." Bai Xingwan thanked with a smile. "It's a small matter, not worth mentioning." "You're welcome." Su Yi replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan smiled, said nothing more, and closed the bathroom door. Su Yi stood at the bathroom door and continued playing with his mobile phone. After a while, the firefighters arrived, entered Bai Xingwan's bedroom, and caught several snakes. Su Yi asked the system whether there were any snakes in the villa, and only sent away the fire alarm after confirming that there were none. Then we asked the system where these snakes came from and found out that they were released artificially. Su Yi thought about it and decided to tell Antwan about this matter and let Antwan investigate which enemy did it. In order to avoid such things, or even worse things from happening again, it is better to find the enemy and kill him once and for all. Su Yi returned to the second floor and arrived at the door of Bai Xingwan's room. Bai Xingwan, wearing a nightgown, also came out. "I'm a little worried about whether there are still snakes in this villa," Bai Xingwan said. "If you're worried, you can ask the nanny to check it. I've asked the fire inspector to check your room, and there's nothing," Su Yi replied. "Well, then I'll ask the nanny to check it carefully, so I can feel more at ease," Bai Xingwan said. Then he picked up his phone and called the nanny. The phone was connected and instructions were given. Having given the instructions, the call ended. So he said to Bai Xingwan, "My girlfriend dumped me, and I'm in a bad mood. Can you drink and sing with me to adjust my mood?" His purpose was certainly not to adjust his mood, but to enhance his relationship with Bai Xingwan, win her heart, and obtain system rewards. "Ah, I'm a little surprised that you got dumped. Why? Why did your girlfriend break up with you? What happened?" Bai Xingwan asked curiously. "Her family arranged a match for her, so she dumped me," Su Yi replied. "Oh, I see," Bai Xingwan replied. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you want to win her back? If you do, I can ask my parents to help. I can ask them to tell your girlfriend's family, and they probably won't dare to break you up." "No, there's no need to do that. Thank you for your kindness," Su Yi replied. Bai Xingwan looked at Su Yi and thought for a while. "Okay, I respect your decision. You are so handsome, it's easy for you to find a girlfriend. You have so many suitors, and many of them are excellent. You can pick one from them and start a new relationship," Bai Xingwan said with a smile. Su Yi smiled and said, "It seems that there is no one I like among my suitors. So what type do you like and what are your requirements? I can introduce them to you and I can also keep an eye out for you. If I meet them, I can get their contact information for you," Bai Xingwan asked with a smile. Su Yi smiled and looked at Bai Xingwan and thought for a while. "I like you like this." Bai Xingwan was surprised and speechless for a moment. The main reason was that I wasn't sure if Su Yi was joking or not. This made her feel a little embarrassed and her cheeks became hot. Seeing Bai Xingwan's reaction, Su Yi smiled and said, "Would you like to drink and sing with me? To avoid further embarrassment." "No problem. Do you want to go home or to a KTV outside?" Bai Xingwan replied. "Just stay at home, this way you don't have to get dressed and save a lot of time, and the effect is almost the same," Su Yi replied. "Yeah, okay," Bai Xingwan replied. Then the two of them went to the underground level 1 of the villa's annex building, entered the family KTV room, and sat down next to each other on the sofa. Bai Xingwan took out her cell phone and called the nanny, asking her to bring a few bottles of red wine, some snacks, and a fruit plate. After giving the instructions, end the call. Turn on the device and sing some songs. Bai Xingwan said. Yeah, okay. Su Yi replied. Then he got up and turned on various devices. Chapter 3 Heartbeat. After turning on all the devices, Su Yi sat back on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, scanned the code and started ordering songs. After ordering a few songs, he smiled at Bai Xingwan and said, You order some songs too? I want to hear you sing. Yeah, okay. Bai Xingwan replied. After saying that, he took out his mobile phone, scanned the code, and started ordering songs. Su Yi took a microphone, clicked on his mobile phone to play the song again, then looked at the big screen in front of him, listened to the prelude of the song and waited. Suddenly it occurred to me that singing well can also increase one's charm and help improve one's emotional value. Then communicate with the system in your mind, and spend 40 exchange points to exchange for the maximum level of singing skills. His original singing skills were not bad, so he only needed to spend 40 exchange points to raise his singing skills to the maximum level. Spend 35 exchange points to redeem the maximum level of singing voice. His singing voice is originally very beautiful, so only 35 exchange points are needed to make his singing voice reach the maximum level. Consume 0.1 exchange points to redeem the maximum proficiency level of this song. He sang this song quite well originally, so the redemption points consumed were very few. Of course, even if it is a song you don't know how to sing at all, you only need to spend 0.5 redemption points at most to raise your song proficiency to the maximum level. Su Yi completed the exchange and the prelude of the song was over. Su Yi took the microphone and started singing. An extremely beautiful and pleasant song sounded. Bai Xingwan, who was watching the song on her phone, was immediately struck by the beauty. She turned around and looked at Su Yi in surprise, even doubting whether it was Su Yi who was singing. But she had heard the original singer of this song, and it was not this voice. The point is that this singing voice sounds like Su Yi's, but it is many times better than before. He thought to himself as he looked at Su Yi, but he quickly shifted his focus and focused on the singing. Soon, I was immersed in this beautiful song and couldn't extricate myself. The soul has been baptized, the mind has been impacted, and all the cells in the body are extremely active. After singing a section, Su Yi turned to look at Bai Xingwan who was looking at him. Seeing Bai Xingwan's reaction, he smiled to himself. Without saying anything, he turned around and continued to look at the big screen in front of him, listening to the interlude of the song and waiting. After the rhythm of the song, he took the microphone and continued singing. After a few minutes, the song ended. Su Yi turned his head to look at Bai Xingwan, and saw that Bai Xingwan had not yet come to her senses. She was still staring at him without blinking, her beautiful eyes full of intoxication. Su Yi smiled and said, Does it sound good? Bai Xingwan finally came back to her senses, and excitedly clapped her hands while praising generously, It's so beautiful, I've never heard such a beautiful voice, even those professional singers' voices are not as beautiful as yours. The main point is that the singing skills are also very good. The song is also sung very well. It's perfect. It's really perfect. I haven't heard you sing for a few days. How come you've improved so much? Have you been practicing secretly behind my back? Su Yi smiled and lied, I didn't practice secretly. I don't know why it suddenly became like this. Maybe I have awakened. Bai Xingwan was speechless. Bai Xingwan looked at Su Yi for a few seconds before confirming, Is it true? Of course it's true. There's no reason for me to lie to you. Su Yi replied. Bai Xingwan looked at Su Yi for a few seconds and said, Okay, I believe you. Then he couldn't help but praise her again, You sing so beautifully, it's hard to describe in words. If this were made into a video and posted online, it would definitely go viral. If you enter the entertainment industry as a professional singer, I believe you can become a singing god in no time. Su Yi smiled and said, I don't want to be too famous. It will be inconvenient for me to go out in the future. I will feel uncomfortable if people are watching me and chasing me with their mobile phones every day. That's not the life I want, even if I can make a lot of money. Yeah, that's right. Bai Xingwan replied. At this moment, the system's words sounded in Su Yi's mind. Congratulations, master. Bai Xingwan's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Get a cash reward of 5 billion. You will be rewarded with a large flat worth 100 million. Get a supercar worth 25 million as a reward. Receive a reward that increases your combat value by 300 points. Get a reward of a Vacheron Constantin watch worth 3 million. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. The reward announcement is complete, please check it, master. Suyi was delighted when he heard this. He didn't expect that singing a song could actually gain emotional points. Suyi adjusted his mood and smiled at Bai Xingwan. Okay, I'll continue singing. After saying that, he picked up his phone and clicked replay. Because he was talking just now and delayed his singing, the next song had already been played for several parts. Well, then I will continue to be a beautiful girl who appreciates beauty quietly, hee hee. Bai Xingwan replied with a smile. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. Afterwards, Suyi sang 2 songs in succession before stopping. Of course, Bai Xingwan was very excited and clapped his hands while praising, exclaiming in amazement and expressing his envy generously. However, this time the emotional value did not increase, which made Suyi a little disappointed. Please push the song you requested. I want to hear you sing a few songs so that I can take a break. Suyi said to Bai Xingwan with a smile. You sing so beautifully that I almost don't have the courage to sing anymore. As the saying goes, the biggest problem with everything is comparison. It's not that I don't know the goods, but I am afraid of comparing the goods. Bai Xingwan replied. It's not a competition, don't think too much about it. Entertainment, just have fun, sing whatever you want. Besides, I think you sing very well and have good singing skills. The most important thing is that your voice is very nice. Anyway, I like listening to it. Suyi said with a smile. Bai Xingwan felt sweet inside after hearing this and smiled. Are you sure you are not just saying sweet words to make me happy? Of course not, I'm an honest man and I tell the truth. Suyi replied seriously. Bai Xingwan stared at Suyi for a few seconds and said, okay, then I'll sing 2 of the songs I ordered. After saying that, he picked up the phone and started operating it. Soon, 2 songs were pushed up. Then he picked up another microphone and waited while looking at the big screen in front of him. At the same time, he adjusted his state, trying to make himself in better condition, sing better, and narrow the gap between him and Suyi to avoid being too embarrassed. Suyi looked at the big screen in front of him and waited quietly. Soon, after the prelude of the song, Bai Xingwan took the microphone and started singing. A beautiful song sounded. Bai Xingwan's singing skills are pretty good, her voice is nice, and she sang the song well, so all in all it's pretty good. After a few minutes, the song ended. Suyi clapped and praised, very good singing. Chapter 4, Is your first kiss still there? Bai Xingwan smiled and said, thank you for the compliment. I am far inferior to you. I don't deserve your praise. I would feel embarrassed if you praised me like this. I really think you sing very well. You need to be more confident, believe in yourself, and believe what I say. Suyi said with a smile. Bai Xingwan smiled and said, okay, I believe you. Suyi smiled and said, then prepare to sing the next song. Sing another one and we'll drink. Yeah, okay. Bai Xingwan replied. Afterwards, Bai Xingwan sang another song. Suyi naturally applauded and praised again. Then the 2 raised their red wine glasses and clinked them. Put down the glass after drinking. Suyi smiled at Bai Xingwan and asked, do you want to play a game? What game? Bai Xingwan asked. What game do you want to play? Suyi asked with a smile. Then the 2 of them discussed it and decided to play truth or dare. Take a deck of cards and flip the cards to decide who will be punished. 110, the person who flips an odd number will be punished. Suyi picked out some cards, shuffled them several times, and then the game began. Suyi asked Bai Xingwan to flip the cards first. Bai Xingwan reached out and flipped over a card. 5. Oh my, why is my luck so bad? Bai Xingwan said a little depressed after seeing his cards. Don't panic. What if I'm also an odd number? You can look forward to it, hee hee. Suyi said with a smile. At the same time, he reached out to flip the cards. Yeah, that makes sense. I hope your luck is as bad as mine. Bai Xingwan said with a smile. Suyi smiled and turned over the cards in his hand and placed them on the table. 8. Ha, it seems that my luck is pretty good. Suyi said with a smile. Oh, you're lucky. Bai Xingwan said a little depressed. Then are you ready to accept the punishment? Do you want to choose truth or dare? Suyi asked with a smile. Bai Xingwan thought for a moment and said, tell me the truth. Okay, then let me think about what question to ask you. Suyi said with a smile. After saying that, I started to think about it. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi and waited. Suyi thought quickly, then smiled and asked, "Have you ever been in love?" "No." Bai Xingwan replied. "Okay, let's continue the game. If you lose, you turn over the cards first." Suyi said with a smile. "Okay." Bai Xingwan replied. Then he reached out and turned over a card. 6. "Ha, I'm lucky this time. I hope your luck is worse," Bai Xingwan said with a smile. Suyi smiled and said nothing. "Reach out and flip the cards." 7. "I lost," Suyi said with a smile. "That's great. Do you choose truth or dare?" Bai Xingwan asked with a smile. "I choose truth," Suyi replied. "Okay, then let me think about what to ask," Bai Xingwan said with a smile. Bai Xingwan thought for a moment and then asked, "How many girlfriends have you had?" "Only those who have done it together count." 1. Suyi replied. "Okay, let's continue. You lose this round, you turn over the cards first," Bai Xingwan said. "Okay," Suyi replied. Then he reached out and dealt a card. 8. "Ha, it's stable, it depends on your luck," Suyi said with a smile. "I believe I have good luck," Bai Xingwan said confidently. At the same time, reach out and flip the cards. 3. "Oh, I lost," Bai Xingwan said somewhat depressed. Suyi smiled and said, "Truth or dare?" "It's the truth," Bai Xingwan replied. Suyi thought about it and asked with a smile, "Do you still have your first kiss?" "Yes, of course. I've never been in a relationship, so my first kiss must have been there," Bai Xingwan replied. "Okay, let's continue the game. If you lose, you turn over the cards first," Suyi said with a smile. "Yeah, okay," Bai Xingwan replied. Then reach out and flip the cards. Then, the two of them continued playing. The two of them played for a while before stopping and raising their glasses to drink. "Sister Xingwan, come, have a slice of watermelon." Suyi took a slice of watermelon and handed it to Bai Xingwan. "Yeah, okay," Bai Xingwan replied, reaching out to take it. "Let me feed you," Suyi said with a smile. Bai Xingwan smiled and looked at Suyi. "Okay." Suyi smiled and handed the watermelon to Bai Xingwan's red lips. Bai Xingwan opened his mouth, took a bite, and started chewing. After swallowing it, he took 2 more bites, and only after swallowing it did he smile and say, "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome," Suyi replied with a smile and threw the rest into the trash can. Then he took a piece of watermelon and started eating it. The two of them played for more than an hour before they finished and left the KTV room together. Back on the second floor of the main villa, the two said good night to each other. Suyi tidied himself up and went to the bathroom to take care of his personal hygiene, such as washing his hair and taking a shower. After Suyi finished his bedtime chores, he returned to his bedroom, lay on the bed, played with his phone, and went to sleep. The next day, morning. After Suyi finished his personal hygiene, he dressed neatly and went downstairs to the restaurant. "And 1, good morning." "Good morning, Ono." Suyi greeted them and sat down to eat. Soon, Bai Xingwan entered the restaurant, sat down at her seat, and began to eat. The three of them just ate breakfast quietly without saying anything. After breakfast, Suyi and Bai Xingwan went to the garage together. "Sister Xingwan, please take my car today," Suyi said with a smile to Bai Xingwan beside him. "Ah, when did you buy a car?" Bai Xingwan asked out of surprise and curiosity. Suyi told the lie he had prepared long ago. "A relative of mine died, and he designated me as the heir, so I inherited his property." "Ah, there is such a thing. How much property did you inherit?" "Of course, this is your personal privacy. It doesn't matter if you don't want to tell it. I'm just asking out of curiosity." Bai Xingwan was surprised and asked curiously. "I can only say that I have a lot. I can't spend it all. I can't spend it all at all." "Ha ha," Suyi said casually. "That's great, congratulations," Bai Xingwan said with a smile. "Thank you," Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two men came to the Lamborghini. "This car looks very new. Was it bought not long ago?" Bai Xingwan asked after looking at the Lamborghini. Yeah, I bought it not long ago. Su Yi replied casually. Then he said, get in the car. Okay. Bai Xingwan replied. Then the two men got into the Lamborghini. Su Yi drove the car out of the garage. After a while, they arrived at the school parking lot, got out of the car, and walked towards the teaching building together. Chatting while walking. We were also discussing whether to have lunch together. Su Yi was still thinking about increasing his emotional value as quickly as possible, completing tasks and obtaining system rewards, so naturally he had to think about spending more time with Bai Xingwan. Only by spending more time together can we better cultivate feelings, improve our emotional value, and complete tasks faster, right? This school is an aristocratic school, ranked first in Dragon Country and ranked high in the world. The students in this school are either rich or noble. Chapter 5. You looked so domineering just now. When the school hunk and the school beauty walked together, they naturally attracted various gazes from male and female students. However, these glances were ignored by the two people. After a while, the two arrived at the classroom, chose a seat next to each other, and waited for class to start. The get out of class ended at around 11 o'clock in the morning. Su Yi and Bai Xingwan left the classroom together, preparing to go to the parking lot and drive out to eat. Before they had walked far out of the classroom, a tall, fat boy with ordinary looks came up to Bai Xingwan and walked side by side with her. Xingwan, let's have lunch together at noon. I'll treat you. The tall and fat boy said to Bai Xingwan. Zhang Xin, 18 years old, is a freshman. His father is the chairman of Fenghuang Group, with assets worth tens of billions. Fenghuang Group is a second-tier force in Tianhai City's underground world. He has been pursuing Bai Xingwan for quite some time, but unfortunately Bai Xingwan has never treated him well. First, Bai Xingwan doesn't like Zhang Xin, and second, Fenghuang Group and their Ling Yun Group are in a hostile state. As for whether Zhang Xin really liked her or had other purposes, she didn't know and had no interest in finding out. Bai Xingwan didn't even look at Zhang Xin and replied, I'm busy. Don't you have to eat lunch at noon? How come you don't have time? Zhang Xin asked. I don't have time to have dinner with you. Bai Xingwan replied. Zhang Xin was a little unhappy and his face darkened. He stared at Bai Xingwan for a few seconds before saying unhappily, you reject me every time. You don't give me face at all. You don't take me seriously at all. Aren't you afraid that I will get angry and turn hostile? Bai Xingwan looked ahead for a few seconds, then replied without turning back, what are you afraid of? Why should I be afraid of you turning against me? I was afraid you'd get angry. Ah, you're so annoying. I'm already lucky I didn't get angry with you. Then he replied impatiently, okay, stop talking nonsense, go away, don't affect my mood. Zhang Xin felt even more unhappy, and anger appeared on his face. He stared at Bai Xingwan with unfriendly eyes. After a few seconds, she yelled in agitation, damn it, you're just pretty, why are you so arrogant? There are plenty of beauties like you in the world. It's an honor for you that I like you. You really don't know how to appreciate it. Bai Xingwan was furious after hearing this. He stopped and turned to look at Zhang Xin angrily, cursing, you stinky pig, it's my shame that you fell in love with me. You're such an ugly guy, don't even mention that I don't like you. 9 out of 10 women don't like you either. The remaining one is also because he is attracted by your money, not you as a person. I tried to persuade you to leave with nice words, but you insisted on pestering me and looking for trouble. It's really because you are ugly that you are causing trouble. I am getting more and more disgusted with you. Su Yi, who was standing aside, looked at the two people and wondered whether he should help to scold them. As for mediating a fight or persuading reconciliation? Now he has his own system, how could he do such a cowardly thing? Doing this would not gain Bai Xingwan's favor or increase their affection, so it was even more impossible for him to do so. After hearing these words, Zhang Xin was so angry that his chest heaved, his face turned red and white, and he looked furious and gritting his teeth. After thinking for a while, he insulted again, I am more and more disgusted with you, you stinky woman, why are you pretending? I don't know how many men worse than me have slept with you, and you still look down on me. What are you bragging about? Bai Xingwan became even angrier after hearing this, but she didn't want to use any dirty words, after all, her image and reputation were important. So he turned to Su Yi and said, help me scold him. The harsher the better. It would be even better if you can scold him away. Go ahead and curse. Don't worry that he will arrange for someone to beat you up. If he does, I will help you and ensure your safety. Suyi said to Bai Xingwan, okay. After that, he walked up to Zhang Xian and stood in front of him, threatening him harshly, stop talking nonsense here, get out of here, I don't want to waste too much saliva on you. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Don't you want to live? Do you know my identity and background? If I want to kill you, it only takes a word. You won't even know how you died. Zhang Xian cursed angrily, not taking Suyi seriously at all. Because he already knew Suye's identity and background clearly. He was just an orphan whose parents had both passed away and was adopted by the Bai family. If someone of Suye's level wasn't with Bai Xingwan, he wouldn't even have the chance to talk to him. What's there to be afraid of? Even if I don't want to live anymore, you don't have the ability to kill me. As for your identity and background, I'm not interested in knowing. Anyway, I don't take you seriously. I still say the same thing, get out of here and stop talking nonsense here. Suyi replied coldly. Damn it, here comes another one loading goods, you guys are really the same kind of people. You won't cry until you see the coffin, you think I dare not do anything to you, right? Very good, wait for me, I won't let you live for too long. Humph. Zhang Xian cursed angrily. Just wait, don't make me wait too long. Of course, I won't wait for you here. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get away from here. Suyi replied. Zhang Xian stared at Suyi fiercely, nodded, turned around and left, ready to call for help. Suyi sneered disdainfully, turned to Bai Xingwan and said with a smile, okay, it's done, let's go. Yeah, okay. Bai Xingwan replied with a smile, then turned and walked away. Suyi also turned around and took a step forward. Bai Xingwan smiled at Suyi as they walked and said, you are quite courageous. You actually dare to speak to him like that. Aren't you afraid that he will arrange for someone to assassinate you? I'm not afraid. It's you who gives me the confidence. Ha ha. Suyi replied with a smile. But I can't guarantee your safety all the time. After all, you can't always be by my side and within my sight. Even if you are by my side and within my sight, you may still be assassinated, said Bai Xingwan. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I can handle it. Suyi replied confidently. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi for a few seconds. Where do you get your confidence from? Do you have the strength to wear this kind of clothes? Suyi thought for a moment before smiling and replying, you will know later. I don't want to say too much now. It's useless to say so much. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi for a few seconds. Although she was a little curious, she still held back. Okay, then I'll wait and see how you deal with it. Bai Xingwan replied. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. By the way, you looked very handsome, domineering and charming when you scolded that guy just now. Bai Xingwan said with a smile. Thinking back to how Suyi looked just now, I felt a little moved. Thank you for the compliment. Suyi replied with a smile. Congratulations, master. Bai Xingwan's affection for you has increased by 1 point. Chapter 6 I support you. Get a cash reward of 1 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 100 points. Obtain 100 points of reward system redemption points. Win a Patek Philippe watch worth 10 million. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Suyi smiled when he heard the system's words. Since the reward is not that much, I am not very excited. Bai Xingwan smiled at Suyi, thought about it, and reminded him, although I believe what you said and believe that you have the ability to deal with it, but just in case, you should try to stay by my side and within my sight for a while. Well, no problem, thank you Sister Xingwan. Suyi replied with a smile. It's my duty. After all, you got into trouble with him because of me, and I need to be responsible for you. Bai Xingwan replied. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. The two men walked and chatted until they arrived at the parking lot and got into the Lamborghini. What do you want to eat? Is there any restaurant you want to go to? Suyi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, asked with his head tilted. Bai Xingwan thought for a moment and replied, let's eat Hunan cuisine. Let's go to the restaurant we went to a few days ago. The food there is good. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. Suyi drove the car out of the parking lot. After a while, we arrived at the hotel. The two of them found a seat and sat down, discussing ordering food. After ordering the food, the two started chatting. After a while, one dish after another, which looked delicious and fragrant, was served on the table, and the two began to eat. After a while, both of them finished their meal. He sat down and rested for a while, then got up and left. When they reached the cashier, Bai Xingwan paid the bill and left the restaurant. The two of them were walking down the street to digest their food, chatting as they walked. Because of their extremely high looks, they naturally attracted various gazes from the surrounding men, women, young and old, but they were all ignored by the two of them. Ah! Suddenly, Bai Xingwan groaned in pain, squatted down, and covered his right ankle with his hand. What's wrong? Suyi turned his head and looked curiously and asked. I sprained my ankle. Bai Xingwan replied in pain. Is it serious? Does it hurt? Suyi asked with concern. It hurts a little. Bai Xingwan replied. Suyi looked at Bai Xingwan and thought for a while, how about I carry you on my back or hold you to sit aside, and then help you take a look? Yeah, okay. Bai Xingwan replied. Suyi looked at Bai Xingwan and said, it's more convenient to carry you. I'll carry you over. After saying that, he bent down, picked up the soft and sweet-smelling Bai Xingwan in a princess hug, and walked to the side. As I walked, I could smell Bai Xingwan's high-end perfume and light body odor, and feel the wonderful touch. Bai Xingwan naturally hooked her arms around Suye's neck, looked at Suye's peerless face so close to her, and then shifted her gaze. I couldn't help but feel the contact between my body and Suye's body. Suye's palm was pressed against her thigh. The area where it was pressed was warm and had a tingling sensation. Suyi carried Bai Xingwan to a chair and put Bai Xingwan down on the chair. Then he said to Bai Xingwan, let me help you check and move around. Yeah, okay. Bai Xingwan replied. Suyi squatted in front of Bai Xingwan, first looked at Bai Xingwan's white right ankle, then stretched out his left hand to grab Bai Xingwan's white and smooth calf, and grabbed Bai Xingwan's foot with his right hand and moved it slightly. At the same time, he looked up at Bai Xingwan and asked, has the pain increased? Because Bai Xingwan was wearing a skirt today, he inevitably saw some beautiful scenery, and couldn't help but stare at it. Yes. Bai Xingwan replied. At the same time, he noticed Suye's gaze, followed his gaze, and instantly realized something. This made her cheeks heat up and she felt embarrassed. At the same time, she quickly pressed down her skirt with her hands to block the view. Suyi came back to his senses at this, gave Bai Xingwan an awkward smile, looked down at Bai Xingwan's ankle, and continued to move it slowly and in small movements. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked the system in his mind, System, can I use the exchange points to cure Bai Xingwan's foot pain? Of course. The system replied. How many points are needed to cure Bai Xingwan's foot pain? Suyi asked in his heart. 5 system exchange points are required. The system replied. Well, let's quickly exchange for treatment. Suyi said in his heart. Exchange successful, treatment completed. The system replied. Oh my god, it's so fast, it's worthy of being a system. Suyi was surprised. Of course. The system replied proudly. Suyi did not continue to talk to the system, but pretended to move Bai Xingwan's right foot. Then he looked up at Bai Xingwan and asked with a smile, are you feeling better? Does it still hurt? Bai Xingwan felt it for a while, then moved a little bit, but didn't feel any pain. Then he increased the range of motion, but still didn't feel any pain. Then he said to Suyi, it doesn't hurt anymore, thank you. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. Suyi replied with a smile, then put down Bai Xingwan's right foot and stood up. Bai Xingwan smiled and didn't continue. Instead, he said, I'll stand up and take a few steps to try. At the same time, he stood up carefully and slowly. Although Suyi knew that Bai Xingwan's foot had completely healed, he still pretended not to know. He reached out and grasped Bai Xingwan's fair and smooth arm, and said to Bai Xingwan, take your time. I'll support you. Well, thank you. Bai Xingwan replied, feeling a little touched. At the same time, he slowly stood up. After standing up, he found that there was no pain, and then said to Suyi, it doesn't hurt, try walking a few steps, just in case, you should support me. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. Bai Xingwan then took a step forward. After walking 7 or 8 steps, Bai Xingwan turned to Suyi and said, it doesn't seem to hurt anymore. That's good. But just in case, I will continue to support you and steady you, so that you won't fall down due to sudden pain. Suyi said with a smile. Yeah, that's fine. Bai Xingwan replied. Then Suyi supported Bai Xingwan and walked forward. After walking a few dozen meters, Bai Xingwan said to Su Yi, "It really doesn't hurt anymore." "Okay, you don't have to support me anymore." "Yeah, okay." Su Yi replied, then let go of Bai Xingwan's arm. Then the two of them walked forward side by side, chatting as they walked. The two of them took a walk for a while. Since there was still more than an hour before class, they discussed where to go next, whether to go back to school or play outside. After some discussion, we decided to play billiards. After making the decision, the two went to the billiard club they had been to before. When they arrived at the billiard club, the two started playing billiard. Before, Bai Xingwan's billiard skills were much better than Su Yi's. But now Su Yi has a system, so if he wants to improve his billiard skills, it will only take seconds. Su Yi consumed 48 system exchange points to redeem his billiard skill at the maximum level. The reason why it is 48 system exchange points is because he had a certain level before, and the level is worth 2 exchange points, so he saved 2 exchange points. Chapter 7 Unbelievable. As the exchange was completed, Su Yi instantly had a lot more information about billiards in his mind, and naturally he felt that he was stronger and more confident. Bai Xing served the ball late and scored 1. Then he continued to fight. 3 more goals in a row. When I was about to enter the 5th one, I didn't make it. He stood up straight and said to Su Yi, "It's your turn." "Yeah, okay." Su Yi replied. He looked at the balls on the table, picked one, walked over, bent down, aimed, and hit the ball. Bang. Goal. Su Yi stood up straight, looked at the balls on the table again, picked one, and walked over. Bend, aim, and hit. Bang. In again. Then speak continued. Su Yi scored several goals in a row, some of which were quite difficult. So Bai Xingwan, who was standing aside and watching, felt surprised, astonished, curious and confused. "When did you become so good? Have you been practicing your ball skills secretly behind my back?" Bai Xingwan asked curiously. Su Yi smiled as he prepared to play. "I didn't practice secretly. As for how I suddenly became so good, maybe I had an epiphany, huh?" After saying that, hit the ball again. Bang. In again. Bai Xingwan looked at Su Yi for a few seconds, trying to figure out what was going on, but couldn't make any sense. After thinking for a while, he said in confirmation, "Is this true? I don't believe it. This is too outrageous, too magical. It's only been a few days since we last played billiards together. I know exactly what your level was then, and I know exactly how big the gap is between now and then." Su Yi looked at the ball on the table and smiled as he replied, "I can't help it if you don't believe me. I didn't lie to you. I told you the truth." After saying that, hit the ball again. Bang. In again. This was the last black ball, and after Su Yi hit it in, he won the game. Su Yi stood up straight, smiled at Bai Xingwan who was looking at him and said, "I won, hee. If I remember correctly, I haven't beaten you in a long time." Bai Xingwan smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, this is the first time you beat me." "Oh, really? That's a bit embarrassing. I was indeed too bad before. But now I am confident that I won't lose to you again." Su Yi replied with a smile. "Are you serious or just talking casually?" Bai Xingwan confirmed with a smile. "Of course I'm serious." Su Yi replied with a smile. "Okay, then I'll try and see if you will lose to me again." Bai Xingwan said with a smile. "Okay, I also want to confirm how powerful I am after my epiphany, to confirm whether it is a real epiphany or a short-term extraordinary performance." Su Yi replied with a smile. Then Su Yi walked over and pressed the ball swinging button of the automatic ball swinging machine, and the automatic ball swinging machine started to swing the balls automatically. After setting up the ball. So he smiled at Bai Xingwan and said, "You serve." "Yeah, okay." Bai Xingwan replied. Then step to the side, bend over, aim, and hit the ball. Bang. The ball went in. Su Yi helped to check the number and found it was an odd number. Bai Xingwan began to look at the balls on the table, preparing to choose one that was easier to hit. Soon, Bai Xingwan picked one, bent down, aimed, and hit the ball. Bang. A goal was scored. Bai Xingwan then scored 3 more goals in a row, but missed the 5th one. "If you can't finish it in one shot, I won't give you another chance. You can't beat me in this round," Bai Xingwan said to Su Yi. Su Yi smiled and replied, "Then I will try my best to catch it in one stroke." After saying that, he began to look at the balls on the table, preparing to see which one was easier to hit, which one was better to hit, which one could not only score a goal but also change the positions of other balls, making some balls that were originally difficult to hit easier to hit. Soon, Suyi picked a ball, walked over, bent down, aimed, and hit the ball. Bang! The ball went in. Suyi then continued. Another goal. Another goal. Bai Xingwan, who was standing aside and watching, couldn't help but get a little nervous. She was really worried that Suyi would finish all the points with one stroke, leaving her with no chance of a comeback. Let her lose again. Then she would feel a little embarrassed. Soon, Suyi hit the last black ball. He stood up straight, smiled at Bai Xingwan and said, "Hey, I won again. It seems like you really had an epiphany. Your skills have really improved a lot, and it's not just a short-term extraordinary performance. But whether it's just a short-term exceptional performance or not, we need to play a few more games to confirm it," Bai Xingwan said. "Well, I also want to confirm it, so let's continue," Suyi said with a smile. Then he walked to the side and pressed a button, and the automatic ball swinging robot started swinging the ball automatically. After setting up the ball, Suyi smiled at Bai Xingwan and said, "You tee off. Don't give me any chances in this round. You'd better finish it in one stroke, otherwise you might lose again, haha." So confident. "Okay, then I'll try my best to finish it in one stroke," Bai Xingwan said. Then he walked aside and started preparing to tee off. Bang! Then the two continued to fight. Suyi won 5 games in a row. He would finish the game in one stroke when it was his turn. "Oh my god, it seems like you really have an epiphany. Your ball skills are really amazing. It's simply unbelievable that there really is such a thing as enlightenment in this world. Shouldn't such a thing as enlightenment only exist in novels, movies, and TV dramas? How come it really happened to you?" Bai Xingwan exclaimed to Suyi in amazement. Suyi, who is so good at playing basketball, looks very cool and even more handsome. She was radiant with charm and even more alluring, which naturally made her fascinated. It made her heart beat again. Suyi smiled and said, "I don't know either, but it's so magical." "Congratulations, master. Bai Xingwan's affection for you has increased by 2 points. Get a bonus cash of 2 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 200 points. Obtain 200 points of reward system redemption points. The reward is a Rolls-Royce worth 100 million. Get a manor worth 2 billion as a reward. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it." When Suyi heard the system broadcast, he secretly rejoiced. This way of making money is too fast and too easy. Becoming the richest man in Dragon Country and the richest man in the world is only a matter of time. It is just around the corner. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi, feeling somewhat unwilling and unconvinced, and wanted to turn the tables. Then he said, come again. I don't believe I can't beat you in one round today. If I can't win a game today, I won't leave. I'll keep fighting with you until I win." Suyi smiled and said, "Okay, let's continue." After saying that, he walked to the side and pressed a button, and the automatic ball swinging robot started to swing the ball automatically. After setting up the ball, Suyi smiled at Bai Xingwan and said, "Okay, then you get ready to tee off." Bai Xingwan walked aside and prepared to tee off. Chapter 8 There is such a thing. Then the two continued to fight. Suyi won game after game. Bai Xingwan felt really bad. "I'm almost defeated and losing my confidence. Because there is absolutely no hope of a comeback. There is no confidence in turning the situation around." After a while, Suyi looked at the time and said to Bai Xingwan, "It's almost time for class. Do you want to continue?" Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi and thought for a while, then said in a somewhat discouraged manner, forget it, let's not fight anymore, let's go back to school and attend classes, and continue another day when we are in better condition. I don't believe I can't beat you. I don't think I'm in good shape today." "Okay, let's go," Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two men put down their pool cues and walked towards the cashier counter. Arriving at the checkout counter, Bai Xingwan prepared to pay. "Let me do it. I'll pay. You've always treated us. Now I have money. I'll do it," Suyi said with a smile, picking up his phone to scan the code. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi and said, "Okay, then I won't argue with you." After Suyi paid the bill, the two of them left the billiard club together. Back in the Lamborghini, Suyi drove away. In the car, the two people were chatting about billiards. After a while, they arrived at school, entered the classroom together, found a seat and sat down, ready for class. It's around 5 p.m. and school is over. Bai Xingwan and Su Yi left the classroom together. Zhang Xian waited until Su Yi came closer, then stood in front of Su Yi and said to him unceremoniously, "Boy, if you have the guts, follow me outside the school. Lead the way." Su Yi replied, "If you've got the guts, then follow me." Zhang Xian replied, then turned and left. Su Yi said to Bai Xingwan, "Sister Xingwan, do you want to go with us? You must go together. I need to call some people to help. I'm afraid you can't handle it alone." Bai Xingwan replied, "That's not necessary. I'm confident that I can handle it by myself. If you don't believe me, you can just watch. If I can't handle it, I'll run away. It won't be too late for you to call for help then." Su Yi replied confidently, "It's not very safe for you to do this, and I'm not very reassured either. Why don't I ask someone to come over and watch from the side? If you can't handle it, I'll let my people take over. Isn't this better and safer?" Bai Xingwan said. Su Yi thought for a moment before replying, "How about this, you can call someone now, and I'll follow him out. What if I can't handle it and your people happen to arrive? But again, I'm confident I can handle it. Is it necessary to take such a risk?" "I don't think it's necessary," Bai Xingwan replied. Su Yi smiled and said, "The problem is that I don't think this is an adventure. I just want you to feel at ease and not worry about me so much." Bai Xingwan stared at Su Yi for a few seconds, thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll believe you this time. Be careful and don't underestimate the enemy." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. "Well, although I am confident in my ability, I will still be careful to avoid any setbacks." Su Yi replied, "How come I didn't know that you are a good fighter before? I've never heard you say it before." Bai Xingwan asked curiously. Su Yi thought for a moment and lied, "I was born with supernatural powers." "Oh, there is such a thing? I don't quite believe it. Are you kidding?" Bai Xingwan was a little bit unconvinced. "Seriously, I'm not kidding. If you don't believe it, you'll see when you see it later." Su Yi replied. "Okay, then I'll wait and see." Bai Xingwan replied. Then he gave instructions to the person on the phone. After giving the instructions, he put down the phone and ended the call. Then the two of them continued to follow Zhang Xian in front of them, chatting as they walked. Arrived at the parking lot and got in the car. Su Yi drove the Lamborghini and followed Zhang Xian's car out of the school. Soon, we arrived outside a park. The car stopped and several people opened the door and got out. Zhang Xian looked at Su Yi and Bai Xingwan, then retracted his gaze and continued walking forward, preparing to enter the park. He arranged more than 20 group members in the park. "Just wait outside the park for a while and don't go inside. I'm worried about your safety and I'm afraid you'll be in trouble," Su Yi said to Bai Xingwan as they walked. "It's okay. I still have some courage. Besides, I believe he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. After all, he knows my identity," Bai Xingwan replied confidently. Su Yi looked at Bai Xingwan and thought for a while, "Okay. If any one of them wants to attack you or before it affects you, I will protect you. I am confident that I can protect you." "Yeah," Bai Xingwan replied. Soon, two people entered the park. Zhang Xian stopped and turned to look at Su Yi and Bai Xingwan who were walking over. When the two people stopped a few meters away, he raised his hand. More than 20 group members quickly rushed over and surrounded Su Yi and Bai Xingwan. Each of them has a grim and ferocious look, and is quite imposing and miserable. If an ordinary person was surrounded like this, he would probably have peed his pants or trembled with fear. Su Yi and Bai Xingwan were both very calm and natural, at least on the surface, and did not show any signs of panic, fear, or nervousness. Su Yi was naturally a little nervous as it was his first time facing such a situation. Fortunately, he had the system and his combat effectiveness was very high, so he felt much better. Bai Xingwan was very calm and natural in a serious manner, very calm and natural inside and out. "There's nothing we can do about it, her family background is different. This kind of scene is a small scene for her." Zhang Xian looked down at Su Yi, then said harshly, "Boy, if you don't want to be beaten to death here by me, then kneel down in Kowtow to apologize to me. If you can satisfy me, I will show mercy and not spare your life." Su Yi sneered disdainfully, "You are dreaming." "Well, since you said that, I'll give you a chance. kneel down and kowtow to apologize. I'll go easy on you and won't beat you too badly. Bai Xingwan was surprised. She didn't expect that Suyi was not only calm, but also dared to say such words to Zhang Xian. He was really brave and courageous. This made her admire him a little. At the same time, I feel that Suyi is more charming now. He is arrogant and looks very cool. He looked at Suyi, then turned to look at Zhang Xian, ready to see Zhang Xian's reaction. The more than 20 group members surrounding Suyi glared at him even more fiercely, as if they would attack Suyi as long as their young master gave the order. Zhang Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that Suyi would dare to say such words to him at this time. Anger burned inside him, and a look of rage appeared on his face. He stared at Suyi fiercely and said harshly, "It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. In that case, I'm going to beat you up first. I want to see whether you are tough or just talkative. Come on, let's fuck him. Fuck him until he begs for mercy." Chapter 9. He's totally not a normal person. After hearing this, more than 20 group members took action one by one, quickly approaching Suyi. Seeing this, Suyi quickly rushed towards the thugs in front. He planned to knock down the thugs in front first, then hit Zhang Xian, and finally deal with the thugs chasing him one by one, so as to avoid affecting Bai Xingwan. Suyi approached quickly and attacked quickly after entering the attack range. Bang 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 bang. Crack, crack. Ah ah ah. The dull sounds of collision, the crisp sounds of bones breaking, and the screams of pain continued. The powerful force caused the thugs who were hit to either fly backwards or soar into the air, falling to the side in a parabola while screaming. Suyi took out the 3 or 4 thugs in front of him one by one, cleanly, neatly and easily. Then, without stopping, he quickly approached Zhang Xian, who was standing in front of him in shock. Zhang Xian was surprised, shocked and stunned when he saw the scene. It was not until Suyi approached him that he was shocked. His expression changed drastically. He suddenly came to his senses, and subconsciously wanted to turn around and run away. Unfortunately, his speed was not fast enough, at least not as fast as Suyi. Bang! Ah! Suyi kicked Zhang Xian on the butt. There were dull collision sounds and screams of pain. The powerful force made Zhang Xian fly out with a scream. Suyi also followed quickly, and before Zhang Xian landed on the ground, he kicked him again like a football. Bang! Ah! The dull collision sound and Zhang Xian's painful screams rang out again. Zhang Xian, who had not yet landed, fell forward in a parabola again. Suyi continued to follow. The more than 20 group members called by Zhang Xian chased after Suyi. Bai Xingwan, who was watching from behind, couldn't help laughing when he saw how Suyi treated Zhang Xian. Suyi kicked Zhang Xian until he was dozens of meters away from Bai Xing before stopping, then turned around and started attacking the more than 20 group members who were chasing him. Suyi moved very quickly, and his punches and kicks were even faster. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack. Ah ah ah. The dull sounds of collision, the crisp sounds of bones breaking, and the screams of pain were continuous and dense. Those who were hit by Suyi either flew up with screams or flew backwards and hit the people behind them. The thugs who besieged Suyi were surprised and shocked to see how powerful Suyi was. They felt incredible. Naturally, I was a little unconfident and a little afraid. However, they had no choice but to charge forward, as there was no way they could escape. After all, the consequences of running away would be very serious and very embarrassing. I would not be able to hold my head up in the group anymore, and I don't know how long I would be ridiculed. There were some men, women, old and young not far away. They all noticed the situation here one by one, and then stopped to watch, staring without blinking. Some people watched and exclaimed in amazement, and started talking about it. A few people suddenly thought of something and quickly took out their mobile phones to shoot videos, preparing to post them online later, or share them with relatives and friends, and send them to the loving family group. Bai Xingwan, who was standing in the distance and watching, was also surprised, shocked, and unbelievable to see how good Suyi was at fighting. Isn't this a bit too powerful? It gave her the illusion that she was watching an action movie that was a little out of touch with reality. But I was still a little nervous, worried that Suyi would not be able to win and would be injured or killed. Suddenly I thought of something and quickly took out my cell phone to make a call, ready to urge them. Before the call was connected, I saw that there were only 4 or 5 thugs left besieging Suyi. This made her feel that there was no need to rush. So he put down his phone and hung up, continuing to watch Suyi fight. At this moment, Suyi in her eyes was very cool, handsome, charming, and attractive. It made her heart beat again. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suya's mind. Congratulations, Master. Bai Xingwan's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. Win a Bugatti Veyron worth 100 million. Get a helicopter worth 100 million as a reward. Get an island worth 5 billion as a reward. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Suyi was delighted after hearing this, but then he quickly adjusted his mood and focused on beating the person. Soon, Suyi kicked the last thug away, and then quickly stood beside Zhang Xian. He looked down at Zhang Xian, who was on the ground with a condescending attitude. He was looking in pain, covering the painful part, curled up and screaming in agony. He looked at me with disdain and sneered for a few seconds, then sneered and said, I still like your confident and arrogant look. You look so embarrassed now. If you are not convinced, you can come to me at any time. I will accompany you to the end. Of course, your fate will become more and more miserable, and may even cost you your life. So you must be mentally prepared and think carefully before seeking revenge on me. After saying that, without waiting for Zhang Xian to reply, he turned and walked towards Bai Xingwan. Zhang Xian stared fiercely at Suya's back, cursing him repeatedly in his mind to vent his frustration. Naturally, he also imagined various scenarios of torturing Suyi in his mind. He was in great pain at this moment. He had no ability to reply, no mind to reply, and no desire to reply. Suyi came to Bai Xingwan and greeted with a smile, okay, it's done, let's go. Yeah, okay. Bai Xingwan replied. Then turn around and step forward. As he walked, he looked Suyi up and down, wanting to see if Suyi was injured. Seeing no injuries, he immediately asked, Are you hurt? No, they didn't hit me at all. Suyi replied with a smile. That's good. Bai Xingwan replied. Then he excitedly exclaimed, You were so amazing, to be so amazing, you were so abnormal, you don't seem like a normal person at all. One person easily took out more than 20 thugs in such a short time. The speed of movement is so fast, the speed of attack is so fast. Are you born with supernatural powers or have you secretly practiced some martial arts? After hearing this, Suyi felt secretly happy and a little proud. He smiled and lied again, I was born with supernatural powers. This is not a martial arts world or a fantasy world. There is no martial arts to practice. Have you read too many novels, watched too many TV dramas, or watched too much anime, huh? Bai Xingwan smiled, looked at Suyi and thought for a while, yes, it seems that this is the only possibility. Born with supernatural powers, you really do have this kind of talent. This is the first time I've seen someone born with supernatural powers in real life. I didn't expect that this person is you. How strong are you, and to what extent? Can you tell me so that I can have a clearer understanding? Chapter 10 Gift Giving. Suyi thought for a moment before lying, it's very big, and it's still increasing. I don't know exactly how big it is at the moment, and I don't have the opportunity or anything to test it. Bai Xingwan thought for a moment and said, let's find a place to test it when we have a chance. We can test it by weightlifting or pushing something heavy. We can get a rough idea and I can get a rough idea too. Yeah, okay, Suyi replied. Then the two of them walked and chatted. Back in the car, Suyi drove away. In the car, two people were chatting. You inherited your relative's estate. There should be a lot of luxury cars and real estate in it, right? Bai Xingwan asked curiously. Yes, there are a lot of luxury cars, properties, and some other things. Suyi replied. Is there any property you inherited near my home or in Tianhai City? Bai Xingwan asked. Yes, there are large apartments, villas, and manors. Suyi replied. There is also a manor. Is the manor also in Tianhai City? The manors in Tianhai City should be very expensive, right? Bai Xingwan was surprised and asked curiously. Well, it's also in Tianhai City, with a market value of 2 billion. I'm not sure if this price is expensive. Suyi replied. The market value of the manor in Tianhai City is 2 billion, which is not expensive. After all, this is Tianhai City. A manor at this price should not be in the city, it should be in a more remote area. Bai Xingwan said. Yes, in the suburbs. Suyi replied. Then can we go to the manor and have a look around? Bai Xingwan asked. Of course. Suyi replied with a smile. Then take out your phone and use the navigation to determine your location. After finishing it, he smiled and said, there is an island in the property I inherited. I will take you to the island when I have time. Wow, there are islands. The price of islands should be more expensive, right? How much is it? Bai Xingwan asked in surprise and curiosity. 5 billion, I don't know if it's expensive or not. After all, I don't know the market situation of the island. Suyi replied with a smile. 5 billion for an island shouldn't be considered expensive. It also depends on the location and area. Where is this island? Is it far from Tianhai City? Bai Xingwan replied and asked curiously. Not far, in the East China Sea. Suyi replied. Oh, that's great. Let's go to the island when we have time. Bai Xingwan replied. Then he exclaimed excitedly, the manor and the island alone are worth 7 billion. It seems that you have inherited a lot of wealth. Suyi smiled and said, it's not too bad, not too much and not too little, Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi and smiled. Although she was curious about how many there were, she did not ask. Then the two continued chatting. After a while, the car arrived at a large manor. The gate of the manor opened automatically, and Suyi drove the Lamborghini into the manor. The estate covers an area of about 100,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of more than 10 football fields. There are all kinds of facilities and greenery. There are swimming pools, tennis courts, badminton courts, basketball courts, football fields and other sports fields. What about the helipad and parking lot? Plantations, breeding areas, etc. There is a relatively large main villa, as well as several secondary villas and several ancillary buildings. There's a helicopter parked on the tarmac. Is this the helicopter you inherited as well? Bai Xingwan was sitting in the car looking at the outside environment. He saw a helicopter parked on the apron not far away and asked. Well, yes. Suyi replied. How much is this helicopter worth? It doesn't look cheap. My family's helicopter cost more than 30 million yuan, but it doesn't look as high-end as this helicopter, said Bai Xingwan. 100 million. Suyi replied. That's very high-end. It should be the most high-end civilian helicopter, at least in my opinion. Bai Xingwan said. I don't know much about the market for helicopters, whether they are civilian or military, so I don't really know what level they are. Suyi replied. This manor is so big. How many square meters does it cover? Bai Xingwan asked curiously as he looked around. About 100,000 square meters. Suyi replied. It's not small. It's considered a large manor in our country. Bai Xingwan said. I don't know much about this either. Suyi replied. Soon, the car stopped in front of the main villa. Two people opened the car door and got out. Do you want to take another look outside or go into the villa? Suyi asked. Let's walk around outside and take a look around first. Bai Xingwan replied. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. The two of them then toured the manor, chatting as they went. After touring the manor, they entered the main villa together. Are there any staff members in this manor now, such as security guards, nannies, housekeepers, etc.? Bai Xingwan asked. I don't live here, so I haven't hired anyone yet. Suyi replied. Oh. Bai Xingwan replied. Then he said, this place is too far from school. It takes more time to go to school if you live here. Besides, it would be too lonely for you to live here alone. It would be more lively to live in my house, don't you think? Well, you have a point. It's okay to come here occasionally to stay and play. Suyi replied with a smile. Well, that's possible. You can bring me with you when you come to play next time. I also want to come here to play. Bai Xingwan replied with a smile. Okay. Suyi replied with a smile. The two chatted while visiting the villa. After visiting the first floor, we took the elevator to the second floor. After visiting the second floor, we went to the third floor. As Suyi was walking, he suddenly thought of something, and then he smiled at Bai Xingwan and said, Wait for me here, I'll get something for you. What is it? Bai Xingwan asked curiously. You'll know in a moment. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he walked towards a bedroom. Enter the bedroom's cloakroom, open a drawer and take out a watchbox. The box contains a Vacheron Constantine ladies' watch worth 3 million. Suyi opened the box and took a look, then turned and left the cloakroom. He returned to stand in front of Bai Xingwan, handed the box in his hand to Bai Xingwan and said with a smile, "This is a women's watch, new, no one has worn it, I give it to you." Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi, then looked at the box in Suyi's hand. After thinking about it, he didn't refuse, but took the box and replied with a smile, "Thank you. It's just a little token of my appreciation." "You're welcome." Suyi replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan felt a little touched. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suyi's mind. "Congratulations, master. Bai Xingwan's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. Win a Koenigsegg worth 100 million. You will be rewarded with a yacht worth 100 million. Get an island worth 5 billion as a reward." The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Chapter 11, and 1, The Gangster Sister-in-Law. When Suyi heard the system's words, he felt a little excited and happy. He didn't expect that giving a gift could actually gain affection points. It seems like this gift needs to be given more often. What a great deal! Millions or tens of millions can actually be exchanged for tens of billions, or even more. That's a high rate of return. It's so fast. Bai Xingwan looked at the box and asked Suyi, "Can I open it now? I'm a little curious about what the watch looks like." "Of course." Suyi replied with a smile. "Well, okay, then I'll open it and take a look." Bai Xingwan replied with a smile. Then he opened the box. He looked at the watch in the box and praised it. "It's so beautiful, I like it." Then he looked up at Suyi and asked curiously, "Vacheron Constantine, this watch is not cheap, right?" "It's not expensive, 3 million. Suyi replied with a smile. "You've become arrogant now that you're rich. You even think a watch worth 3 million is not expensive." Bai Xingwan joked with a smile. Suyi smiled, and didn't know what to say for a moment, so he didn't respond, but smiled and said, "As long as you like it, I'm relieved if you like it." "I like it, thank you." Bai Xingwan replied with a smile. Then he couldn't help himself, and without even thinking about it, he opened his arms and hugged Suyi. Suyi felt the touch and smelled the faint body fragrance and high-end perfume on Bai Xingwan's body. Bai Xingwan hugged Suyi for more than 20 seconds before she was reluctant to let go and smiled at Suyi. Suyi also smiled at Bai Xingwan and suddenly thought of something. "I took out my cell phone to check the time and saw that it was almost 7 o'clock. Then he said to Bai Xingwan, okay, it's already 7 o'clock. Should we go back to your house for dinner or eat somewhere else? If you eat here I can order takeout." Antoine called before to ask them where they had been and why they hadn't come home for dinner. Bai Xingwan answered truthfully and said that she was visiting his manor. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi and thought for a while, then replied with a smile, "I'll order takeout and eat it here, and then I'll play with you for a while after eating." "I haven't played enough yet." "Okay, then I'll order takeout. I also want to experience what it feels like to eat here." Suyi replied with a smile. "Yeah." Bai Xingwan replied. "Let's sit down in the living room and discuss what to order for takeout," said Suyi. "Okay." Bai Xingwan replied. Then the two of them went to the living room and sat down on the sofa. Suyi held his phone and discussed ordering food with Bai Xingwan. Soon, both of them ordered. "Should we wait for the takeaway to arrive indoors or outside?" Suyi asked. "Let's go outside. The scenery outside is beautiful and we can continue to visit." Bai Xingwan replied. "Yeah, okay." Suyi replied. Then the two of them took the elevator downstairs, left the villa, and walked around the manor. Arrived at the plantation and looked at the various flowers. After a while, the takeaway arrived. Suyi got the takeaway and discussed it with Bai Xingwan, and the two decided to eat outside. "I found a marble table in the garden, put the bag on the table, then took out the boxes one by one, opened them and placed them on the table. The two of us ordered several dishes and a soup, both meat and vegetarian. Then the two of them sat down and started eating. After dinner, we cleaned up together, put the things back into the bag, and prepared to take them outside the manor and throw them away later. Because there was no one in the manor, the garbage had to be thrown outside before someone would pick it up. Cleaned up." Suyi smiled at Bai Xingwan and asked, "What should we do next? Should we go home or stay here for a while, or where should we go?" It's still early, there's no need to rush home, play in this manor for a while. Bai Xingwan replied. Okay. Su Yi replied. Then let's take a walk to digest the food, and then continue to walk around the manor. The scenery inside the manor is quite beautiful. Bai Xingwan said. Then the two of them wandered around the manor for a while before getting in the car and leaving. After a while, we returned to the Bai family villa. The two of them took the elevator upstairs together and then returned to their respective rooms. Bai Xingwan prepared to pack up and take a shower. Su Yi sat on the sofa in the bedroom and took out his mobile phone to play with it, such as watching TikTok or something. Before I could watch a few videos, and when Yutong called me. Su Yi answered the call while wondering, what's the matter, Antwon? Are you back? When Yutong asked on the phone. Yeah, I just got to the bedroom and was sitting on the sofa watching TikTok. Su Yi replied. Then come to the living room on the second floor. I want to ask you something. When Yutong said on the phone. Yeah, okay. Su Yi replied. Then the two people said a few more words and ended the call. Su Yi got up and left the bedroom and went to the living room. I saw Antwon doing yoga in flesh-colored yoga pants. She looked very sexy at the time. Su Yi walked towards the sofa while staring at it, sat down on it, and continued to stare at Antwon, while curiously asking, Antwon, what do you want to ask me? When Yutong continued to do yoga while replying, I heard from Wanwan before that you visited your estate together before. I heard that you inherited a lot of inheritance from a relative? When Yutong, 36 years old, has a good figure, good looks, good temperament, perfect looks, and is a top beauty. Her father is the founder of Ling Yun Group, so she is naturally the eldest daughter of Ling Yun Group. Her husband used to be a capable leader of the group and was favored by his father. She also thought he was a good person, and mainly because her husband was willing to marry into the family, they got married. However, in the past few years, they have been playing and living separately. The explanation given to the public was that it was for safety reasons to avoid being wiped out by their enemies. Currently, her husband is the president of the group. She has no job and does not need to work. Ling Yun Group is a second-tier force in Tianhai City's underground world, with assets worth tens of billions. She has shares and is also worth tens of billions. Su Yi replied, well, yes. Then you are so lucky. When Yutong said with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. Su Yi replied with a smile. How much assets did you inherit? Can you tell me? Of course, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to tell me. After all, this is personal privacy. I understand. I'm just asking out of curiosity. When Yutong said. Su Yi thought for a moment and replied, several hundred billion. At present, he has received more than 40 billion in system rewards, so a few tens of billions is no problem. As for the future when there will be more money, hundreds of billions, trillions, or even tens of trillions. If he hadn't been exposed, he wouldn't have needed to lie anymore, but if he had been exposed, it wouldn't be too late to lie anymore. Just say that it is handed over to investors for investment appreciation. When Yutong was surprised, hundreds of billions, so much. It's okay, it's okay. Su Yi smiled modestly. People with a net worth of tens of billions can rank high on the Dragon Country rich list. This relative of yours should be very famous, right? Who is it? Can you tell me? I'm very curious. Of course, if it's inconvenient to say, you don't have to. I'm just curious. When Yutong asked curiously. Chapter 12. Does Auntie have a good figure? Su Yi thought for a moment and lied, he is not famous, maybe he is deliberately keeping a low profile. My name is Su Jinhua. Su Jinhua, I have indeed never heard of him. It seems that he is not very famous and is indeed very low-key. When Yutong said. Su Yi just nodded and said nothing. Antwon is also a goddess-level beauty. You can also get system rewards by gaining Antwon's affection points. I just don't know how difficult it is to gain Antwon's affection. Su Yi thought to himself while admiring Antwon's attractive figure. So will you live in the manor in the future, or continue to live in my house? When Yutong asked. Of course I will continue to live in my aunt's house. It's lively here and I can't bear to move away. Su Yi replied with a smile. Well, that's good. I don't want you to leave, and I'm worried about you living alone. When Yutong said with a smile. The manor is far from the school. If it were closer to the school, we could move into the manor together. Suyi said with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled and said, I can stay there when I have time. I can visit your manor during holidays. When you graduate and don't have to work anymore, you can go live in your manor. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There's no rush. The manor is too far from your school. It will take a lot of time on the road. It's not worth it. Yeah, okay. Yes, it will waste a lot of time on the road. It's not worth it. I think so too. Suyi replied with a smile. Ah. Suddenly, Wen Yutong, who was doing a difficult move, exclaimed. The center of gravity was unstable and it tilted to one side. For a moment, she turned pale. Seeing this, Suyi, who was sitting on the sofa admiring the scene, quickly rushed over and hugged the soft and fragrant Antwan. Then he said to Antwan in his arms, Don't be afraid, Auntie. Wen Yutong calmed down and adjusted her demeanor before showing an unnatural smile to Suyi. She smiled and replied, Thank you. If it weren't for you, Auntie would have fallen to the ground. You're welcome. It's my duty. Suyi replied with a smile. Your speed is so fast, it's a bit abnormal. This is the first time I see such a fast speed in real life. Wen Yutong was surprised and curious. Suyi smiled, thought for a moment, and then replied perfunctorily, Maybe because I was too worried about your safety, I performed beyond my normal level and burst out with an unprecedented speed. Oh, I see. Xiao Yi, you are so nice. Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Wen Yutong felt a little touched. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suya's mind. Congratulations, Master. Wen Yutong's affection towards you has increased by 1 point. Get a bonus cash of 1 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 100 points. Obtain 100 points of reward system redemption points. Get a necklace worth 10 million as a reward. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. After hearing this, Suyi secretly rejoiced. Then he smiled at Wen Yutong, who was looking at him, and said, It's my duty. You're too polite, Auntie. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi for a few seconds before she realized that she was being held in Suyi's arms, and she was also hugging Suyi. After feeling it for a while, she felt that this feeling seemed quite good, and she was a little reluctant to separate like this. After a few more seconds, I thought it was no use continuing to hug her like this. That's why he smiled unnaturally and said, Okay, let me go. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he helped Wen Yutong to stand steadily. Antwan, are you standing firmly? Suyi asked. Stand firm, you can let me go now. Wen Yutong replied. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied, then reluctantly let go of the soft Wen Yutong. Then I'll go back and sit on the sofa. Suyi said with a smile. Well, go ahead, I'll continue doing yoga. Wen Yutong said. Suyi nodded and sat down on the sofa. Wen Yutong continued to do yoga. But I was more careful this time and didn't want to fall again. Suyi was on the side, so it wasn't that easy for him to fall, so he wasn't that worried. Falling down again and being hugged by Suyi again seems not bad. Sitting on the sofa, Suyi checked the necklace, then asked the system to help put the necklace in his bedroom. He plans to give the necklace to Antwan later, maybe he can gain some affection points and get many times the return. Wen Yutong, who continued to do yoga, suddenly thought of something and said, I heard from Wanwan that you broke up? Yeah, I was dumped. Suyi replied. Did your ex-girlfriend know that you inherited a huge fortune before we broke up? Wen Yutong asked curiously. I inherited it after we broke up, so she didn't know about it, and she doesn't know about it now. I didn't tell her, and I didn't show it off to anyone. Suyi replied. Well, don't be sad, there are plenty of pretty, good girls. You are very handsome and good in all aspects, and you are very popular with girls. Now you have inherited a huge inheritance, so you will never be short of girls in the future. You can have as many as you want. Wen Yutong comforted and enlightened. Well, thank you Antwan for your comfort and guidance. Don't worry, Antwan, I'm not sad at all. Suyi replied with a smile. Well, that's good. Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Suddenly he thought of something, then smiled and asked, What do you think of Wanwan? Very good, very beautiful. Suyi replied with a smile. Do you like her? Wen Yutong asked. This. Suyi was speechless and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi and smiled when he saw Suya's expression. After thinking about it, he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he smiled and said, I think you two are a good match. You both look very good. If you like her, you can take the initiative. I support you two being together. Well, thank you, Aunt One. Suyi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled and said, What's there to thank me for? I just think you're very nice and I don't want to let others take advantage of you. Ha ha. Suyi smiled and didn't respond. Just quietly admiring Aunt Wen's attractive figure. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi and saw that Suya's eyes were focused on her. I just smiled, didn't think anything of it, and didn't feel disgusted at all. After thinking for a while, he asked, Do you think my figure is good? Is there anything imperfect? Auntie has a great figure, very perfect, flawless. Suyi replied truthfully. Wen Yutong felt happy and delighted after hearing this. After thinking for a while, he decided, Is this true? Did you lie to me? Of course it's true, absolutely true. There's nothing to cheat about. Suyi replied affirmatively. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi with a smile, Okay, Auntie believes you. Suyi smiled and said, Auntie not only has a good figure, but also a perfect body. Her face is also perfect, very beautiful, and has a good temperament. Anyway, Auntie is good in every way, perfect. Chapter 13 Don't be shy. Wen Yutong felt happy and delighted after hearing this. He smiled, and although he believed it, he still asked out loud to confirm, Is this true? You are not lying to me, are you? You are not just saying sweet words? Of course it's true. There's no point in lying to Auntie. Auntie, don't you think you are beautiful, have a good figure and a good temperament? Suyi replied. Wen Yutong smiled and replied, Well, Auntie believes you. Because Auntie also thinks so. I still have some confidence in this, ha. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. Wen Yutong smiled and then changed to the next move. Ah. I have a cramp. It hurts. Wen Yutong suddenly felt a cramp in his right leg. He grabbed his right leg with his hand and groaned in pain. Suyi, who was quietly admiring, saw this and quickly walked to Wen Yutong's side, squatted down, and took a look. Aunt Wen, let me carry you to the sofa and sit down first, and then help you take a look. Yeah, okay. Wen Yutong replied. Suyi picked up the soft and sweet Wen Yutong in a princess hug and carried her to the sofa, then slowly placed her on the sofa. Then he squatted in front of Wen Yutong and said to her, Auntie, let me give you a massage. It should be able to relieve it. Well, okay, thank you for your hard work. Wen Yutong replied. It's just a small favor. You're welcome, Auntie. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he stretched out his hands and began to massage Wen Yutong's calves wrapped in yoga pants. While massaging, I feel the wonderful touch and at the same time look at the beautiful legs so close to me. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi, enduring the pain and waiting. Of course, I am also enjoying the massage. While giving a massage, Suyi was also considering whether he should rely on the system to exchange points to treat Aunt Wen's cramps. Suyi started from the ankles and moved upwards, passing the knees and began massaging the thighs. Auntie One, do you mind if I continue to press up? After pressing a section of the thigh, Suyi looked up and asked Wen Yutong, who was looking at him. I don't mind. Wen Yutong replied. Okay, then I'll continue. Suyi replied, and then continued to massage upwards. The higher you go, the better the touch. Wen Yutong also felt very good and enjoyed this feeling very much. At this time, the atmosphere became ambiguous. Suyi pressed to the base of the thigh before starting to press back. Then massage back and forth, up and down. After pressing for a few minutes, Suyi looked up at Wen Yutong, who was looking at him, and asked with a smile, Auntie One, are you feeling better? Much better, but the cramps haven't stopped. Wen Yutong replied. Then I will continue to massage you until you stop. Suyi replied. Well, thank you for your hard work. Wen Yutong said. It's just a small favor, please don't be polite to me, Aunt One. Suyi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled and said nothing more. Suyi then continued massaging, feeling the wonderful touch as he did so. Wen Yutong quietly looked at Suya's peerless face and enjoyed Suya's massage. A few minutes later. Suyi smiled at Wen Yutong and asked, Aunt One, are you still having cramps? Wen Yutong felt it for a moment, moved it a bit, and replied with a smile, No more, thank you. You're welcome. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he asked with a smile, do you want to press it for a while longer to avoid cramps again, or is it over now? Wen Yutong thought for a moment and replied with a smile, okay, if you get cramps again later, you can help me press it again. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then stood up. As Suyi stood up, Wen Yutong also saw Suyi's body. I just stared at it for a while. When Suyi saw Wen Yutong's gaze, he subconsciously followed Wen Yutong's gaze and his gaze fell on himself. This immediately made his cheeks heat up and he felt a little embarrassed. Then he quickly walked aside and sat down. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi with a smile and said with a smile, don't be embarrassed or shy, this is normal, Auntie understands. If you don't have this reaction, I will doubt whether there is something wrong with your body, or whether I am unattractive, hee hee. Suyi smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a moment, so he didn't respond, nor did he know how to respond. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi with a smile, and then subconsciously looked at Suyi's body. He smiled and said, hurry up and find a girlfriend, otherwise your life will be a bit difficult with such a bad temper, huh? Suyi smiled awkwardly and replied, do it yourself and you will have enough food and clothing, hee hee. Yeah, that's right, Auntie sometimes does it herself too. It's just that doing it by myself is never as comfortable as doing it with the opposite sex. Wen Yutong said with a smile. Well, that's true. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he quickly changed the subject, by the way, I have a gift for you. Wait for me, I'll go to the room to get it. What gift is it? Why are you giving me a gift suddenly? Wen Yutong asked curiously. It's a women's necklace, and it's also one of the inherited properties. It's new and no one has ever worn it, so I plan to give it to you. Suyi replied with a smile as he stood up. Oh, okay. Wen Yutong replied. Suyi left the living room and went to his bedroom. He took the box containing the watch and left the bedroom, returned to the living room, and sat down next to Wen Yutong. While handing the box to Wen Yutong, she smiled and said, Auntie, this is for you. Well, thank you Xiaoya. Wen Yutong replied with a smile and took the watch box, feeling a little touched. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suya's mind. Congratulations, Master. Wen Yutong's affection towards you has increased by 2 points. Get a bonus cash of 2 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 200 points. Obtain 200 points of reward system redemption points. You will receive a prize of a lady's bracelet worth 20 million. Get a reward of a private jet worth 500 million. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Suyi was secretly delighted after hearing this. That's a really high rate of return. Giving gifts is good, but give more gifts. Wen Yutong opened the box and looked at the necklace inside. What a beautiful necklace. With such a big diamond, this necklace must be very expensive, right? Wen Yutong asked curiously while looking at the necklace. Not bad, 10 million. Suyi replied truthfully. A necklace worth 10 million is already very expensive. I can't bear to buy a necklace of this price. Thank you so much. I like this necklace too. The style suits me very well. Wen Yutong replied. As long as Aunt One likes it, I also think it is very suitable for Aunt One. Suyi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled at Suyi and said, please help me put it on and try it on. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he reached out and took out the necklace. Stand up. After Wen Yutong turned her back to him, he began to put the necklace on her. Chapter 14 is just too sexy. Soon, the necklace was put on. After putting it on, turn around and let me see if it looks good and whether it suits you. Suyi said. Yeah, okay. Wen Yutong replied and turned to face Suyi. Suyi looked at the necklace, smiled and praised, the necklace is very beautiful, the style suits you very well, and it matches you very well. Of course, the main reason is that Aunt One, you are beautiful and have a good temperament. You will look good in any necklace. Really? Then I'll go look in the mirror. Wen Yutong replied with a smile. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to look in the mirror. Come with me too. I have something to say to you later. Wen Yutong greeted Suyi with a smile. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. Then he followed Wen Yutong and left the living room. Arrived at Wen Yutong's bedroom and entered the cloakroom. Wen Yutong began to look in the mirror. Suyi stood aside and looked at Wen Yutong in the mirror. Wen Yutong showed a satisfied smile, it is indeed very beautiful and suits me very well. I like it very much. After saying that, she turned around and hugged Suyi, thanking him out loud. Thank you, Xiaoyi, I really like the necklace you gave me. You're welcome, Auntie. It's just a small token of my appreciation. Suyi replied with a smile while hugging the soft and fragrant Wen Yutong. While feeling the wonderful touch, you can also smell the faint body fragrance and high-end perfume of the other person. Wen Yutong hugged her for more than a minute before letting go with a little reluctance. Suddenly I thought of something and asked, I was browsing my moments earlier and saw Wanwan's moments. She said that you are very good at fighting. You easily beat more than 20 people by yourself and you didn't get hurt at all. Is that true? Well, yes. Suyi replied with a smile. When did you become such a good fighter? How do I know this now? I've never heard you talk about it before. Wen Yutong asked curiously. I was born strong, and recently I've noticed that I'm getting stronger, that's it. As for why I didn't say it, it's because I just felt there was no need to say it. Suyi lied perfunctorily. Oh, there is such a thing. Then how strong are you now? I'm a little curious. Wen Yutong asked curiously. Suyi thought for a moment and replied with a smile, very big, I don't know exactly how big it is, I haven't tested it. Then let's go to the gym and try it. Auntie wants to know how big it is and wants to see it for herself. How about it? Wen Yutong said with a smile. Of course, Auntie, I will satisfy your small request. Suyi replied with a smile. Okay, then let's go to the gym. Auntie can't wait. Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two of them left the cloakroom together. The two people went to the second floor of the villa's annex, which is a gym with various fitness equipment. Suyi looked at the various equipment, walked towards the barbell and said with a smile, use the barbell to test your strength. Okay. Wen Yutong replied, then watched and waited. Suyi first added all the barbell plates onto the barbell, which weighed about 400 to 500 kilograms. Then he stood in front of the barbell, extended his index finger, and easily lifted the barbell. It's very easy. I feel like it won't be a problem if a dozen more come. Aunt Wen, do you have a rough idea of how powerful I am? Suyi asked with a smile. Wow, this is too exaggerated. Aren't you too strong? You only have one finger and you lifted it up so easily with just 400 to 500 kilograms of weight. It's incredible, it completely subverts my understanding, and it has such a strong impact on me. Wen Yutong exclaimed excitedly. Suyi smiled, feeling secretly happy, then put down the barbell. I really want to know your limit, but unfortunately there is nothing here or around that can test the limit of your strength. It's a pity. Wen Yutong said. It doesn't matter. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll test it for you when I have the chance. Suyi said with a smile. Well, find a chance to try to see if you can lift a car or truck with one hand, Wen Yutong said. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. I think the scene should be more visually impactful. I am looking forward to it and can't wait to see it. Why don't we go to the garage now and try to lift the car, and then go outside to see if we can lift the truck? Wen Yutong said. Okay, no problem. Aunt Wen can still satisfy this small request. Suyi replied with a smile. Let's go to the garage now. Wen Yutong greeted with a smile. The two then left the gym. Soon, the two men arrived at the garage. This Rolls-Royce Phantom should be the heaviest. Let me check how much it weighs. Suyi said. Then he took out his phone and asked the AI, and the AI told him it was more than 5,000 kilograms. He put away his phone and said to Wen Yutong, this Rolls-Royce Phantom weighs more than 5,000 kilograms. Well, then try to see if you can lift it up. Wen Yutong said. Okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he walked to the side of the Rolls-Royce and stood there, thinking about how to lift it more conveniently. After taking a look, he turned to Wen Yutong and said, it's not very convenient to lift it. If you want to lift it, you will damage the car. So forget it, let's find another car another day? Well, we can find another car, but it's still early now, so let's go out and find a car now, because I can't wait to see it. Wen Yutong said. Suyi smiled and said, okay, then get in the car and let's go out and find a car. Are you going to wear this or change into something else? You can just wear this, it's okay. Wen Yutong looked at her yoga pants and tank top and replied with a smile. Well, it's just too sexy. I'm worried that it might drive some people crazy, huh? Suyi said with a smile. Wen Yutong felt happy after hearing this and asked with a smile, Auntie, wouldn't it be sexy if I wore something else? Some are sexy, some are dignified, different clothes have different styles, but yours is particularly sexy. Suyi said with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled and said, let's get in the car then. Okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two of them got into a white Bentley worth several $1 million, and Wen Yutong drove the car out of the garage. Should we just find a truck on the side of the road or go somewhere else to find a truck? Asked Suyi, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Wen Yutong thought for a moment and replied, just find a truck or car on the side of the road. It doesn't matter if it's broken. If he can find me, I'll compensate him. If he can't find me, then he's out of luck, haha. Well, okay, it's better if there is no surveillance. I'm not afraid that the car owner will find us, but I'm afraid that it will be captured by surveillance cameras and attract other people's attention. I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Suyi said. Well, that's true. Let's take a look later to confirm whether there is any surveillance. Wen Yutong said. Chapter 15 Let Auntie Need Me. After a while, the two men found a large truck parked on the side of the road. Suyi looked around in the car to see if there were any cameras. After taking a look, he turned to Wen Yutong and said, there are cameras nearby. Then I'll continue looking. Wen Yutong said, and started the car. After a while, we found a large truck parked on the side of the road. Suyi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked around and made sure there were no cameras. He turned to Wen Yutong and said with a smile, there are no cameras here, so let's take this one. Okay, then I'll pull over. Wen Yutong said. Then drive the car to the side of the road. Then two people got off the car. The two men walked over to the truck and stood aside. Suyi looked at the big truck and then crawled under it. Then he raised his hand and easily lifted the truck. Wen Yutong, who was standing aside and watching, was surprised and shocked when he saw this visually impactful scene. He couldn't believe it. This looks very heavy. It's at least several times heavier than my Rolls-Royce Phantom. You lifted it up so easily. It's obvious that you didn't use all your strength. This is simply too outrageous, too magical. Wen Yutong exclaimed excitedly. Suyi was secretly happy after hearing this and smiled. Auntie Wen, have you seen enough? If so, I'll put it down. Just put it down, it's okay. Wen Yutong replied. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied, then put down the truck and climbed out. I have to ask the AI how heavy this truck is, said Wen Yutong. After saying that, he picked up his phone, opened Doubao, took a photo and sent it to Doubao, asking Doubao how heavy the truck was. The answer came quickly, this big truck weighs 40,000 pounds. Then he said to Suyi excitedly, this truck weighs 40,000 pounds, and you lifted it up so easily. It doesn't look like you're struggling at all. Obviously you didn't use all your strength. I wonder how much you can lift with all your strength. Oh my god, you are so strong that you can reach this level. It's unbelievable. Suyi smiled and walked to Wen Yutong and stood in front of him, smiling and saying, well, I didn't use all my strength. I feel like I can lift another 20,000 pounds. The highest combat value of an ordinary person is 50 points. His current total combat value is 2,900 points, which is 60 times stronger than the strongest ordinary person. As for how much weight you can lift, just ask the system. Suyi asked the system and found out that he could currently lift about 60,000 kilograms. Oh my god, being able to lift 60,000 pounds is incredible, outrageous, and magical. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it no matter who told me. I wouldn't have dared to believe it. After all, it's too subversive. Wen Yutong said excitedly. Then she stretched out her hand and pinched Suyi's arm and said, let Auntie pinch it and see how your body is different from other people's bodies. Suyi smiled and replied, my body is no different from other people's bodies. It is a normal body with bones, flesh, muscle and fat. I feel the same way. It feels similar to that of a normal man, and the hardness is similar, but why is the strength so strong? It's magical and really puzzling. Wen Yutong said, and now he has started to press Suyi's chest and abdominal muscles. Well, there are chest muscles and abdominal muscles, and the touch feels good too. Suyi smiled and said nothing. Can you take off your clothes and let Auntie see if there is any difference between your body and other men's? Wen Yutong asked, retracting her hand. Of course, I will definitely meet this small request. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he started unbuttoning his shirt. Quickly, open the shirt. Auntie, take a look and see if there is any obvious difference from other men's. I don't think there is any obvious difference anyway. Suyi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong took a look and said with a smile, there is indeed no obvious difference. Well, you have a great figure, great skin, and a great complexion, huh? Suyi smiled and said, so are we going home now or what? Wen Yutong thought for a moment and said, since we're all out now, let's go to your manor and take a look around. Sure, it's still early anyway. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two of them got into the Bentley. Suyi told Wen Yutong the location of the manor. Wen Yutong used the navigation to determine the location and started the car. After a while, the car entered the manor. Wen Yutong drove the car while looking at the scenery outside and asking some questions. How big is the area of the manor, how much is it worth, are there any employed people in the manor, etc. Suyi answered all of them. Soon, the car stopped in front of the main villa and two people got out. And Wen, do you want to visit the outside first or inside the villa? Suyi asked as he walked towards Wen Yutong. Wen Yutong thought for a moment and said, let's take a look outside first while it's still bright. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two of them began to tour the manor, chatting as they went. After a while. Wen Yutong suddenly saw a snake in front of her quickly moving from one side to the other. She was startled, her expression changed, her scalp went numb, her head buzzed, and she screamed in surprise. She subconsciously turned around and hugged Suyi, raising her legs and clamping Suyi's legs tightly. The warm fragrance hits your face and the softness enters your arms. Naturally, Suyi subconsciously reached out and hugged Wen Yutong's soft buttocks. While feeling the wonderful touch, you can also smell the light body fragrance and high-end perfume. At the same time, he comforted her, don't be afraid, Aunt Wen. I'm here. This snake won't bite you. After Wen Yutong calmed down a bit, he said, hold me and move away from here. I don't dare to come down now. I have been particularly afraid of snakes since I was a child. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. Then he walked forward holding Wen Yutong. As they walked, their bodies rubbed against each other, and the wonderful touch became even stronger. Soon, Wen Yutong felt the changes in Suyi's body. This made her cheeks burn and her body warm up. At the same time, I am enjoying this feeling and find it very exciting. After walking 20 to 30 meters, he asked, Auntie Wan, is this distance okay? If it is, I will let you down. Wen Yutong thought for a moment and replied, let's go a little further. The main reason is that she can't bear to give up this current feeling and wants to continue experiencing it. Okay, no problem. Tell me where you can get down and I'll let you down. Suyi replied. Suyi also feels good about this feeling at the moment, so he naturally has no objection to continuing walking. Of course, even if he didn't feel anything at the moment, he wouldn't refuse to hold Wen Yutong and continue walking. Yeah, okay. Wen Yutong replied. Walked a few dozen meters more. Wen Yutong felt that it would be unreasonable if he didn't come down. So I said reluctantly, okay, put me down. Chapter 16 So sexy. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. Then he put Wen Yutong down with a little reluctance. Aunt Wan, are you standing firmly? If you are, I will take my hand back. Suyi asked. Well, stand firm. Wen Yutong replied. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied, and at the same time withdrew his hand that was steadying Wen Yutong. Wen Yutong smiled at Suyi, then subconsciously looked at Suyi's body, staring at him, unable to look away for a while. When Suyi saw Wen Yutong looking at his body, he subconsciously followed his gaze. When his gaze fell on his own body, his cheeks suddenly became hot and he felt a little embarrassed. Then he reached into his trouser pocket and prepared to adjust it, trying not to be too obvious. When Yutong came back to his senses, shifted his gaze to look at Suyi's face, smiled, and joked, the capital is very strong. Suyi smiled awkwardly and was speechless. When Yutong smiled and said, don't be shy, it's not like you haven't seen it before. Well, I'm not used to it yet. Suyi replied somewhat awkwardly. When Yutong smiled and said, okay, let's go visit the villa. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. Then the two of them walked towards the main villa together, chatting as they walked. Entered the main villa and started the tour. After visiting the first floor, we took the elevator to the second floor. After visiting the third floor, the two people left the villa. Back in the Bentley, Wen Yutong started the car. After a while, Wen Yutong was driving on the road when he smelled the barbecue smell coming from outside the car. He thought it was very fragrant and felt hungry. Then he asked, "I'm craving for barbecue, do you want to eat it?" "Yes, I do. I also smell the barbecue. It smells delicious. I want to eat it too." Suyi replied with a smile. "Okay, then let's go have a barbecue." Wen Yutong replied. Then they found a place to park the car, got out, and chose a barbecue restaurant together. After some selection, I chose a barbecue restaurant that looked good in all aspects. The two of them entered together, found a seat, sat down, took the menu and started ordering. After ordering the dishes, Wen Yutong asked, "Would you like some beer?" "Sure, eating barbecue would be incomplete without drinking beer, hee hee." Suyi replied with a smile. "Yeah, I think so too." Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Then the two of them discussed what kind of beer to drink, room temperature or iced, and then Wen Yutong asked the waiter to bring one over. Soon, plates of delicious barbecue were served. The two of them took the skewers and started eating. "I think it tastes good and suits my appetite. What do you think?" Wen Yutong asked after swallowing it. "Well, I think it tastes good, quite good, and suits my appetite." Suyi replied after swallowing. "Well, that's good." Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Afterwards, the two of them ate and drank from time to time, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Because both of them were very good looking, they attracted various looks from the surrounding diners of all ages, both male and female, but they were simply ignored by the two of them. After a while, the two people were full and satisfied. After sitting down and resting for a while, Suyi went to settle the bill. Wen Yutong knew that Suyi was very rich now, so he didn't compete with Suyi to pay the bill. The two men left the barbecue restaurant, discussed for a while, and decided to take a walk to digest the food. Two people were walking and chatting on the street. The good looks of these two people naturally attracted various gazes from passers-by, young and old, men and women. But he was still ignored by the two of them. After walking for a while, a few young men who had been drinking in a store walked behind Wen Yutong and Suyi. Several people set their eyes on Wen Yutong's attractive back and started staring at her. After taking a look, they began to make obscene comments. "Oh my god, this woman has such a good figure, so sexy. I've slept with many women, but I've never slept with a woman with such a good figure. It would be so nice if I could have sex with a woman like this. Is the man next to her boyfriend or her husband? She is so happy. I don't know if she is still okay. I think she has kidney deficiency. If I were her, I would also have kidney deficiency. Which man can control himself with a woman of this figure? That makes sense. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to control myself either. I would do it several times a day for sure, until it's too late. It's not that exaggerated. It's just like that if you sleep too much, you'll get tired of it. It's just a matter of time. The prettier you are, the later you'll get tired of it. Well, although I have never slept with a woman with such a good figure, I think it should be like this, huh? I don't know if this guy is tired of sex. I really want to ask him if it feels good when he has sex." Suyi heard the dirty words from the people behind him and turned to look at Wen Yutong, wanting to see Wen Yutong's reaction. Seeing that Wen Yutong didn't seem to react, he considered whether he should ask Wen Yutong whether he should teach the people behind him a lesson. Wen Yutong was not angry when he heard the words of the men behind him. Instead, he felt it was quite exciting and ambiguous. "I can't help but imagine what she and Suyi are doing." Suyi thought about it, and then asked Wen Yutong, "And Wen, do you want me to teach those people behind us a lesson?" Wen Yutong came back to his senses and turned around to reply, "It's not a big deal, it's not necessary. If we have to fight for this kind of thing, how many people will we have to fight every day? How much will our mood be affected? How much time will be wasted? Will we have time to do other things?" "Oh, okay, and Wen has a point," Suyi replied. Afterwards, the two of them just walked ahead quietly, without chatting, because both of them were thinking about that scene in their minds. After walking for a while, the two turned around and prepared to return to where they parked. The two returned to the parking lot and prepared to get in the car. Several middle-aged men in black rushed out and approached Wen Yutong one by one. It is not clear whether he wants to kill Wen Yutong or kidnap Wen Yutong. Suyi was surprised when he noticed it, but then he reacted quickly and rushed towards one of them at full speed. Bang! Crack! Ah! Suyi entered the attack range and threw a quick punch. Although the middle-aged man in black noticed it, he was shocked and his expression changed slightly. He wanted to react, but it was too late. The dull sound of collision, the crisp sound of bones breaking, and the screams of pain sounded almost at the same time. The powerful force caused the middle-aged man in black to scream and fly backwards. Suyi approached the next target quickly without stopping. Enter the attack range and attack quickly again. The target, the middle-aged man in black, was startled and his expression changed. He wanted to respond, but unfortunately his reaction was not fast enough. Bang! Crack! Ah! The dull sound of collision, the crisp sound of bones breaking, and the screams of pain sounded almost at the same time. The powerful force caused the middle-aged man in black to scream and fly backwards. Suyi did not stop and quickly approached the next target again. Chapter 17. It's exciting just to think about it. In a matter of seconds, Suyi easily dealt with 7 or 8 burly men one by one, and then he stopped. With a quick glance, I saw a black business car parked on the side. I think these people should have gotten off this business car. Suyi saw that there was no one else in the car except the driver. After thinking about it, he decided not to go over and deal with the driver. After all, the driver will need to clean up the battlefield and load these people into the car and take them away. I looked at the men in black who fell to the ground with painful expressions, curled up and tossing and turning, holding the painful parts of their bodies. He turned around, walked to Wen Yutong and stood in front of her, asking, "And Wen, do you want to ask who sent them and what they want to do?" "Well, sure. I'll go ask." Wen Yutong replied. "These people are screaming now and they probably don't have the energy to answer you." "Go ask the driver over there," Suyi said. "Yeah, okay." Wen Yutong replied. Then Suyi took Wen Yutong towards the black business car on the side. The driver in the car was shocked when he saw this and his expression changed slightly. I was wondering whether to sit and wait for death or drive away. After thinking for 2 seconds with his confused mind, he immediately decided to drive away. He didn't want to be beaten or tortured. If anything is found out, you will be held accountable and punished by your superiors. When Suyi saw the driver preparing to drive away, he quickly approached the business car, got to the driver's side, and quickly reached in and clamped the driver's neck. "Stop the car, or I'll crush you to death," Suyi threatened harshly. The driver was shocked and his expression changed drastically. He nodded quickly and stopped the car. "Get out of the car," Suyi ordered harshly and released the driver's neck. The driver coughed a few times, then opened the door and got out. Suyi said to Wen Yutong, who was walking over, "And Wen, ask." Wen Yutong walked to the driver's side and stood there, then asked him seriously, "Who are you?" The driver looked at Wen Yutong nervously and fearfully, thought about it with a confused mind, and replied, "Someone gave us money to kidnap you, and we took the money to do the job. We are not anyone's people. We are just a gang that gets paid to do things." Wen Yutong stared at the driver and tried to make a judgment. After trying for several seconds, she still couldn't figure out what was going on, but she didn't quite believe that the driver was telling the truth. Then he turned to Suyi and said, "He didn't tell the truth. Torture him and force a confession." "Okay," Suyi replied. Then he stretched out his hands to grab the driver's neck, and said fiercely while exerting force, "Tell the truth, or I will strangle you to death. Just blink when you're willing to tell the truth, and I'll let you go." The driver looked painful and groaned with a red face. Naturally, I was struggling in my heart about whether or not to tell the truth. After holding on for a few dozen seconds, he felt like he was about to be strangled to death, and then he blinked rapidly. Seeing this, Suyi let go of the driver. The driver massaged his neck to ease the pain, gasping for air and coughing violently. After 2 minutes, he felt much better and looked at Suyi and Wen Yutong. Then he said, "We are from Fenghuang Group." Wen Yutong stared at the driver for a few seconds to make his judgment. Although he believed what he said, he still said in a harsh voice, "Are you sure? If you lie, I will kill you." Yes, I'm definitely not lying. If I were lying, I would be struck by lightning and my whole family would be killed," the driver replied with great determination. Wen Yutong stared at the driver for a few seconds and didn't say anything. He turned to Suyi and called out, "Let's go." "Yeah, okay." Su Yi replied. Then the two men walked towards the Bentley parked on the side. At this time, some of the men, women, old and young who were watching around were exclaiming and talking excitedly. Oh my god, that handsome guy is so awesome, not only is he good looking but he's also a great fighter. I love you. Just now, his movement and attack speed were so fast. This is the first time I have seen someone so fast in real life. It feels so unreal. It feels like I am watching a fantasy movie. Wow, this little brother is so awesome, I like him so much. Little brother, I'm still a virgin, please be my boyfriend. He's so fast, so his speed should be fast too. It's exciting just thinking about it. I've lived for decades, but this is the first time I've seen someone so good at fighting in real life. Why is he so powerful? Does martial arts really exist in this world? Su Yi and Wen Yutong returned to the Bentley, and Wen Yutong drove away. You're really good at fighting. I feel really safe with you around. I feel much safer than if I had bodyguards with me. Wen Yutong said with a smile while driving. Because she saw the whole process and knew that Su Yi was not injured, she did not ask if he was injured or anything. Su Yi smiled and said, Anwen doesn't want to bring a bodyguard in the future, and if I happen to be free, you can ask me to accompany you. Yeah, okay. Bringing a bodyguard is not as good as bringing you along, huh? Wen Yutong said with a smile. Su Yi just smiled. By the way, thank you for what happened just now. If it weren't for you, I would have been in trouble. Wen Yutong thanked with a smile. Aunt Wen, you're too polite. This is what I should do. I don't want to see anything happen to you. Su Yi said. Wen Yutong was touched and said with a smile, Xiao Yi, you were so nice. Su Yi just smiled. At this moment, the system's words rang in my mind. Congratulations, Master. Wen Yutong's affection towards you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. Get a manor worth 5 billion. Get a reward of an island worth 10 billion. Get a reward of a private jet worth 1 billion. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. When Su Yi heard these rewards, he was secretly delighted and couldn't help but smile. The reward this time is more than 20 billion in wealth. This one reward is enough for countless people to strive for countless lifetimes. Wen Yutong paused, and then said, whoever can become your girlfriend or wife is truly blessed after several lifetimes of hard work. You are so outstanding, in every aspect. I don't know which girl will become your girlfriend or wife in the future. This time she didn't say anything like hurrying after her daughter, because she had other ideas. Su Yi just smiled. Wen Yutong thought about it for a while and asked, what are your requirements for your future girlfriend, such as age? Would you consider a woman who is more than 10 years older than you? After asking, I waited a little nervously. Chapter 18 Don't make random plans. As long as I like it, of course it's fine. I also like mature and beautiful women. I think they are very charming. Su Yi replied with a smile. After hearing this, Wen Yutong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little secretly happy in his heart, feeling that he was not without a chance. After all, she is a mature and beautiful woman, very charming. Then, the two continued chatting. While they were chatting, Wen Yutong received a call from a friend who asked her out for a drink. Wen Yutong thought about it, then asked Su Yi if he was willing to go with her. Su Yi was willing, and Wen Yutong agreed. After ending the call, Wen Yutong used the navigation to determine the location and drove away. Because we were good friends, and we were alone in the club drinking, so I didn't plan to go home to change clothes, and I felt there was no need to do so. After a while, we arrived at a high-end club. After parking the car, the two people entered the club. Wen Yutong took Su Yi to the box where his friends were. After entering the box, I saw my friend hugging two male models on both sides and chatting with them. He smiled, then invited Su Yi to sit on the sofa. Wen Yutong's friend Su Ro, 32 years old, is a full-time housewife and has a 9-point appearance. My husband is the chairman of a group and has assets worth billions. Her husband is older, 55 years old, and not very good in that aspect. Plus, there are many women around him, so Su Ro feels empty, lonely and cold, and often comes to the club to play. When Su Ro saw Su Yi, she was immediately stunned. He stared at Su Yi's face for dozens of seconds, then scanned him up and down. Then he said to Wen Yutong excitedly, Sister Tang, your little man is so handsome. When did you find him? How come I just found out? Where did he find it? Does he have any friends as handsome as him? That's the point. When the two male models saw Su Yi, they felt ashamed and were envious and jealous. If I were to be a male model under these conditions, my business would be very good. No, maybe she was kept by someone after working for a few days and got the job right away. Why should he continue to do this? Which rich woman would be willing to let a man like this continue to do this? Which rich woman can resist this? Which rich woman doesn't want to support a man for a long time? When Yutong smiled and replied, "Misunderstood, he is not my little man, he lives in my house now, I am his guardian. Let me give you a brief introduction. His name is Su Yi, you can call him Xiao Yi, and he is still a freshman. Xiao Yi, she is my good friend, you can call her Aunt Su." "Hello, Aunt Su." Su Yi greeted politely with a smile. "Hello, Xiao Yi, come and shake hands with your aunt." Su Ro responded with a smile and extended her right hand towards Su Yi. Su Yi smiled, stretched out his right hand and held the other person's fair, soft, and delicate hand. Su Ro held his hand for a few seconds, and when she let go, her fingers stroked Su Yi's palm. Su Yi naturally felt it, but he didn't think anything of it. He just smiled at Su Ro. After all, the other person is very beautiful, a rare beauty, although not as beautiful as Aunt One. Su Ro then asked Su Yi, "Xiao Yi, do you want to drink?" "Sure." Su Yi replied. "We are drinking red wine. Do you want to drink red wine? If you don't want to drink red wine, tell your aunt what you want to drink and she will order it for you." Su Ro said with a smile. "Sure, there's no problem drinking red wine." Su Yi replied with a smile. "Okay, then I'll call the waiter over. You two can order whatever you want to eat and drink. Auntie will pay for everything tonight." Su Ro said with a smile. "Well, okay, thank you Aunt Su." Su Yi thanked with a smile. "You're welcome. It's my duty." Su Ro replied with a smile. Then ask a male model to help call the waiter. Then he smiled at Wen Yutong and asked, "Do you want to ask the handsome guy to come over?" "No." Wen Yutong replied. Su Ro looked at Su Yi and understood. I guess Wen Yutong is concerned about his image and is worried that he will leave a bad impression in Su Yi's mind. Then he smiled and said, "Well, actually there's really no need to yell when Xiao Yi is next to you. He's much more handsome than all the male models." Wen Yutong smiled and didn't respond. Because she thought so too. Su Ro smiled, then whispered, "I think you can eat him. Don't let this good thing go to outsiders. If you don't want to eat it, give it to me. I will thank you for several lifetimes." When Yutong glanced at Su Ro and replied unhappily, "Go away, don't let your imagination run wild, don't talk nonsense, and don't make random plans." Su Ro smiled and said, okay, whatever you want. I don't believe you are willing to give it up, and I don't believe you are not jealous, hee. When Yutong smiled and didn't reply. When Yutong immediately stood up and walked to Su Yi's right and sat down, smiling at Su Yi and asking, "Xiao Yi, do you have a girlfriend?" "We just broke up a few days ago, so I'm not in a relationship now." Su Yi answered truthfully. "What kind of woman is so stupid to break up with you? I'm very curious about why he broke up with you. Would you mind telling me? If not, you don't have to. I'm just curious." Su Ro said. "A college classmate. Her family arranged a date for her with someone of similar social status, so she broke up with me." Su Yi replied with a smile. "Oh, I see. Don't be sad, you are so handsome, you will never lack women. There are plenty of women who want to pursue you, right?" Su Ro comforted with a smile. "Yes, there are indeed quite a few." Su Yi replied truthfully with a smile. "That's right, just pick one you like from there. It will only take a few minutes for you to be single. It's just a matter of whether you want to or not whether you can or not." Su Ro said with a smile. Su Yi just smiled. Wen Yutong, who was sitting on the left side of Su Yi, felt a little uncomfortable and sour when he saw Su Ro and Su Yi chatting. After a few seconds, I wondered if I was jealous. It was kind of funny to think that I would get jealous over something like this. Soon, the waiter came in. Wen Yutong and Su Yi ordered some food, such as fruits and snacks, and the waiter left. "Come on, let's have a drink together." Su Ro raised her glass and greeted with a smile. Su Yi and Wen Yutong raised their glasses in response. "Cheers! Cheers! Cheers!" The three of them clinked their glasses, said cheers, and then each raised their glasses to their lips and started drinking. The three people finished drinking and put down their glasses one after another. The two male models sitting on the side were very sensible and held the decanter to pour wine for the three people. Su-ro chatted with Su-yi for a few more words, then smiled and said, "Shall the three of us play games or sing?" "I don't care. It's up to you guys." Su-yi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong thought for a moment and said, "Let's play games." "I don't want to sing now." "Of course, if you two want to sing I won't stop you." "Okay, let's play games." Su-ro replied with a smile. Then he smiled at Su-yi and asked, "Xiaoyi, do you have any games you want to play? If you let me choose the games, the scale of the games I choose is a bit big. I don't know if you can accept it, haha." Chapter 19 Don't Touch Me, Don't Touch Me. Su-yi smiled and said, "Let me think about it." "Well, think about it. It's better to be interesting. Don't tell others about the games that children play. After all, we are all adults. We should play games that adults play." "Ha ha," Su-ro said with a smile. Su-yi smiled and started to think. Wen Yutong and Su-ro looked at Su-yi with a smile and waited. Su-yi thought about it and asked tentatively, "How about playing dice, or maybe a roulette wheel? I'm tired of playing these two games. There's nothing new about them." "Let's try something different," said Su-ro. Okay. Su-yi replied a little helplessly. Then I continued to think. Wen Yutong and Su-ro continued to look at Su-yi with a smile. Su-yi thought about it again and gave up. He smiled at the two people and said, "I can't think of any interesting games. You two should decide. I'll play whatever you want to play. I really don't care. Anything is fine." "Okay, then we decide for ourselves," Su-ro said with a smile. After saying that, he thought for a moment and said, "Play rock paper scissors and take off your clothes. The loser has to take off a piece of clothing or something. If you don't want to take it off, you have to drink 2, 3, or 4 glasses of wine. The exact amount can be decided through negotiation." "Is it so exciting to play?" "Yeah, I'm fine, you can play. As for not wanting to take off your clothes and drink a few glasses of wine, that's fine with me. You decide," Su-yi said with a smile. Wen Yutong looked at the two of them and thought about it, but still didn't say anything like "This game is not very good or not suitable for me and Su-yi to play together." Instead, he said, "If you don't want to take off your clothes, have a drink. If you drink too much, you will get drunk too quickly and then there will be no fun." "Okay, no problem," Su-ro replied. Then he said, 15 and 20. "It's a bit messy to play with 3 people, let's do it in pairs. I'll play with Ono first." "Yeah, okay," Su-yi replied with a smile. Su-ro suddenly remembered that there were 2 male models on the side. She didn't want the 2 male models to see their bodies today, mainly because she wanted Su-yi to have a better impression of her. So let the 2 male models go out. After the 2 male models left, he smiled and said to them, "Okay, let's start." "Okay," Su-yi replied. 15, 15, 20. "I lost, I'll take it off," Su-ro said with a smile. Then she started to take off her skirt. Although she could take off her jewelry, necklaces, etc., she chose not to take them off. Su-ro was wearing a black bodycon dress, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels, which was also very sexy. Su-yi and Wen Yutong smiled as they watched Su-ro take off her tight skirt. Soon, Su-ro took off her hip skirt and put it aside. Su-ro saw Su-yi looking at her and asked with a smile, "How is your figure and skin?" "Well, very good, with a good figure and good skin, very white and looks very delicate," Su-yi replied with a smile. "Can you tell if the skin is fine or not? I think you have to touch it to be sure." "Come, touch it," Su-ro said with a smile. Su-yi didn't know what to say. Wen Yutong, who was sitting nearby and watching, felt a little jealous, and immediately spoke up to stop them. Okay, stop making trouble, it's my turn." Then he smiled and called to Su-yi, "Xiaoyi, come on, let's continue." "Yeah, okay." Su-yi turned around and replied with a smile. Su-ro smiled and said nothing more. She looked at the 2 people with a smile, waiting for them to play rock paper scissors. "Are you ready?" Wen Yutong asked with a smile. "I'm ready, let's start," Su-yi replied with a smile. 15, 20, 10. "You lose," Wen Yutong said to Su-yi with a smile. Well, okay, then I'll take off my clothes. Suyi replied with a smile. Then start unbuttoning your shirt. Wen Yutong and Su Ro watched with a smile. Soon, Suyi took off his shirt and put it aside. Wen Yutong and Su Ro stared at Suyi's body. Wow, oh no, you have a great body. You have pectoral muscles and 8-pack abs, everything is in good proportion, and your skin tone is great too. Your skin looks good. Let Auntie touch it to confirm whether it is good or not. Su Ro said with a smile. At the same time, he reached out to touch Suyi's chest and abdominal muscles. Well, your skin is very good too, not bad. Su Ro praised with a smile. Wen Yutong felt jealous when he saw Su Ro touching Suyi. His lips moved, but he still didn't say anything to stop. Instead, he said unhappily, "Stop touching me, stop touching me. It's our turn to play rock, paper, scissors. The night is long, don't panic. The point is that we don't have enough clothes on us. If we hurry, they will be gone soon. Are you in such a hurry to get naked? If so, I can cooperate with you, hee hee." Su Ro smiled and joked at Wen Yutong. Wen Yutong smiled unhappily. Okay, then keep touching me. I think you don't care about your image anymore. You don't care about the image you have in Xiaoye's heart. Su Ro smiled at Wen Yutong, then smiled at Suyi and asked, "Xiaoye, do you usually exercise? You have such a well-proportioned body, with both chest and abdominal muscles." Well, I haven't worked out much. Suyi replied. You have really good genes. If other men knew about this, I wonder how envious, jealous, and resentful they would be. Ha ha. Su Ro said with a smile. Suyi just smiled. Oh, I almost forgot you had a girlfriend before. When you have sex with your girlfriend, it can be considered as exercise. At your age, I guess you exercise every day, many times a day, right? Su Ro asked with a smile. Suyi smiled, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Su Ro smiled when she saw Suyi's reaction. Okay, I'm going to play a game with your Aunt One. Do you want to guess who will lose between me and her? Su Ro asked Suyi with a smile. Suyi looked at the two of them with a smile, and said with a smile, forget it, let's not guess anymore. You guys play, I'll wait for the result. Okay, I won't make things difficult for you. Su Ro said with a smile. Then he smiled and called Wen Yutong, come, let's go. Let's start. Wen Yutong replied. 15-20, 15. Ha, you lose, take off your clothes. Su Ro said to Wen Yutong with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled and began to take off his clothes. Su Ro and Suyi watched with a smile. Wen Yutong took off her suspender top and put it aside. Su Ro smiled and asked Suyi with a smile, Xiaoye, is your Aunt Wen's figure better or is mine? After hearing this, Wen Yutong looked at Suyi, wanting to hear what Suyi had to say. Suyi smiled, then looked at the two people's bodies, and then smiled perfunctorily, all is well, all is well. Don't be perfunctory. To be objective, we won't be angry. Su Ro said. Wen Yutong also smiled and said, objectively speaking, we won't be angry. We are not that petty, and we don't mind winning or losing that much. Chapter 20 Anti-Kiss. Suyi smiled at Wen Yutong, thought for a moment, and then said, Auntie Wen has a better figure. Wen Yutong smiled and felt happy after hearing this. Su Ro was not disappointed, but smiled and said, you are telling the truth this time, because I also think her figure is better than mine, and our other friends think so too, it is generally recognized. Okay, let's continue playing the game. Afterwards, the three continued playing the game. Take it off if you lose. Take it off if you lose. When the three of them were left with only their underwear, they chose to drink and stopped taking off their clothes. Although Su Ro wanted to continue, Suyi didn't care. After all, he was a man and was not afraid of being seen, nor did he mind looking at two people. But he was stopped by Wen Yutong. After all, Wen Yutong is Suyi's guardian and aunt, so she still has some concerns. At least I am concerned and worried about these things at the moment, but I am not sure whether I will still be concerned and worried about these things in the future. Naturally, when Suyi saw the two of them like this, the necessary changes occurred. Su Ro and Wen Yutong also noticed Suyi's changes one after another. Wen Yutong didn't say anything, but Su Ro watched and smiled and said a few words, which made Suyi feel a little awkward and embarrassed. But I find it very exciting. After the three of them played for a while, they were all almost drunk. So I decided to stop and sing. Wen Yutong got up and went to the bathroom. After Wen Yutong closed the bathroom door, Su-ro, who was still drunk, stretched out her left hand to hook Su-ye's neck, pulling Su-ye closer to her, while stretching out her right hand to grab Su-ye's body. Then the sexy red lips kissed Su-ye's lips. Su-ye was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether he should enjoy it or not. After a few seconds, he slowly responded. After more than 2 minutes, their lips parted. Su-ro smiled at Su-ye and said, "Let's add WeChat. After we leave here, I'll book a hotel and send you the location. Come, don't let your Aunt Wen know." Su-ye looked at Su-ro, thought for a moment and replied, "Well, okay. But you don't have to go to the hotel. I'll give you an address later. You can go there and come out after I get back to Aunt Wen's house." "Okay." Su-ro replied with a smile. The two then added each other as WeChat friends. After putting down his phone, Wen Yutong also walked out of the bathroom and sat down next to Su-ye. Then the three of them started to sing. After Su-ye started singing, the two people were immediately stunned and shocked by his voice. I was immediately immersed in the beautiful singing and couldn't extricate myself. After Su-ye finished singing a song, the two people came to their senses and clapped and exclaimed excitedly, "Xiaoyi, when did you sing so beautifully? How come I just found out about it?" Wen Yutong asked curiously. "Wow, Xiaoye, your singing is so beautiful. I really like it. Come on, give me a kiss." Su-ro also spoke excitedly, then she put her hands around Su-ye's neck and kissed Su-ye on the cheek. The system's words also rang in Su-ye's mind. "Congratulations, master. Wen Yutong's affection towards you has increased by 2 points. Get a bonus cash of 2 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 200 points. Obtain 200 points of reward system redemption points. Get a pair of earrings worth 20 million. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it." This made Su-ye, who was secretly happy when hearing the two people praising him, even happier, and he couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he smiled and thanked humbly, thank you, it's really great." Then he smiled and lied to Wen Yutong, "I'm not sure about the details, maybe I had an epiphany. Of course, this is just my guess, haha." Wen Yutong became jealous again when he saw Su-ro kissing Su-ye. After taking a look at Su-ro, he smiled and replied to Su-ye, "It's so magical. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. But no matter what, this is a good thing. Your voice is really beautiful, your singing skills are very good, and you sing this song very well. I like it very much. Keep going." Su-ro also smiled and said, "There is such a thing. This is the first time I've heard of it. Okay, keep going. Auntie wants to listen more. It's so good. I want to keep listening to it." Su-ye smiled and said, "Yeah, okay." Then the next song had already played a few lines, so Su-ye looked at the lyrics on the screen and then picked up the microphone and started singing along. Wen Yutong and Su-ro listened quietly again and were soon immersed in the beautiful singing. A few minutes later, Su-ye finished singing another song. After Wen Yutong and Su-ro came to their senses, they excitedly clapped and exclaimed in amazement. "It's so beautiful, it's really so beautiful. This is the first time I've heard such a beautiful song. Keep going. It's so beautiful, oh no, your singing is so great that words can't describe it. Keep going. By the way, Auntie will give you another kiss." After Su-ro finished speaking, she kissed Su-ye on the cheek again. Seeing this, Wen Yutong felt jealous again. After thinking about it, she smiled at Su-ye and said, "Auntie, give me a kiss too." After saying that, he leaned over and kissed Su-ye on the cheek. Su-ye felt the soft touch on his cheek, looked at the two of them with a smile, and thanked them, "Thank you very much." The intro to the next song begins to play. Su-ye took the microphone and started singing. Afterwards, Su-ye sang a few more songs before stopping. Okay, I need to take a break. You guys can sing too. I want to hear you sing, too. Okay, then take a rest. You must protect your voice. Although I still want to listen, I will restrain myself for the sake of your voice. Su-ro said to Su-ye. Take a break and protect your voice. You've been singing several songs in a row, and I don't want your voice to be damaged. Wen Yutong also said with a smile. Afterwards, Su-ro took out her mobile phone and ordered a few songs, then started singing with the microphone. Su-ro has a nice voice and good singing skills. She sang this song well and she is also very beautiful, so all in all it's pretty good. A few minutes later, the song was finished. Su-ye and Wen Yutong applauded and praised. That sounds good, keep going. Not bad, keep going. Thank you, thank you. You're too kind. My singing is far inferior to Ono's, Su-ro said with a smile. Then she smiled at Su-yi and asked, Auntie gave you a kiss before, do you want to give Auntie a kiss? Su-yi smiled, leaned over and kissed Su-ro on the cheek. Su-ro showed a satisfied smile. She almost couldn't help but kiss Su-yi on the mouth, but fortunately she was cautious and tried her best to hold back. Won Yutong was jealous again. I was thinking whether I should ask Su-yi to give me a kiss after I finish singing. Chapter 21. Let us take a bath together. Su-ro smiled at Su-yi, then looked at Wen Yutong again, wanting to see Wen Yutong's reaction. Seeing that Wen Yutong didn't react, he turned to look at the big screen in front of him, listened to the prelude of the song and waited. Su-ro sang 4 songs in a row before stopping. It was Wen Yutong's turn to sing. After the prelude of the song ordered by Wen Yutong took the microphone and started singing. Wen Yutong's voice is very nice and her singing skills are good. She sang this song well, and most importantly, she is very beautiful, so the whole thing is very good. A few minutes later, the song was finished. Su-yi and Su-ro clapped and praised with a smile. It sounds so good. Wen sings so well. Very good, keep going. Xiaoyi, your Wen sings so well, why don't you give her a kiss? Su-ro said to Su-yi with a smile. Su-yi turned to look at Su-ro, then turned back and looked at Wen Yutong with a smile. He just looked at her for a while without saying anything. Wen Yutong looked at Su-yi and Su-ro, thought for a moment, and said to Su-yi with a smile, you can't be partial. You kiss Aunt Su when she sings, so it's fair that you kiss me when I sing. Okay, no problem. Su-yi replied with a smile. Then he leaned over and kissed Wen Yutong on her fair cheek. Wen Yutong smiled and said, I'll continue singing. Then he turned to look at the big screen in front of him and continued singing with the microphone. Wen Yutong sang a few more songs before stopping. Then the 3 of them raised their glasses and drank. After putting down their wine glasses, the 3 of them discussed whether they should continue playing the rock-paper-scissors game. After some discussion, we decided not to play anymore and just sang and drank. Since they didn't want to play the rock-paper-scissors game, the 3 of them just put on their clothes. After getting dressed, they took turns singing and drinking from time to time. Su-ro thought that Su-yi agreed to have sex with her, so she didn't want to continue playing. He pretended to pick up his phone and looked at it, then said, It's getting late, and we've had enough to drink, shall we go home and sleep? Of course, it was really getting late and we had almost finished drinking. Su-yi and Wen Yutong naturally had no objection and responded one after another. Then the 3 of them picked up their things and left the box together. Su-ro went to pay the bill, and the 3 of them left the club together. When we arrived at the parking lot, we called a designated driver. Wait for the designated driver to arrive and get in their respective cars. Su-ro, who was sitting in the back seat of her car, sent a WeChat message to Su-yi. Didn't you say you had a place to go? Send me the location. Su-yi, who was sitting in the passenger seat of a Bentley, received a WeChat message from Su-ro, and then sent her the location of a nearby villa. Then he typed and sent a message, Go to this villa area, wait for me at the gate of the villa area, I will take a taxi over in a while. Yeah, okay. Hurry up, don't keep Auntie waiting too long. Su-ro typed back. Yeah, okay. Su-yi typed back. The 2 chatted for a few more erotic words before ending the conversation. After a while, we returned to Wen Yutong's villa. Su-yi and Wen Yutong took the elevator to the 2nd floor together. They said goodbye to each other and separated. Su-yi waited until Wen Yutong entered the bedroom before going downstairs and leaving the villa. I called an online taxi while walking. Arrive outside the villa area and wait for the online taxi to arrive and get in. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the villa area where his villa was located. He got out of the car, glanced around, saw Su-ro's car, and walked over. Su-ro had already sent the designated driver away and was sleeping in the back seat. Su-yi came to the car and knocked on the window, Aunt Su. Su-ro opened her eyes, opened the car door and prepared to get out. No need to get out of the car, I'll drive directly to the villa. Su-yi said. Yeah, okay. Su-ro replied. Su-yi opened the driver's door, sat in the driver's seat, and drove the car into the villa area. Whose villa is this? Su-ro asked curiously. Mine. Su-yi replied. Well, I didn't expect you to be a rich 2nd generation too. Su-ro said. Su Yi smiled and didn't reply. Soon, the car arrived at the yard of a villa with a market value of 1 billion and stopped. The two got out of the car, and Su-ro couldn't wait to hug Su-ye's neck and kiss his lips. Su-yi also responded by hugging Su-ro's soft waist. It is now past 1 a.m., the surrounding street lights have long been turned off, and it is relatively dark around, so I am not worried about being seen. Of course, there is nothing wrong with seeing it. The two kissed for a few minutes before stopping. Then Su-ro took Su-ye's arm and entered the villa together. The two took the elevator to the second floor. Let's take a shower together? Su-ro said. Yeah, okay. Su-yi replied. When entering the villa, Su-yi consumed a little bit of system exchange points and exchanged them for some daily necessities and daily necessities. So now the villa has everything it needs and is completely habitable. The two men entered a large bathroom, discussed and decided to take a shower, take care of their personal hygiene as quickly as possible, and then play cards. The two of them took a shower and blow-dried their hair together. Su-yi also helped Su-ro blow-dry her hair. After blowing, wash up. After finishing some trivial matters, the two hugged and kissed in the bathroom. An hour later, Su-yi finished. The two of them took care of their personal hygiene, went to the bedroom, lay on the bed, hugged each other, and rested, chatting and talking about playing cards. After chatting for a few sentences, Su-ro suddenly thought of something and asked, Xiaoyi, do you think our relationship should be kept secret, especially from your Aunt One? Of course. Su-yi replied. Yeah, I think it's necessary too. Su-ro replied. Then she asked, if I want to play cards with you in the future, can I contact you at any time? If I'm free, I can. Su-yi replied. Well, okay, if you want to play cards with your aunt, you can also contact your aunt. If your aunt is free, I will play cards with you. Su-ro replied. Then the two chatted for a while and started again. An hour later, Su-yi finished and the two of them hugged each other to rest. Because it was getting late, the two of them didn't plan to continue. Getting ready to go home. The two of them hugged each other and rested for a while, then got up and dressed. They left the villa together and got into Su-ro's white Rolls-Royce. Su-yi drove away. Su-yi first sent Su-ro back to her own villa. The two hugged and kissed in the car and said goodbye to each other. Then Su-yi got off the car and left, called an online taxi, waited for the car to arrive at the gate of the villa area, and got in the car to go back to Aunt Wen's house. Su-yi returned to Aunt Wen's house, went back to his bedroom, and went to bed. Morning. Su-yi got up, washed and dressed, then took the elevator downstairs. When I entered the restaurant, I didn't see Aunt One. I guess that Aunt One was probably still sleeping. I sat down at my seat and started eating breakfast. Soon, Bai Xingwan entered the restaurant. The two sides greeted each other, sat down at their seats and had breakfast. We started chatting while eating. Chapter 22: A Match Made in Heaven. After breakfast, the two went to school together. When they arrived at school, the two went to the classroom together. Of course, we sat next to each other. After class at noon, the two left the teaching building together, discussing whether to eat in the school cafeteria or go out to eat, and what to eat. After some discussion, we decided to eat in the cafeteria. After all, the food in the cafeteria tastes pretty good, so it's okay to eat there occasionally. After all, this is the second best aristocratic college in the world. The two people went to the fourth floor of the cafeteria, found a restaurant, entered, sat down, and ordered food. After ordering the food, we waited and chatted. When male and female students at several tables nearby saw Su-yi and Bai Xingwan, some of them stared at them or looked at them secretly. A few male and female students watched and talked in low voices. They are inseparable every day, are they a couple? The school belle and the school hunk are together every day. I suspect that they have an unusual relationship. I think so too. After all, they are both so good looking, and it is very likely that they like each other. I suspect that they have already played cards. If they are a couple, it would be so enviable. They are a match made in heaven. School beauty Bai has such a good family background. Her parents should arrange a family marriage for her and won't let her fall in love based on her looks. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be perfect if the school hunk also had money. Although some people were talking in a low voice, Su-yi and Bai Xingwan still heard some of it. Su-yi heard something and looked at Bai Xingwan with a smile, wanting to see Bai Xingwan's reaction. Bai Xingwan didn't get angry when she heard some of the words, and she didn't react. She just looked at Su-yi, wanting to see how Su-yi would react. For a moment, the atmosphere between the two people became a little ambiguous. Suyi looked at Bai Xingwan and smiled, saying, "We are inseparable every day. Not only will others misunderstand that we are a couple, but it will also affect other men from pursuing you. Are you worried? What's there to worry about? Not only am I not worried, but I think it's good this way. It's quiet, and there aren't so many flies to disturb me or affect me." Bai Xingwan replied. Then he asked, "Do you mind? Are you worried that you will have fewer suitors because you are with me every day?" "I don't mind. I don't care. I don't care if I have more or fewer suitors. I'm not worried." Suyi replied with a smile. "That's good. Since no one cares, don't think about it. Don't take what people around you say seriously. Just ignore it." Bai Xingwan said. "Yeah." Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two continued chatting. After the food was served, the two began to eat. The two of them finished their meal and sat down to rest for a while. Suyi paid the bill and they left the store together. After leaving the cafeteria building, the two walked around the campus to digest their food. They walked and chatted, ignoring the various looks from the male and female students around them. A prettier girl quickly walked up to the two men and stood in front of them. He smiled at Suyi and said, "School prince, excuse me, I have a question for you." Suyi subconsciously stopped and looked at the girl, and asked curiously, "What's the question?" "Ask it." Of course, whether to answer or not depends on whether the question involves personal privacy or something. "Are you in love with the school beauty Bai, or are you already in a relationship?" asked the beautiful girl. He glanced at Bai Xingwan who was standing beside him, then looked at Suyi, waiting for Suyi's reply. After listening to this, Bai Xingwan looked at the beautiful girl, then turned to look at Suyi, wanting to hear what Suyi would say. Suyi looked at the beautiful girl and thought for a while, then turned his head to glance at Bai Xingwan who was looking at him, and smiled at Bai Xingwan. Then he turned to the pretty girl and said, "It's not convenient to answer this question." The beautiful girl looked at Suyi, and then at Bai Xingwan. Then he looked at Suyi again and replied with some disappointment, "Okay, sorry to bother you, goodbye." "Okay, bye." Suyi replied politely with a smile. The beautiful girl turned and left. Suyi turned to Bai Xingwan and smiled, saying, "Okay, let's go." "Yeah, okay." Bai Xingwan replied. Then the two continued walking forward. Bai Xingwan asked curiously, "Why is it inconvenient to answer the question of whether we are a couple? You can obviously tell the truth." Suyi smiled at Bai Xingwan, thought for a moment, and then replied, "Because this is a personal privacy. You can choose not to answer, so why should you tell the truth? You can't let them think you can answer anything, because then they'll push their luck. Besides, it's not now. What if it happens in a few days? Will they think I'm lying and have a bad impression of me?" "Ha ha." Bai Xingwan smiled and said, "What you said seems to make some sense. I am actually speechless." Suyi smiled and said nothing more. The two of them walked for a while and then began to discuss what to do. After some discussion, we decided to go to the calligraphy class to practice calligraphy. This doesn't require you to sweat or take a shower afterward, so it saves you a lot of trouble. Soon, the two arrived at the calligraphy classroom, found a table, and began to practice calligraphy side by side. Suyi's calligraphy skills were average before, but now he has a system. So just consume 49 exchange points to exchange for the maximum level of calligraphy. It is definitely necessary to spend dozens of exchange points to reach the maximum level of calligraphy. What if Bai Xingwan, who is standing next to him, sees his calligraphy skills and her feelings towards him increase? The rewards are many times greater. After Suyi successfully exchanged the money, he suddenly became extremely confident. He picked up the brush and started writing quickly. Bai Xingwan, who was standing aside and writing slowly, noticed Suyi's actions out of the corner of her eye. She subconsciously turned her head to look and started staring at him. Only when Suyi turned his wrist slightly, the wolf hair brush drew a stunning trajectory on the plain paper. When starting to write, the ink color is as heavy as ancient jade, and when writing with the center of the brush, silver hooks and iron strokes suddenly burst out. The turning point seems to be broken and connected, and the flying white is like torn silk piercing the clouds. The structure of a single word holds hidden secrets. The horizontal stroke breaks the slanting trend, while the vertical stroke is as solid as a rock. The left and right strokes are like spreading crane wings, and when the last stroke is finished, the ink suddenly spreads, and a light golden sheen is cast on the rice paper. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi writing, and then set his gaze on Suyi's peerless profile. At this moment, Suyi in her eyes was radiant and charming. It made her heart beat fast and her heartstrings began to flutter. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suya's mind. Congratulations, Master. Bai Xingwan's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. Win a Pagani supercar worth 100 million as a reward. You will be rewarded with a yacht worth 500 million. Get an island worth 5 billion as a reward. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Chapter 23. Is it really so magical? Suyi couldn't help but smile after hearing this. Soon, Suyi finished writing. The whole piece of calligraphy seems to be casually painted, but a closer look reveals that every stroke is in line with the charm of Lanting. The ink color gradually turns from thick black to dry white, just like the undulating mountains and rivers in a long scroll of ink painting. Even the few ink stars that fall when the wrist is suspended form their own rules in the blank space, making people feel that the clouds and mist on the paper are full of style, and even the air is filled with the fragrance of ink and sword intent. Suyi nodded with satisfaction, turned to look at Bai Xingwan, who was looking at him in surprise, and felt secretly happy when he saw Bai Xingwan's expression. After a pause, he asked with a smile, "Take a look at what I wrote." Bai Xingwan finally came back to his senses and exclaimed excitedly, "It's so well written, it's simply indescribable. When did your level become so high? Have you been practicing secretly behind my back?" Suyi was secretly pleased after hearing this. He smiled and replied modestly, "Thank you very much. I didn't practice secretly without your knowledge. Maybe I just had another epiphany?" "Ah, you have another epiphany? How come I have never had an epiphany before? How come you have this epiphany and then that epiphany? Is it really that magical? You really make people envious, jealous, and hate you." Bai Xingwan couldn't help but sigh, feeling speechless. Suyi smiled and said, "I can't help it. If I don't talk about enlightenment, I can't think of any other possibility. Anyway, this is the case. You asked me why my level suddenly improved so much. I don't know either. I can only guess." Bai Xingwan stared at Suyi for a few seconds, and after thinking for a while, he couldn't think of any other possibilities, so he replied helplessly, "Okay, I believe you, because I can't think of any other possibilities." Then he asked, "You write so well, you must have some experience and skills, can you teach me? I also want to improve my level." "Well, there are some. I can give you some advice. As for whether they are effective, I'm not sure. I need to try them to know." Suyi replied with a smile. "Then give it a try and see if it works. Of course, if my own abilities are not good enough, then I can't blame your experience and skills," Bai Xingwan said. "I believe in your ability, let's start," Suyi said with a smile. "Okay," Bai Xingwan replied. Then Suyi took out his brush and walked to Bai Xingwan's desk, writing as he spoke. When writing calligraphy, one must achieve unity of mind and hand, starting with controlling the brush. Hold the pen loosely, with the thumb supporting the pen, the index finger pressing the pen, the middle finger hooking the pen, the ring finger holding the pen, and the little finger assisting. The wrist should be suspended in the air, and the palm should be empty as if holding an egg. If it is too stiff, the pen will be stiff, and if it is too loose, the power will be dispersed. Use your wrist to generate strength. Use finger strength to write small characters, wrist strength to write medium characters, and arm strength to write large characters. The changes of lifting and pressing, in the strokes, there should be pressing and lifting and pressing. The center of the brush is the main point, and the tip of the brush always moves in the center of the stroke, so that the line will be strong and penetrating. If the brush is moved at an angle, the line will be flat and thin. You can try writing hanging needle vertical to feel the texture of the tip of the brush always moving in the center of the stroke. Bai Xingwan listened and watched carefully. Soon, Suyi finished writing another piece of calligraphy. But he didn't stop talking and continued to impart his experience and skills. A few minutes later. "Okay, that's all for now. If I say too much, you might not remember it. We'll talk about the rest later. Come on, try it yourself. Write according to the experience and techniques I mentioned and see if there is any improvement," Suyi said with a smile. "Yeah, okay," Bai Xingwan replied. Then he changed to a new piece of rice paper, thought for a while, and then picked up the brush and started writing. Suyi stood aside and watched quietly. Soon, Bai Xingwan finished writing. Bai Xingwan looked at what she had written and said, I feel like I've made some progress. It's better than before. I don't know if it's an illusion. Please help me see if there is any progress. After saying that, he turned to look at Suyi, waiting for Suyi's comment. Suyi smiled and said, there has been some progress, but it's not a big one. Don't worry, take your time. There's plenty of time. You're already pretty good now, and your learning and comprehension abilities are very strong. After hearing this, Bai Xingwan was secretly delighted and couldn't help but smile. Yeah, okay. Then please help me see what shortcomings there are in this calligraphy and point them out so I can improve them later. Bai Xingwan said with a smile. Suyi looked at it and then started talking. The 4 characters of Pine Wind and Bamboo Shadows have begun to show strength, but there are 3 points that need to be studied. The right stroke of the character is not in harmony. The vertical stroke next to the character ends a little stiffly, like a bamboo stick inserted diagonally. The left stroke of the character on the right started too hastily, and the ink was not yet settled before it was thrown out. The right stroke was also ended too hastily. It should have stretched out like a crane's legs kicking the ground, but now it looks like a hastily ended leap of joy. Look at this turning point. If you pause for a moment after pausing the brush to let the tip of the brush wrap around the ink before moving forward, the line will be more solid. Bai Xingwan watched and listened quietly, looked at his own words, then turned his head to look at Suya's peerless profile. He was attracted by Suya's appearance at this moment, and could not help but stare at Suyi, unable to move his eyes away. After Suyi finished speaking, he turned to look at Bai Xingwan and saw that Bai Xingwan was looking at him with an obsessive look without blinking. After a moment of confusion, he smiled and just looked at Bai Xingwan with that smile without saying a word to remind her. Bai Xingwan stared at Suyi for a few seconds before coming back to her senses. She smiled awkwardly, her beautiful face blushed, and then she turned her head to look at the calligraphy and painting, thinking for a while before saying, well, I understand. I'll pay attention next time. Do you want to do it again? Suyi asked with a smile. Well, let's do it again and see if there is any improvement. Bai Xingwan replied. Then he changed to another piece of rice paper, picked up the brush, thought for a while, and then began to write. Soon, Bai Xingwan finished writing. He looked at what he had written, then turned to Suyi and said, I feel like it's better than before, what do you think? Suyi took a look and replied with a smile, yes, indeed, I have made some progress. You have a strong learning ability and good talent. Keep practicing and you will get better and better. Well, thank you for the encouragement. Bai Xingwan replied with a smile. Suyi smiled and said, you're welcome. Then Bai Xingwan continued to practice. Suyi continued to give instructions. Bai Xingwan wrote a few more words and said to Suyi, my hands are getting weak from writing. Take a break. I want to watch you write. It's a pleasure to watch you write. I want to learn from you, too. Yeah, no problem. Suyi replied with a smile. Suyi returned to his table, and Bai Xingwan followed and stood beside him. Suyi changed a piece of rice paper, picked up the brush and started writing. Bai Xingwan watched quietly. He looked at Suyi writing, then turned to look at Suya's peerless profile, and was unable to extricate himself from Suya's beauty. There is no way, Suyi is too charming and charismatic at this moment. Soon, Suyi finished writing a piece of calligraphy. He looked at what he had written and smiled with satisfaction. Then he turned to Bai Xingwan, who was looking at him with an obsessed look, and asked with a smile, what do you think of this calligraphy? Chapter 24, A Kept Gigolo? Bai Xingwan came back to her senses and was embarrassed again, a blush appearing on her beautiful face. Then he quickly shifted his gaze to look at the calligraphy, and at the same time quickly adjusted his mood and expression, trying to make himself appear more natural. After the adjustments were almost done, I began to concentrate on looking at the calligraphy. The calligraphy was very well written, it had a strong visual impact on her and deeply shocked her soul. Each word seems to come alive and have a soul. These words seem to cleanse her soul and elevate her spirit. After staring at it for a few minutes, he came back to his senses and exclaimed excitedly, it's so well written, really so well that I can't describe it in words. Penetrating. Flamboyant. Smooth as flowing water. Very lively. These adjectives don't seem to be enough to describe it. Even if the effect is multiplied 10 or 20 times, it still won't be enough. In one word, absolutely. It's better than what many top calligraphy masters write. I unilaterally declare that you are the #1 calligraphy master in Dragon Country. If anyone is not convinced, they can ask them to compete with you. I promise that you can make them vomit blood and make them quit the world and never have the confidence to pick up a pen again. After hearing this, Suyi felt secretly happy and smiled. But he still smiled modestly. Thank you for the compliment, haha. If my level were the same as yours, no, if I were half as good as you, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Said by Xingwan. There will be such a day, I believe it will come soon. With my guidance, plus your talent and learning ability, this day will not be too far away. You have to believe in yourself. Suyi said with a smile. Well, I'll leave it to you from now on. Bai Xingwan said with a smile. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. I will teach you everything I know. Suyi said with a smile. Bai Xingwan smiled and said nothing more. Instead, I smiled and said, you continue, and I will continue to learn and appreciate. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he changed another piece of rice paper and started writing with the brush again. Bai Xingwan quietly admired it again. After a while, some male and female students came in one after another, each of them also preparing to practice calligraphy. Among them naturally include Suyi's ex-girlfriend Tang Yutong, and Tang Yutong's marriage partner Lu Sui, who is from an official family and whose father is the fourth in command of Tianhai City. When everyone heard Bai Xingwan's exclamations, they couldn't help but come over curiously, wanting to see what Suyi, the school hunk, had written, and whether it was as good as Bai Xingwan, the school beauty, said. Everyone who looked at the words written by Suyi was immediately amazed and shocked. Feel surprised, astonished, shocked, incredible, and unbelievable. A few male and female students couldn't help but exclaim in amazement and praise. Oh my god, is this really written by the school idol? It's too good to be true. Why do I feel that it is better than that written by many master calligraphers? Yes, I think so too. This is so well written, it's definitely at the master level. It's clearly a level beyond the master level, at least that's what I think. If there's a master calligrapher who disagrees, he can challenge him. Wow, it turns out the school hunk has this skill. He's so outstanding. I love him even more. I swear, I must chase the school hunk and make him my man. School prince, you write very well. Can you teach me? Even if you give me some pointers, I can take you as my teacher. As long as you are willing to teach me and give me pointers, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Why is the school hunk so outstanding? He's handsome, and his calligraphy is so good. It's really enviable. Fortunately, he has no money, which makes me feel better and more balanced. Lu Sui and Tang Yutong just watched quietly without saying anything. Tang Yutong felt a little uncomfortable. Because the better Suyi is, the more uncomfortable she feels. Then I comforted myself, what is the point of being good at calligraphy? Even if I make money from calligraphy, how much can I make? Suyi has no money, Suyi is poor. There is no future for Suyi. The man she is currently marrying has a father who is a high-ranking official, so her future is bright. The starting point of her marriage partner is also a height that Suyi will never be able to reach in his lifetime. Thinking of this, I felt much better and more balanced. Suyi felt secretly happy when he heard these words. He couldn't help but smile, and continued writing without stopping. Suyi was praised by these people, and Bai Xingwan was also in a happy mood, feeling proud and as if she was being praised. The two stayed in the calligraphy room for a while, and left when it was almost time to go to the classroom for class. After school in the afternoon, the two went home together. After returning home, when Yutong, who was dressed up beautifully and radiantly, stood up from the sofa and said to Suyi with a smile, Xiaoyi, accompany your aunt to go out for an appointment. A friend wants to have dinner with you. I want to go too. Bai Xingwan said. Why are you going? I brought Xiaoyi with me because he is good at fighting and can protect my safety. It is better and more convenient than bringing a bodyguard. You just stay at home. You can't affect the atmosphere of this dinner. It's a gathering of sisters, and no one is taking care of the children, so naturally I can't take care of the children either. When Yutong said to her daughter. Bai Xingwan didn't force it after hearing this, okay, go ahead. Suyi smiled at when Yutong and replied, well, when are we leaving? Let's go now. Can you go out now? Or do you need to pack up, or do you have anything else to do? When Yutong replied. I can go out now without having to get dressed or anything else to do. Of course, if Auntie thinks that what I'm wearing isn't good enough, I can change it. Suyi replied. No need to change, it's very good and very handsome. When Yutong replied with a smile. Okay, let's go. Suyi replied with a smile. The two men then entered the garage and got into the Bentley. Wen Yutong drove the car out of the garage. After a while, we arrived at a high-end Western restaurant. Wen Yutong brought Suyi into the Western restaurant and, under the guidance of the waiter, they arrived at the table reserved by Su Ro. At this time, Su Ro and two other female friends were already seated, chatting and laughing. The three people noticed the arrival of Wen Yutong and Suyi one after another and smiled at them. Su Ro first smiled at Wen Yutong, and then gave Suyi an ambiguous smile. The other two women also smiled at Wen Yutong first, and then looked at Suyi who was walking beside them. When I saw Suyi's appearance, figure and temperament, I was immediately stunned and amazed. He just stared at Suyi for a while, sizing him up. At the same time, people are also wondering what the relationship between Suyi and Wen Yutong is. Is Wen Yutong the gigolo that Suyi keeps? This possibility is quite high. No wonder she was kept by Wen Yutong, who was very picky and demanding towards wild men. What does chapter 25 have to do with you? Wen Yutong and Suyi pulled out chairs and sat down. Yutong, who is this handsome young man and what is his relationship with you? A beautiful woman who looked to be in her 30s asked curiously with a smile. Lin Jingxian, Wen Yutong's friend, is 38 years old and has an 8-point appearance. She has a good figure, good looks, good temperament, mature and beautiful, dignified and elegant, and full of nobility. She dresses fashionably, and all her clothes are top-notch luxury items, either from international brands or custom-made, and are worth a fortune. A full-time housewife, her husband is the chairman of a group and has assets worth billions. Wen Yutong smiled and said, "Let me give you a brief introduction. His name is Su Yi, you can call him Xiao Yi, he is my nephew. His parents were senior executives of our group and died for our group. Now I am his guardian and he lives in my house. Xiao Yi, this is my friend, Lin Jingyi, you can call her Aunt Lin. This is also my friend, Gu Qingyan. You can call her Aunt Gu. Hello, Aunt Lin. Hello, Aunt Gu." Suyi smiled and greeted politely. "Hello, Xiao Yi, you are so handsome, nice to meet you." "Hello, Ono, you are super handsome, nice to meet you." Lin Jingyi and Gu Qingyan greeted each other with a smile. Gu Qingyan, 35 years old, 8 points in appearance. She has a good figure, beautiful face, good temperament, a mature beauty, dignified and elegant. It is also top-notch luxury and worth a lot of money. Her husband is the chairman of a group, and she is a full-time housewife with a fortune worth billions. Su Ro smiled at the group and said, "Since everyone is here, let's order some food." After a few people nodded, the waiter was called over. A few people started ordering food, and then discussed ordering red wine. After ordering, we started chatting. "Xiao Yi, you are so handsome, you must have a lot of girlfriends, right?" Gu Qingyan asked Suyi with a smile. Lin Jingyi also looked at Suyi with a smile and waited for Suyi's reply. Wen Yutong and Su Ro also looked at Suyi with a smile. Suyi smiled at Gu Qingyan and replied, No, I had a girlfriend before, but we broke up a few days ago. I'm single now." "Ah, who dumped who?" "You are so handsome, it shouldn't be her who dumped you, right?" Gu Qingyan was surprised and asked curiously. Lin Jingyi was also surprised, shocked and curious, and looked at Suyi and waited. Suyi smiled and said, "She dumped me because her family arranged a marriage for her with someone who was well matched with her." "Oh, so that's it." Gu Qingyan understood. Then he comforted her, "Don't be sad. With your qualifications, you can find a lot of good girls. You don't need her." Lin Jingyi also comforted, "Yes, with your conditions, you can find any girl. If the old one doesn't go, the new one won't come. There's no need to be sad." "Well, I'm not sad. Thank you both aunts for your comfort." Suyi smiled and thanked. Afterwards, a few people started chatting, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Soon, the waiter brought the red wine over, opened it and poured it into the decanter. Then the waiter brought the meal over and placed it in front of the people. After a discussion, the few of them decided not to wait any longer for the red wine to fully sober up. Asked the waiter to pour it for them. Then several people raised their glasses and clinked them. "Cheers! Cheers!" After saying cheers, they each brought the glass to their mouths and took a sip. "Put down your wine glass and start eating." After a while, several people finished their meal and sat down to rest for a while. Su Ro called the waiter to settle the bill. Then several people left the restaurant. We arrived at the parking lot, called a designated driver, and prepared to go to the club to play mahjong. After a while, they arrived at the club, and several people entered the mahjong room, sat down and started playing mahjong. Suyi sat next to Wen Yutong and watched them play mahjong. Su-ro sat below Wen Yutong, so naturally, next to Suyi. So Su-ro took off her right high-heeled shoe and rubbed Suyi's calf with her right foot from time to time. Suyi, who was being rubbed, looked at Su-ro. Su-ro gave Suyi an ambiguous smile. Then the two people's eyes separated and looked away. Because they don't want to be discovered by others. Because Suyi doesn't know how to play mahjong, Wen Yutong teaches Suyi a lesson. So Wen Yutong taught Suyi about mahjong while playing. After playing a few games, Wen Yutong smiled at Suyi and asked, "Xiaoyi, how are you doing with your studies?" "Yeah, I've learned almost everything," Suyi replied with a smile. "Well, then why don't you try it out and let your aunt see how well you have learned?" Wen Yutong asked with a smile. Gu Qingyan smiled at Suyi and said, "Come on, Xiaoyi, I want to play cards with you and see how your skills have improved." Lin Jingyi also smiled and greeted Suyi, come on, come to the table, let Auntie see how you are doing. I've lived for decades, but I've never played mahjong with a top handsome guy like you. I want to experience what it's like to play mahjong with a top male god. I think it should be a great experience." Suyi smiled at the three people, then smiled back at Wen Yutong, "Yeah, okay. Then you come." Wen Yutong replied with a smile, then stood up. The two switched positions and Suyi came on. The automatic mahjong table has been shuffled and the dice have been thrown to decide who draws the cards first. Gu Qingyan draws the cards first. Suyi communicated with the system in his mind while taking the cards. Consume 50 exchange points to redeem the maximum level of mahjong. The exchange was successful, and Suyi immediately had a lot of information about mahjong in his mind. Suyi suddenly became full of confidence. At the same time, he sorted the cards much faster, and was very skilled. Wen Yutong, who was sitting nearby and watching, was somewhat surprised when he saw this. After looking at Suyi's skillful technique, he turned his head to look at Suyi, and then asked Suyi curiously, "Xiaoyi, are you sure you didn't know how to play mahjong before?" "Auntie, judging from the way you sort the cards, you don't look like a novice. You can be a veteran at first glance, and not just an ordinary veteran." After hearing this, Gu Qingyan and Lin Jingyi looked at Suyi one after another, wanting to hear what Suyi had to say. Suyi smiled and thought for a moment before replying, "I've definitely never played before. As for why you're so skilled, maybe you have a natural talent for it, huh? Well, this is the only possibility. It seems that you are a mahjong genius. This makes me a little excited. Auntie wants to see what your technical level is." Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Gu Qingyan also smiled and said, "Let Auntie see how amazing you are and how talented you are." Lin Jingyi also smiled and said, "Auntie also wants to know how strong your talent is. I can't wait." Su-ro also smiled and said, "Come on, let Auntie see how powerful you are." After listening to what several people said, Suyi just smiled and said nothing. Soon, after drawing the cards, Gu Qingyan looked at her own cards and played a card. 3 barrels. Bang. Lin Jingyi from the next house spoke. "Then take the cards and place them in front of you." Then he looked at his cards and drew one and played it. 1. Chapter 26. Do you want to charm your aunt to death? Then, several people started fighting. As time passed second by second, everyone had some understanding of Suyi's level. They evaluated, praised, and exclaimed one after another. "Xiaoyi, you are really talented. You are so good after just learning for a short while. Not bad, not bad. You are a good candidate for mahjong. You have great talent. Xiaoyi, you are really good. I didn't expect you to be so talented in mahjong. Of course, I didn't expect you to be this good. You're really a great mahjong player." Suyi was secretly pleased after hearing this, but he still smiled modestly, "Thank you very much." Then several people continued to play cards. Occasionally we would chat a little and give some compliments and exclaim in admiration. Suyi won several games in a row, and several people were amazed and amazed even more. "Xiaoyi, your level is amazing. If you have never been upside down before, then you are really a mahjong genius. Xiaoyi is so great, so amazing. The more I look at you, the more handsome you become. You are so charming. You are so outstanding. Do you want to charm me to death? Xiaoyi is so awesome, come on, win all their money. Xiaoyi, help Auntie play a few games later and win back the money she lost. Suyi smiled modestly, thank you for the compliment, it's just luck, just luck. Then several people continued to play cards. There was no doubt that Suyi won one round after another. Even top brands have their own quality. What a big 4. What a big 3. What green color? What do you mean all the same color? These have all been here. It's impossible for several women not to sigh and marvel. Suyi played a few more games before giving up his seat and letting Wen Yutong continue playing, while he sat by and watched again. Xiaoyi, come and help your aunt play a few games and help her win some money back. Su Ro said to Suyi with a smile. Suyi smiled and replied, no, Aunt Su, you fight by yourself, I'll watch you fight. No, hurry up and help Auntie play a few games and win some money. Su Ro insisted. At the same time, he stood up and reached out to pull Suyi's arm. Suyi smiled helplessly, okay, then I will help you play 3 games. We agreed to only play 3 games. Okay, please sit down first. Su Ro replied. Then he let Suyi sit in his seat. He pulled Suyi's chair over and sat next to him. Then, several people continued to fight. When Su Ro was playing mahjong with Suyi, she saw that the other people were not paying attention to her, so she started to get restless and stretched out her right hand towards Suyi and started rubbing him. Suyi suddenly felt his body tighten, feeling comfortable, nervous and exciting, and he enjoyed it silently. At the same time, he turned and looked at Su Ro with a smile. Su Ro also gave Suyi a wicked smile. In order to avoid being noticed by others, the two people immediately looked away and continued to stare at the cards. After a few seconds, Su Ro was no longer satisfied with just touching her pants, and began to pull the zipper. Afterwards, Suyi naturally felt better and enjoyed it more. Soon, Suyi won 3 games in a row and showed no intention of stopping. After all, Su Ro was giving him a massage now, and he was a little reluctant to leave like this. When Wen Yutong and the other two saw that Suyi had no intention of getting up after the 3rd round, they spoke up one after another. The 3 games we agreed on are already full, so don't help her play anymore. Yes, 3 games are full. Come and help Auntie play 3 games. That's right, 3 rounds are full. Come and help Auntie play 3 rounds as well. That's fair. Suyi smiled at the 3 people, then smiled at Su Ro and asked, Aunt Su, what do you think? Su Ro glanced at Suyi, then said to the 3 people, why are you so nervous? It's only 3 games. Let's play a few more games first. It's a long night, there's plenty of time, it will be your turn soon, then you can ask him to help you play a few more games. Besides, Xiaoye helped Yutong play so many games. To be fair, I also want Xiaoye to help me play that many games. Gu Qinyan thought for a moment and replied, that makes sense, then I'll do as you say. Lin Jingyi also smiled and replied, I agree, this is indeed fair. Wen Yutong smiled and said nothing. Then Suyi continued to fight with the 3 ants. Su Ro also continued to massage while looking at the cards. After a few more rounds, Gu Qinyan, Lin Jingyi, and the others urged. Su Ro naturally refused and wanted Suyi to help her play a few more games. Of course, the main thing is that if Suyi helps her to call and sits next to her, she can massage. Su Ro was unable to defeat the 2 men, so she had no choice but to give up, and withdrew her right hand with a little reluctance. Afterwards, Suyi helped Gu Qinyan and Lin Jingyi play a few games. Naturally, you win more and lose less. After helping Lin Jingyi finish the last game, Suyi returned to his seat and sat down. The 3 women also agreed that no one would ask Suyi to help fight again. Then Suyi watched the 3 women playing mahjong. It was past 11 o'clock when the 3 of them finished playing mahjong and prepared to go to the hot spring. Because this is a hot spring club, you can soak in the hot springs. Several people arrived at the hot spring service front desk, went through the formalities, picked up some things, and then walked towards the locker room together to change into hot spring clothes. Suyi changed first and came out to wait. After all, he only needed to wear a pair of boxer briefs. Soon, Wen Yutong and the other 2 came out wearing various bikini hot spring suits. Suyi couldn't help but stare at and admire their figures. The 3 of them also looked at Suyi's figure with a smile and admired it. Gu Qinyan smiled and praised, Xiaoyi, you have a great figure, with chest muscles and abdominal muscles, and a good complexion, not bad, you are really a perfect male god. Lin Jingyi smiled and added, not only does she have a good figure, but that part also looks good. Excellent people are indeed excellent in all aspects, haha. Su Ro looked at Suyi ambiguously and said nothing. Because she had not only seen it, but also used it, so she naturally knew how good and excellent Su-yi was. So there is no need to praise or comment anymore. Wen Yutong just watched with a smile and said nothing. Su-yi smiled and said nothing. Then several people entered a hot spring room together. After doing some warm-up exercises on the shore, we went down to the hot spring pool together and started soaking in it, chatting while taking a bath. After a while, Gu Qingyan smiled at Su-yi and asked, "Xiaoyi, can you give a massage?" "Not really, but I've seen it on the internet, so I do know some simple techniques." Su-yi replied with a smile. "Then why don't you give Auntie a massage? You're free anyway, okay?" Gu Qingyan asked with a smile. "Well, of course." Su-yi replied with a smile. "Okay, thank you then." Gu Qingyan replied with a smile, then sat down in front of Su-yi. Su-yi raised his hands, grabbed Gu Qingyan's fair shoulders and began to massage. Gu Qingyan's skin is very good, smooth, delicate and soft, and feels great to the touch. Su-ro, who was sitting on the side, smiled and said, "I'll help Auntie massage it later." Chapter 27, Help Auntie Press It Too. Lin Jingyi also said with a smile. "Give Auntie a massage later, too. Don't be partial." After hearing what the two said, Wen Yutong said to them unhappily, "Why don't you ask a professional technician to give you a massage? Why do you have to torment Xiaoye?" Su-ro smiled at Wen Yutong and replied, "Although professional technicians have good skills, they are not as handsome as Xiaoyi." Lin Jingyi also agreed with a smile, "That's right, the experience is completely different, mainly the mood is completely different, one is in heaven and the other is in hell, there is a world of difference. I mainly want to experience what it feels like to have a top male god give me a massage, and what kind of mentality I would have, huh?" Wen Yutong rolled his eyes at the two of them and was too lazy to say anything else. At the same time, she was also thinking in her mind whether she should let Su-yi help her press it. After all, she would feel unbalanced if she didn't let Su-yi give her a massage. Seeing Su-yi giving Gu Qingyan a massage, she felt a little sour and jealous. Su-yi massaged Gu Qingyan's shoulders for a few minutes, and then started massaging her arms. After massaging both arms, he started to massage the back. He hit his back and asked, "Auntie Gu, is it okay? And the legs are not pressed." Gu Qingyan replied. "Okay." Su-yi replied. The touch of his legs was better, and he had no reason to refuse. Then Su-yi began to massage Gu Qingyan's legs. Start from the calf and press upwards, finally beginning to massage the thigh. The higher you go, the better the feeling will be. Massage your thighs and calves back and forth. Gu Qingyan looked at Su-yi's peerless face with a smile and enjoyed Su-yi's massage. Su-yi massaged for a few minutes. Su-ro, who was sitting on the side waiting, said, okay, that's enough, no need to press her anymore. Xiaoyu, come here and help Auntie." After hearing this, Su-yi turned around and looked at Su-ro with a smile. Then he turned to look at Gu Qingyan, ready to listen to what Gu Qingyan had to say. Gu Qingyan said to Su-ro, "Why are you panicking? There is plenty of time. Xiaoyi, help me press it for a while now, and you can ask him to press it for you a while later, are you stupid? What you said makes sense. Let's do as you say." Su-ro replied. Lin Jingyi and Wen Yutong also thought it made sense, so they didn't say anything. Su-yi continued massaging Gu Qingyan's legs for a while before he finished. "Then go and help Su-ro press. Massage your shoulders, back, arms and legs." It ended after more than 10 minutes. Next one, Lin Jingyi. Su-yi massaged Lin Jingyi for more than 10 minutes and then finished. Finally, I went to give Wen Yutong a massage. Help Wen Yutong massage her fair, soft, delicate and smooth shoulders, feeling the wonderful touch while massaging. Massaged my shoulders for a few minutes, then started to pat my back. After beating your back, start massaging your arms. The touch and feel of the arms are also very good. Finally, start massaging your legs. Especially the thighs, the touch feels even better. After massaging the thigh for 7 or 8 minutes. Su-ro smiled and said, "That's enough, you didn't press it for that long." While continuing to press, Su-yi turned to smile at Su-ro, then turned to look at Wen Yutong, wanting to see what Wen Yutong would say. Wen Yutong said to Su-ro, "What's the relationship between Xiaoye and me? What's wrong with Xiaoye helping me press for a while longer?" Su-ro smiled and said, "Then Xiaoyi and I have a very good relationship, so Xiaoyi should help me press for a while longer. You two just met yesterday, how close can you be?" Wen Yutong replied unhappily. Su-ro smiled and said, whether a relationship is good or not, and how good it is not just determined by time. Anyway, I think Ono and I have a very good relationship. Ono, don't you think so? After saying that, he smiled at Su-yi and waited. Su-yi just smiled and said nothing. What can he say? He was not comfortable saying anything. Therefore, silence is the best choice. When Yutan looked at Su-ro, then at Su-yi. Seeing that Su-yi did not reply to Su-ro's words, he immediately said to Su-ro unhappily, okay, don't embarrass Xiaoye anymore. How do you want Xiaoye to answer? If I tell the truth, it will embarrass you, but if I lie, my conscience will be at fault. So he chose to remain silent. Gu Qingyan and Lin Jingyi just watched with a smile and said nothing. Su-ro smiled, looked at Su-yi, and said nothing more. Su-yi continued to press Wen Yutong for a while before he finished. Afterwards, a few people continued chatting while taking a bath, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After soaking for a while, several people went ashore and left the hot spring box, preparing to go to the bathroom to take a shower and change into their clothes. Several people changed back into their own clothes, then left the club together, preparing to go home. One by one, they called a designated driver, said goodbye to each other and left. Of course, Su-ro and Su-yi secretly agreed to meet at the villa later. After a while, when Yutan's Bentley was driven to the gate of the villa area by a designated driver. When he was about to drive into the villa area, 5 or 6 men with machetes jumped out and rushed towards the Bentley quickly. When Yutan was leaning back in the seat with his eyes closed and sleeping, so he didn't notice what was happening outside the car at all. When Yutong didn't notice it, but Su-yi and the driver did, and of course the security guard in the security booth also noticed it. Su-yi did not hesitate at all. He quickly opened the car door and got out, selected the target, and rushed over quickly. After entering the attack range, quickly attacked the knife man. When the target knife man saw Su-yi's fast speed, he was shocked and his expression changed slightly. Although I noticed it and wanted to react, it was too late. Bang! Crack! Ah! The target knife man was unable to dodge and was hit by Su-yi. The dull sound of collision, the crisp sound of bones breaking, and the screams of pain sounded almost at the same time. The powerful force caused the knife man to scream and fly backwards, and the machete in his hand also fell to the ground. Su-yi did not stop and quickly approached another target. At this time, when Yutong, who was in the car, heard the noise outside the car and opened his eyes to look outside. Seeing Su-yi fighting with the knife men one by one, it can also be said that Su-yi was easily and quickly dealing with the knife men one by one. She stared at it without blinking. Although I know how powerful Su-yi is, I still can't help but feel a little nervous and worried. The designated driver and the 2 security guards in the security booth were surprised, astonished, and shocked to see how good Su-yi was at fighting. They couldn't believe it. This guy is definitely an expert among experts. That moving speed. That speed of attack. That power. It is definitely not something that an ordinary master can do. The situation at this time gave them an unreal feeling, as if they were in a dream or watching a movie. The 2 security guards couldn't help but secretly envy him, wishing they could be as awesome. Chapter 28 Auntie wants to go play. In a matter of seconds, Su-yi took care of all the knife men. He stopped and stood still, glancing around. I saw a black business car parked on the side of the road not far away. There was no one else in the black business car except the driver sitting in the driving seat. Su-yi thought for a moment, walked to a knife man who was groaning in pain, stopped, looked down at the knife man and asked coldly, "Whose people are you? I remind you, it's best to tell the truth. If you lie, I will kill you." After saying that, he stared at the other person and waited. After hearing this, the knife man, who was curled up and groaning in pain, covered the painful part, thought for a moment and did not reply. Su-yi stared at the knife man for more than 10 seconds, but the knife man did not respond, nor did he show any signs of responding. He smiled cruelly, then raised his foot and kicked continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, ah, ah. A dull collision sound and the knifeman's painful scream were heard. Say it or not, if you don't tell me, I'll kick you to death. Su-yi continued to kick wildly while asking harshly, using more and more strength. The knife man was also kicked forward by him, moving faster and farther. The knife man endured for dozens of seconds, but he couldn't bear it any longer. Because he felt that if he continued he would be kicked to death. Then he said with difficulty, "Stop kicking me, stop kicking me. I'll tell you what I'm saying." After hearing this, Su-yi stopped, looked down at the knife man and waited. The knife man groaned in pain for more than 10 seconds, and then spoke with some difficulty. We are from Yangli Company. Our company was destroyed by Ling Yun Group. Our boss wanted revenge, so he arranged for us to assassinate the boss lady of Ling Yun Group. Suyi stared at the knife man for a few seconds, but couldn't figure out what he was saying. He was not sure whether what the other party said was true or false. So he said ruthlessly, "Is it true or not? If you let me know that you are lying, I will kill you." "It's true, absolutely true. I swear, if I'm lying my whole family will be killed." The knife man replied affirmatively. Suyi stared at the knife man for a few seconds before turning back to the Bentley. "And one, these people are from Wing Company, and they are here for revenge," Suyi said to Wen Yutong, who was looking at her. "Okay, I understand," Wen Yutong replied. Then he asked the designated driver to drive, and then smiled and thanked Suyi. "Xiaoyi, thank you." "You're welcome. It's just a small favor. It's my duty. Please don't be polite to me, Auntie. It would be too formal," Suyi replied with a smile. Wan Yutong was moved after hearing this. For a moment, he just smiled at Suyi and didn't say anything else. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suyi's mind. "Congratulations, Master. Wan Yutong's affection towards you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. The reward is a Ferrari supercar worth 100 million. You will be rewarded with a yacht worth 500 million. Get an island worth 5 billion as a reward. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it." When Yutong suddenly thought of something and glanced at Suyi, asking with concern, "Are you hurt?" No, those little shrimps can't hurt me, don't worry, Auntie," Suyi replied with a smile. "Well, that's good," Wen Yutong replied. Then he couldn't help but exclaimed again, "Xiaoyi, you are so amazing, you are such a good fighter. With you by my side, I really feel safe, much safer than with bodyguards." Suyi was secretly happy, smiled and said nothing. Soon, the car arrived at the villa. The designated driver left. Suyi and Wen Yutong took the elevator upstairs. Suyi left only after Wen Yutong entered the bedroom. Suyi left the villa and called an online taxi. I got on the online car hailing vehicle and it left. Soon, the car arrived at the door of Suyi's villa. Suyi got out of the car and entered the villa. Suyi went to the second floor and saw light in a bedroom, so he walked towards that bedroom. Seeing Su-ro lying on the bed looking at her phone, he smiled and walked over. Su-ro noticed Suyi coming, and immediately put down her phone, opened her arms, and greeted with a smile, "My little baby, come here, Auntie has been waiting for you for a long time." Suyi smiled, went to the bed and lay down on it. He hugged the soft and fragrant Su-ro and kissed her. After more than an hour, it ended. The two took a break and chatted for a while, then continued. An hour later, it ended again. Hug each other, rest and chat. After resting for a while, the two of them got dressed and took the elevator downstairs together. After getting into Su-ro's Rolls Royce, Suyi drove away. Suyi drove a Rolls Royce to Su-ro's villa. The two hugged and kissed goodbye, and Suyi got out of the car and left. Suyi returned to Wen Yutong's house, took the elevator to the second floor, and entered his bedroom. Did some bedtime chores and then went to sleep. The next day, morning. Today is Saturday and there is no class. Although he didn't have to go to class, Suyi still went downstairs to have breakfast. He had the habit of eating breakfast. As for Bai Xingwan, she would not go downstairs to have breakfast on Saturdays and Sundays. Instead, she would sleep until she woke up naturally and then eat some fruit. Suyi entered the restaurant and walked to his seat while smiling and greeting Wen Yutong, who was having breakfast, and Wen, "Good morning." "Good morning, Xiaoye." Wen Yutong responded with a smile. Suyi pulled out a chair and sat down. He first took a sip of milk and then began to eat. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi with a smile and asked, "Today is Saturday, do you have any plans?" Suyi thought for a moment and replied, "I want to go to the island to play, because there is an island in the inheritance I inherited, and I want to go and see it. Auntie wants to go out and have some fun. Can you take me with you?" Wen Yutong asked with a smile. "Of course you can. It will be more lively with Auntie here. We can also call Sister Xingwan," Suyi said with a smile. "Well, that's great." Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Then he asked, "When do we leave?" After breakfast. Suyi replied. Yeah, okay. When Yutong replied. Then he added that I'll call Wanwan to get up and pack up so that I don't have to wait for her later and waste time. After saying that, he picked up the phone beside him and started operating it. Suyi continued to eat breakfast. After when Yutong ended the call, he put down his phone and started chatting with Suyi. Of course, we talked about some things about the island. Where is the island? How big is the island? Are there any staff on the island? What facilities and buildings are there on the island, etc. Suyi answered them one by one. Soon, Bai Xingwan arrived at the restaurant in her pajamas, sat down to eat breakfast, and chatted while eating. Chapter 29. Mom, what's wrong with you? After a while, the three of them finished their breakfast and then went to get dressed. The three of them dressed neatly, packed up, brought some necessary things, then went to the garage, got into the Bentley, and left the villa. After a while, we arrived at a yacht club by the sea. Suye's yacht is managed by this yacht club. The three of them entered the yacht club, selected a driver and a waiter, and then boarded the yacht together. The yacht started and left the dock. The three of them sat on the sofa on the yacht deck, drinking drinks, looking at the scenery and chatting. Of course, because there were no managers or staff on the island, so he consumed 50 system exchange points to exchange for a housekeeper and some necessary staff, some necessary daily necessities, daily supplies, and so on. Of course, these people are not permanent, they only last for a week, so not many exchange points are consumed. After a while, the yacht arrived at Sui's island pier. The housekeeper and several male and female staff were already waiting respectfully on the shore. Suyi took Wen Yutong and Bai Xingwan off the yacht and went to the island. Welcome, boss. Suyi smiled and nodded. Then he took Wen Yutong and Bai Xingwan to tour the island. The island covers a large area and has all kinds of facilities and buildings. After visiting the buildings, such as villas, we visited the environment on the island and enjoyed the scenery. After all, there are mountains, water, flowers, grass, and forests on the island, and the environment is very good. While visiting and chatting, Wen Yutong and Bai Xingwan were also commenting. After finishing the tour, the three of them discussed it and decided to go swimming or diving in the sea. Then Suyi took Bai Xingwan and Wen Yutong into the villa and prepared to change into swimming suits. Suyi changed quickly and came out. After all, he only needed to wear a pair of boxer briefs. Asked the housekeeper to bring the swimming equipment. Soon, Bai Xingwan, wearing a bikini, came out. Suyi couldn't help but stare at it. Bai Xingwan felt a little embarrassed when she saw Suyi staring at her with fiery eyes. But Suyi had a good figure, and she couldn't help but stare at Suyi's figure. At the same time, he walked to Suyi and stood beside him. Suyi came back to his senses and praised with a smile, Sister Xingwan, you have a great figure and your skin is so white. Bai Xingwan came back to her senses, smiled, and praised, you have a great figure, too. You have chest muscles and abdominal muscles, which are quite developed, and your skin is also very good. Suyi smiled and said nothing. Soon, Wen Yutong, wearing a swimsuit, walked out of the villa. Suyi and Bai Xingwan also turned their heads to look. Suyi stared at Wen Yutong's attractive figure and admired it. Wen Yutong looked at his daughter, then focused his attention on Suyi, looking at Suyi's pectoral muscles and 8-pack abs. Suyi waited until Wen Yutong came close and stopped, then he smiled and said, okay, let's go. Then, the three of them walked towards the beach. The staff followed behind with the things needed for swimming. When they arrived at the beach, the three of them began to do warm-up exercises. After doing warm-up exercises, the three of them discussed it and decided to soak in the water for a while before diving. Then the three of them went into the water together. Then they soaked in the water, played, chatted, and laughed in a harmonious atmosphere. Naturally, Wen Yutong and Bai Xingwan had different comments. I think the water quality and beach here are good, very suitable for swimming. After a while, Wen Yutong accidentally entered the deep water and felt panicked because his feet could not touch the ground. While flopping, he cried out in surprise, Suyi, who was swimming nearby, was slightly startled after hearing this. His expression changed slightly, and he stopped and turned around to look. Seeing Wen Yutong's condition, he swam over quickly. When she got behind Wen Yutong, she stretched out her arms and hugged the soft Wen Yutong. Her palms inevitably grabbed some parts of her body, and at the same time she comforted him, don't be afraid, Auntie, I'm here, nothing will happen. Bai Xingwan, who was swimming nearby, heard her mother's exclamation and stopped. She looked around curiously, then asked curiously, Mom, what's wrong with you? Wen Yutong, who was hugged by Suyi, stopped struggling, held Suyi tightly with both hands, calmed down a little, and stabilized his emotions. He said with lingering fear, I accidentally reached the deep water. I tried to stand with my feet on the ground, but I sank. The seawater submerged my nose, but I didn't even reach the bottom. I was scared. I fluttered my feet when I got nervous. Haha, it's a bit embarrassing. It's normal. I've encountered this kind of thing before. Suyi comforted her with a smile. Bai Xingwan understood after hearing this. I thought it was something else, but it turns out to be like this. When Yutong smiled awkwardly again, and then she realized that she was being hugged by Suyi, and Suyi's hand was still on that part of her body, which made her a little embarrassed, but also a little excited. After silently feeling and enjoying it for more than 10 seconds, I felt that it would not be a good idea to continue. Then he smiled at Suyi and said, okay, I'll swim to the shallow water. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile, then reluctantly let go and withdrew his hand. Then he followed Wen Yutong and swam towards the diving area. After swimming for a while, they reached the shallow water and the two of them landed on the ground. Wen Yutong smiled and thanked Suyi, Xiaoyi, thank you for what you did just now. It's just a small favor, nothing to mention. It's my duty. Suyi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled, feeling a little touched, but said nothing more. Then the three of them swam in the water for a while, discussed and decided to go diving. The three people went ashore, took their diving equipment, and then went into the water together and dived to the bottom of the water. Watched the coral reefs, various fish, scallops, and various aquatic creatures in the water. After diving for a while, the three people came ashore. After taking a short break, they realized that it was already noon and they hadn't eaten yet. Several people then returned to the villa, and Suyi asked the housekeeper to prepare lunch. Then the three of them went to wash their hair and take a shower and change back into their own clothes. Suyi changed his clothes first, sat down on the sofa in the living room, and started playing with his mobile phone. After a while, Wen Yutong and Bai Xingwan came to the living room one after another and sat down on the sofa nearby. Then the three of them started chatting, talking, and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. When the butler came and said lunch was ready, the three of them got up and went to the dining room to sit down to eat. Auntie, Sister Xingwan, how does the food taste? Does it suit your taste? Suyi asked with a smile. It's very tasty and much better than what my nanny cooks. Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan also smiled and replied, well, it suits my taste. I also think it tastes much better than what my nanny cooks. Well, that's good. I feel relieved then. If you think it tastes good, eat more. Suyi replied with a smile. After lunch, the three of them went out for a walk in the woods to digest their food, listen to the sounds of birds and animals, and look at the surrounding scenery. Chatting while walking. It's so comfortable staying on this island. Why don't we go back on Monday morning and play on the island for the next 2 days? Bai Xingwan said. Chapter 30. You are very powerful. Suyi smiled and said, I have no objection. I haven't seen it either. I also think this island is quite interesting and I want to play more. If I hadn't thought about the fact that you two still have to go to school, I really wanted to play here for a week or two. Wen Yutong said with a smile. That's great. It's settled then. Bai Xingwan said with a smile. Suyi smiled at Wen Yutong and said, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There will be a day like that. You can stay as long as you want then. Yeah, that makes sense. When you have your holidays and graduate, you will have plenty of time. Wen Yutong said with a smile. Then the three of them walked and chatted. After walking for a while, the three of them discussed it and decided to go to the beach to sunbathe and take a nap. The three then went to the beach and applied sunscreen. Wen Yutong helped Bai Xingwan paint the back, and Bai Xingwan helped Wen Yutong paint the back. Wen Yutong helped to apply paint on Suyi's back. Suyi enjoys the feeling of applying sunscreen because it feels very comfortable. Soft and smooth. After applying the cream, Suyi smiled and thanked Wen Yutong. Thank you, Antwan. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. It would be impolite to say thank you. Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. Wen Yutong also smiled at Suyi and said nothing more. Then the three of them lay on the lounge chairs, sunbathing and sleeping peacefully. More than an hour later, the three people woke up one after another. After some discussion, we decided to go jet skiing. Then the three of them got up, went to where the motorboats were parked, put on their life jackets, and then got on the motorboats, riding side by side, speeding across the sea, looking very happy. Ah! Bai Xingwan screamed excitedly while riding her bike. After hearing this, Su Yi just smiled. Wen Yutong smiled and said nothing, nor did he ask his daughter to pay attention to her image. It's normal to scream in excitement and speed. If she wasn't concerned about her image, she would have screamed. After riding the jet ski for a while, the three of them returned to the shore and lay down on the lounge chairs again to rest, drink drinks and chat. There was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After resting for a while, the three of them discussed again and decided to play volleyball. So I asked the housekeeper to bring the volleyball and the net. Su Yi took the volleyball and waited for the staff to set up the net. Su Yi smiled at Wen Yutong and Bai Xingwan and asked, "Whoever loses will leave the court and let the other person take over. You two fight first." Okay. Bai Xingwan didn't hesitate and took the volleyball. Su Yi walked to one side and stood still, looking. Then the two men started fighting. Both of them can play volleyball and are quite good at it, so the game was quite lively. A few minutes later, Wen Yutong failed to catch it and was defeated. Wen Yutong smiled and called to Su Yi as he left the court, "Xiao Yi, you go on stage." "Yeah, okay." Su Yi replied with a smile, then went on stage. Bai Xingwan smiled at Su Yi and asked, "Are you ready?" "If you are, I will serve." Su Yi thought about it and decided to exchange for the maximum level of volleyball. Anyway, he has plenty of exchange points, and it doesn't take many exchange points to reach the maximum level of volleyball. After communicating with the system, I spent 49 exchange points to bring my volleyball level to the maximum level. In fact, with his current combat value and his current movement speed, even if your volleyball level is not at the highest level, you can still be very good if you rely on your speed. The exchange was successful, and Su Yi gained a lot of volleyball knowledge in his mind. At the same time, I also became extremely confident and had everything planned out. He smiled at Bai Xingwan and replied, "Come on." "Okay." Bai Xingwan replied with a smile and then served the ball. After the volleyball came over, Su Yi moved quickly, got closer, and hit it back. He also didn't want to play a difficult shot and didn't want to defeat Bai Xingwan in one go. After all, being happy is the most important thing. Winning or losing is not important. Winning or losing is not important, but he cannot lose. If he loses, his charm value will be reduced. It is not conducive to improving emotional value. Then the two of them started fighting. After fighting several times, Bai Xingwan gradually increased the difficulty. At the same time, he smiled at Su Yi and said, "Be prepared, we're going to increase the difficulty." "Well, any time." Su Yi replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan smiled and said nothing more. He concentrated on playing, slowly increasing the difficulty, and the balls he hit back became more and more tricky. Su Yi's current volleyball level is at the maximum level, and he is also very fast, so it is easy for him to deal with it. He did not increase the difficulty and did not think about defeating Bai Xingwan right now. When I want to fight with Wen Yutong, I will beat Bai Xingwan down at that time. It is entirely up to him to decide who is present and who plays. After fighting for more than 20 rounds, Bai Xingwan was a little surprised and said, "When did your level become so high? Are you practicing secretly behind my back again?" Su Yi smiled and said, "I didn't practice secretly. Maybe it's because I'm fast that I look good." Bai Xingwan thought about it and felt that it made sense. That makes sense. "You are so fast, I definitely can't beat you. You haven't defeated me after fighting for so long. Are you letting me win on purpose?" Su Yi smiled and said, "Winning or losing is not important, being happy is the most important thing." Bai Xingwan smiled, said nothing more, and continued playing. We fought back and forth for more than 20 times. Bai Xingwan panted and said, "Don't let me win. Help me defeat you. I'm a little tired and want to get off the court and rest." "Okay, I'll fulfill your little request." Su Yi replied with a smile. At the same time, hit a more tricky ball. Bai Xingwan didn't catch it and lost. We finally lost, and I can finally go off the court and rest, Bai Xingwan said. Su Yi smiled and said nothing. Wen Yutong, who was standing aside and watching with a smile, came on the court, picked up the volleyball, and stood still. He smiled at Su Yi and asked, "Are you ready?" "If you are, I will serve." "Well, come on." Su Yi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong then served the ball. Then the two men started fighting. Bai Xingwan stood by and watched, panting. Wen Yutong's volleyball level is not as high as Bai Xingwan's, but it is not bad either. In addition, Suyi didn't want to win so quickly, so not only did he not play any tricky shots, he also fed the ball. So the two of them fought back and forth. After fighting dozens of times, Wen Yutong was also out of breath. "I'm tired, I need to take a break. I give up. You're too strong. I can't beat you," Wen Yutong said breathlessly. Instead of hitting the ball back, he reached out to catch it. Suyi smiled and said, "Auntie is already very good." Wen Yutong smiled and said, "You are really good. You are really good." After saying that, he walked off the stage. Bai Xingwan didn't move, but said, "I'll take a rest first, you should take a rest too, there's no need to rush." Chapter 31, Left and Right Embraced. Suyi smiled and replied, "Okay." Then the three of them took a break and chatted. "Xiao Yi, you are so amazing. I don't know how powerful you are. I'm really curious. It's a pity that Wan and I can't measure how powerful you are," Wen Yutong said with a smile. "It's okay, it's not that great." Suyi smiled modestly. Bai Xingwan said, "Go to school on Monday, and I'll find someone who's good at volleyball to play against you. I want to see how good you are." Suyi smiled and said, "No need, no need. Actually, I'm not that great. If necessary, it can satisfy my curiosity," Bai Xingwan said. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. Wen Yutong smiled and said, "Show me the live broadcast when the time comes. Mom wants to watch it, too." "Yeah, no problem," Bai Xingwan replied. Suyi just smiled and said nothing. Afterwards, the three of them started chatting and laughing. After a while, the fight continued. After playing for a while, he lay down on the recliner to rest. After fighting on and off, it was past 5 o'clock. The three of them discussed it and decided to have a barbecue for dinner on the beach. As for ingredients and the like, Suyi directly consumed system exchange points to exchange them with the system. After the exchange was completed, Suyi called the housekeeper and asked him to prepare. Then the three of them lay down on the lounge chairs and waited. After a while, the housekeeper led several staff members to set up the barbecue grill and prepare seasonings and ingredients. "Should we bake it ourselves or let them bake it for us?" Suyi asked. "I'm tired from playing ball. I don't want to move. I just want to eat something ready-made," Bai Xingwan replied. Wen Yutong also said, "Let them help with the baking. I don't want to move anymore. You should also take a rest. There is no need for us to do it ourselves." "Okay, let them roast it," Suyi replied with a smile. Then the three of them chatted while waiting, enjoying the sea breeze and the beautiful scenery. There was talking and laughing, the atmosphere was harmonious and comfortable. After a while, some barbecue was cooked and served on the table. Three people sat around, eating barbecue, drinking beer, feeling the sea breeze and looking at the sea view. There was talking and laughing, the atmosphere was harmonious and comfortable. After a while, the three of them finished their meal and started walking on the beach to digest the food. Also ready to watch the sunset. "Do you have kites on your island? I want to fly a kite. This place is very suitable for flying kites," Bai Xingwan asked Suyi. "Yes, of course. I'll ask the butler to bring it to you," Suyi replied with a smile. After saying this, he communicated with the system in his mind and used one exchange point to exchange for dozens of kites. Then he picked up his phone and called the housekeeper, asking him to bring the kite over. Soon, the housekeeper and several staff members brought dozens of kites. The three of them began to choose. One by one, they chose a kite they liked. Then started to play. The sea breeze at the seaside is strong, so the kite flies higher and farther. Because the wind became stronger as the altitude increased, Wen Yutong and Bai Xingwan felt increasingly exhausted. Suyi doesn't have these problems. There's nothing he can do. He is too strong and this little pulling force is nothing to him. The wind is so strong and the pull is so great that I can hardly stand," said Bai Xingwan. Wen Yutong also smiled and said, "Me too. The higher you go, the greater the pressure. I can't go any higher. I'm worried about being pulled up to the sky." Suyi smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen to you." "I feel relieved when you say this," Bai Xingwan replied. "Well, okay, I believe you." Wen Yutong also replied with a smile. Afterwards, the three of them chatted and laughed while flying the kite. After more than 10 minutes, Bai Xingwan and Wen Yutong felt the pulling force suddenly increase, making their bodies unstable and falling forward, and at the same time they couldn't help but let out a cry of awe. When Su Yi, who was standing by, saw this, he quickly let go of the kite string in his hand and quickly went over to hug the two people. Because both of them were wearing bikinis at the time, and he was only wearing a pair of boxer briefs, so their skin was in close contact and the touch was wonderful. The warm fragrance hits your face and the softness enters your arms. Let him feel it and enjoy it. At the same time, he smiled and comforted, don't be afraid, I'm here, you will be fine. Bai Xingwan and Wen Yutong, who were held in Su Ye's arms, calmed down and finally had the mind to feel the touch at this moment. Their bodies were pressed against Su Ye's, and their backs were touched by Su Ye's warm palms. This wonderful touch made them feel a little bit fond of it and a little bit reluctant to leave. Unfortunately, it is impossible to stay in Su Ye's arms forever. So the two of them paused, and then responded to Su Yi one after another. Well, thank you Xiaoye, it's great to have you. Wen Yutong replied to Su Yi with a smile. Thank you. Bai Xingwan thanked. It's my pleasure. You're welcome. It would be impolite to say thank you. Su Yi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong paused, then smiled, and said, okay, I'm standing firm, let me go. I've stood firm too. Bai Xingwan also spoke. Okay, then I'll let you go. Su Yi replied with a smile. Then he slowly let go of the two people with a little reluctance. He waited until both of them stood firmly before withdrawing his hands. Then he said to the two people, the higher the altitude, the stronger the wind. You can lower the kite a little. Yeah, okay. Okay. Bai Xingwan and Wen Yutong responded one after another. Then start reeling in the line with force. Su Yi saw that the two people were having a hard time reeling in the line, so he smiled and said, let me help you reel in the line, I'm stronger. Well, come on. Bai Xingwan replied, handing the spool of thread to Su Yi. Su Yi took the spool and started to collect it. After collecting it, he handed it to Bai Xingwan, then took the spool from Bai Xingwan and started collecting it. After collecting it, he gave it to Wen Yutong. Su Yi turned and walked towards the kite on the side, ready to pick up another one. Because he let go just now, his kite flew away. Su Yi picked up another kite and continued to fly it. After flying the kite for a while, the three of them discussed it and decided to do something else. Then they put away the kite and started discussing. After some discussion, we decided to ride a jet ski and watch the sunset while riding. The three then went to where the jet skis were parked, got on them, and drove away. The three of them watched the sunset on their motorcycles, then returned to the beach and lay on the lounge chairs to watch the stars. After watching the starry sky, it was already past 10 o'clock. The three of them returned to the villa and prepared to wash their hair and take a bath. After taking a shower, Su Yi returned to the bedroom, lay on the bed, and started playing with his mobile phone. After playing with my phone for a while, I put it down and went to sleep. The next day, morning. The three of them got up very early because they had made an appointment to watch the sunrise. After the three of them washed up, got dressed, and then went to the beach together, lying on lounge chairs to watch the sunrise. Chapter 32 School Beauty Lin An. After watching the sunrise, the three of them returned to the villa for breakfast. After breakfast, I left the villa and took a walk in the woods, breathing the fresh air. Wen Yutong and Bai Xingwan were taking pictures with their mobile phones. Su Yi also took photos for the two people. The three of them also took a group photo. The three of them played until the afternoon. After they had played everything they wanted to play, they discussed it and decided to leave. After packing up, we returned to the yacht and it sailed away from the dock. After a while, we returned to Wen Yutong's villa. Because Su Yi had a date with a friend, he drove away in his Lamborghini. After a while, Su Yi drove the car to a high-end restaurant and found a place to park the car. After getting off the bus, walked towards the restaurant. After entering this high-end restaurant, the receptionist led us to where our friends were. The three people sitting in their seats noticed Su Yi one after another. Su Yi's friend Jiang Su smiled and greeted Su Yi, you are finally here, come and sit down. Jiang Su, 18 years old, a freshman. She has a good figure, good looks, good temperament, and an 8-point appearance. He is from Dongjiang Province, and his father is the second in command of a prefecture-level city in Dongjiang Province. Su Yi smiled at Jiang Su, walked to the table, pulled out a chair and sat down. Let me give you a brief introduction. Jiang Su said with a smile. This is my friend, Su Yi, the most handsome boy in our school. Suyi, Lin An, I don't need to introduce you two, you already knew each other. This is her friend, Xia Yao. Hello? Suyi greeted with a smile. Hello? Lin An greeted with a smile. Lin An, 21 years old, is a junior student and one of the three most beautiful girls at Longxiang International University. She has a good figure, good looks, good temperament, and perfect looks. Top beauty, goddess-level beauty, with fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. He is from Dongjiang Province, and his father is the top leader of a prefecture-level city in Dongjiang Province. Because Lin An was a friend of Suyi's ex-girlfriend Zhou Yutong, she had met Suyi several times and had dinner together several times. Currently, I am just an ordinary friend to Suyi. Hello? Xia Yao also greeted with a smile. Xia Yao, 21 years old, is a junior student. She has a good figure, good looks, good temperament, and an appearance score of 8. He is from Dongjiang Province, has a family fortune of over 2 billion yuan, and owns real estate in Tianhai City. Jiangsu smiled and said, "Now that everyone is here, I'll order the food. We can talk after that." Then we called the waiter and started taking our order. Of course, the opinions of Su Yi and the other two were also sought. After ordering the food, we discussed whether to have some drinks. After some discussion, we decided to have drinks and ordered some more. After ordering, a few people started chatting. Lin An smiled at Su Yi and asked, "Su Yi, why did you and Yutong break up?" Although she had asked Zhou Yutong, she also wanted to hear what Su Yi had to say, and first judge who was telling the truth. After hearing this, Jiangsu and Xia Yao also looked at Su Yi, waiting for Su Yi's reply. Su Yi smiled and replied, "Her family arranged a better partner for her, so we broke up peacefully." Well, it's similar to what she told me. It seems that you all didn't lie. Lin An replied with a smile. I don't think there's anything to lie about. There's no need to lie. Su Yi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and said, "Are you sad? Have you ever thought about getting her back and making her change her mind? Or are you just giving up like that?" I'm not sad. I never thought about making her change her mind or saving the relationship. Let's just let it go. Su Yi replied with a smile. Lin An looked at Su Yi for a few seconds, trying to determine whether what he said was true or not. After looking at it for a few seconds, he still couldn't figure out what was going on, so he nodded and said with a smile, "Well, your idea is good. Let's let each other go and start over. You are so handsome, and you are the most handsome boy in our school. There are so many girls pursuing you. I think you will be able to start your next relationship soon. The premise is that you want to do it yourself." Su Yi smiled and said nothing. Jiangsu smiled and said, "School beauty Lin is currently single, and our school prince Su is also currently single. I think you two can develop a relationship, huh?" Xia Yao also smiled and said, "That makes sense." Then he added, "I just don't know if Enran's family will object. After all, Enran's family background is not ordinary. I think Enran's family would also like to find a suitable match for Enran." Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly. "Don't tease us, change the subject." Su Yi just smiled and said nothing. Jiangsu smiled and said, "I'm not joking, I'm serious." Xia Yao also smiled and said, "I'm not joking, I'm serious and I really think so. Of course, if one or both of you have a crush on someone, just ignore what I said." Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly, and then changed the subject. Okay, let's change the subject. Su Xiaoqiao, what have you been doing these past 2 days? Su Yi smiled and replied, "I went to the island to play for 2 days, and just got home when I received a call from Jiangsu." On the island? Which island? Jiangsu asked curiously. An island in the East China Sea. Su Yi replied. What's the name of that island? Is it fun? Xia Yao asked curiously. Chiyua Island is quite fun. Su Yi replied. Is this island private or open to the public? Jiangsu asked curiously. It's a private island, it's mine. If you want to go there, I'll take you there when I'm free. Su Yi replied with a smile. The three were surprised after hearing this. I didn't expect that Su Yi actually has an island. They were aware of Su Yi's family conditions, so they were surprised. Jiangsu was a little excited and asked curiously, Your island, when did you have an island? Lin An and Xia Yao looked at Su Yi curiously, waiting for Su Yi's reply. Su Yi lied with a smile, a relative of mine died, and I inherited his estate, which included an island. Oh, I see. There is such a good thing. Congratulations! You have quickly achieved a social class leap and changed your destiny. Then you are now rich and wealthy, right? After all, not counting other things, just an island is at least worth a lot of money, right? Jiang Su said with a smile. This island is worth 5 billion. Suyi replied with a smile. The three were surprised after hearing this. Jiang Su sighed excitedly, 5 billion, well, it's not cheap, but it's not particularly expensive either. After all, there are still some islands worth hundreds of billions. With just this one island, you'd be a billionaire. I'm curious about what else you inherited besides this island. Can you just tell me how much you inherited in total? Of course, this is personal privacy. If it is not convenient to say, you can keep it to yourself. Jiang Su said with a smile. Xiaya was also emotional and said, my god, 5 billion for an island, your island alone is worth billions more than our family assets. I'm also curious about how much property you inherited. Can you tell me a little bit to satisfy my curiosity? Of course, if it's inconvenient to say, I won't force you. Although Lin An was also surprised, she just watched quietly, waiting for Suyi's reply, without saying anything. She was also very curious about how much property Suyi inherited. Chapter 33 You too can develop. Suyi smiled, thought for a moment, and then smiled and replied, hundreds of billions, I can only give you an approximate figure, I won't tell you the exact amount, I hope you can understand. The three were surprised, shocked, and astonished after hearing this. I never expected there would be so many. Although they were somewhat mentally prepared, they also had a lot of guesses. After all, an island costs 5 billion. Jiang Su said excitedly, oh my god, hundreds of billions, there are so many. This relative of yours must be someone who ranks high on the rich list, right? I've been watching the news a lot, but why haven't I seen any wealthy people die recently? Lin An also sighed, there are so many at the trillion level. You have made a huge leap in your social class, and have directly become the world's top existence. Xiaya was excited and exclaimed, hundreds of billions, my god, there are so many. Then you really made a fortune, a huge fortune, and directly became one of the richest people in the world. I'm also very curious about who this relative of yours is. With assets worth hundreds of billions, he should be quite famous. Suyi smiled at the three people, and then said with a smile, my relative is not on the rich list. He doesn't want to be on the list. He is a low-key person. Oh, I see. I understand. There are indeed such rich people. Jiang Su replied. Lin An just nodded and said nothing. Xiaya replied, that's indeed the case. Some people want to be on the list, and some don't. Suyi smiled and said nothing. Jiang Su smiled and said, since it's your island, let's go to your island together next week. Are you guys free next week? Do you want to go play together? Lin An thought about it and said, I'm not sure yet, let's talk about it later. Xiaya thought for a moment before replying, I'm not sure now, let's talk about it later. Suyi smiled and said, when the time comes, just ask. If everyone is free, you can go. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, don't panic. That makes sense. Jiang Su said with a smile. Then he smiled at Suyi and said, you are now a billionaire, which makes you even better. I envy you. Suyi smiled and said nothing. Lin An and Xiaoyao also smiled and said nothing. Jiang Su suddenly thought of something, and then said, you are now a billionaire. If you really develop a relationship with Lin Xiaohua, I think Lin Xiaohua's parents will not object. Xiaoyao also smiled and said, yeah, I think so too. You are so handsome and rich, and Rant's family will definitely not object. I think you can give it a try, develop it, and see if you are suitable in other aspects. Anyway, in terms of appearance, I think you two are a perfect match. You both have top-notch looks. You're simply a match made in heaven. Suyi smiled at the three people and said nothing. Lin An felt a little embarrassed again, and said to the two people unhappily, here you go again, is it so difficult for you to change the subject? I just changed the subject, and you guys brought it back again. I'm speechless. Xiaoyao smiled at Lin An and said, Schoolboy Su is now a high-quality man, a perfect male god. Do you really want to watch him being taken by other women? Are you sure you don't want to take advantage of the situation? Jiang Su just smiled at Lin An and said nothing more. After all, his relationship with Lin An is not very good, so he has to be careful about the scale and propriety when speaking. Although he didn't say anything to Lin An, he was giving Suyi a look, indicating that Suyi should take the initiative so that he could win the heart of the school beauty Lin. Suyi just smiled at the three people and said nothing. Lin An rolled her eyes at Xiaoyao in annoyance, and subconsciously looked at Suyi. Seeing that Suyi was smiling at her, she felt embarrassed and shifted her gaze. He said to Xiaoyao unhappily, okay, change the subject, don't continue. Xiaoyao smiled at Lin An and said nothing more. She knew that Lin An was thin-skinned and there was no point in continuing to talk. Then she turned to look at Suyi and saw that Suyi was smiling at them. Then she smiled at Suyi and said, School Prince Su, you are a boy. If you also want to develop a relationship with our school beauty Lin, you should take the initiative. Suyi smiled and said, okay, I understand. But let's listen to Principal Lin now and change the subject. If I continue this topic, I'm worried that school beauty Lin will get angry, or even leave. That would be bad. Lin An smiled at Suyi and said, I'm not that petty, but I think there's no need to continue this topic. It's better to stop at the right time. Xiaoyao first smiled at Suyi and encouraged him with a smile, come on, I'm rooting for you, don't let me down, I'm determined to be a couple. I am always looking forward to you giving me good news. Then he smiled at Lin An and said, okay, let's change the topic. If you continue talking, people might think you've been drinking. Your face is so red. Ha ha. Then the three of them started chatting, talking, and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Soon, one dish after another, delicious and fragrant, was served on the table and several people began to eat. After a while, several people finished their meal and sat down to rest, while discussing where to go and what to do. After a few people discussed it, they decided to go to a bar to sit, play games, watch performances, etc. Then I selected a bar online that was good in every aspect and not too far away. Jiangsu then paid the bill and they left the restaurant together. Left the restaurant. Jiangsu said, we drove here. Suyi, did you take a taxi or drive here? If you took a taxi, please take our car. There are 3 of us in the car, whose car do you want to take? I drove here. I drove myself. Suyi replied with a smile. Okay, then we'll meet at the destination. Where did you park your car? Jiangsu said. Over there, not far. Suyi replied. Lin An said, Xiaoyao and I's car is over there too, so let's go together. Well, okay, let's go together. Suyi replied with a smile. What a coincidence, my car is also parked over there, let's go together. Jiangsu said with a smile. Then the 4 of them walked to one side together. Suyi walked to his car, smiled at a few people and said, then I'll get in the car. Jiangsu looked at the cars nearby, then asked Suyi curiously, is this yellow Lamborghini yours? Lin An and Xiaoyao also looked at the yellow Lamborghini, then looked at Suyi, waiting for Suyi's reply. Chapter 34 Hug. Suyi smiled and replied, well, yes. Okay, not bad, very cool. A handsome guy with a supercar looks even more handsome, cool and stylish. Not many girls can resist it, haha. Jiangsu said with a smile. Suyi smiled and said nothing. Then Suyi opened the car door and got in, operated the navigation to determine the location, and drove the Lamborghini away. Afterwards, Jiangsu and a few others got into their respective cars. Xiaoyao's car is a Porsche worth more than 3 million yuan. Lin An drives a BMW worth more than 200,000 yuan. Jiangsu's Mercedes-Benz costs more than 300,000 yuan. Xiaoyao is a girl from a wealthy family, while Lin An and Jiangsu are children of officials. It is uncertain whether the 2 families have money and how much money they have. Even if they have money, they cannot show off too much, as this may easily cause unnecessary trouble. This is the era of mobile internet. It is more difficult to control public opinion, and political opponents and enemies will also fan the flames. After a while, several people met at the door of the bar and then entered the bar together. This bar is quite upscale and has a large area. There were already quite a few customers in the bar at this time, and it was quite lively. There was someone on the stage holding a guitar and singing. Below the stage, every table of male and female guests were either drinking, playing games, listening to music, chatting, etc. The overall atmosphere is pretty good. Several people were led by the receptionist to a booth and sat down. Then we discussed and ordered some snacks, fruit plates, drinks, and red wine. Then a few people chatted, watched the people on the stage singing and listened to the music. 10 minutes later. Let's play a game? Jiangsu asked. What game? Xia Yao asked. Let's discuss and decide. Are there any games you want to play? Jiangsu said. Then several people started discussing it. After some discussion, a few people decided to play the roulette wheel. This is simple and quiet, at least quieter than playing dice. Then Jiangsu asked the waiter to bring a turntable. Several people looked at the punishment items on the turntable. Some of the punishment items were too severe and Lin An and Xia Yao could not accept them. So a few people discussed and decided to replace these punishment items with others. Several people discussed what punishment items to replace it with. After some discussion, we unanimously agreed. Then 4 people started playing. Ladies first, so Lin An will turn first. Lin An reached out and moved the pointer on the turntable, then watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited, feeling a little nervous. Suyi, Jiangsu, and Xia Yao also watched the rapidly rotating pointer and waited. Soon, the pointer stopped it, saying to the opposite sex, I like you. When Lin An saw this punishment item, he felt a little depressed and smiled bitterly. Suyi, Jiangsu, and Xia Yao also smiled when they saw it. Xia Yao smiled at Lin An and asked, start accepting the punishment. Who are you going to tell? Lin An looked at Suyi and Jiangsu with a smile, then turned to Suyi who was sitting next to her and said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, I like you. Suyi smiled. Jiangsu also continued to smile. Xia Yao smiled and said, I never expected that you two would give me the sweetness so soon. You spoil my fans so much. I will be your fan for the rest of my life, huh? Lin An smiled, then rolled her eyes at Xia Yao and said nothing. Jiangsu looked at them with a smile, then greeted them with a smile, keep going. It's Suyi's turn. Please turn, Suyi. Suyi smiled and replied, yeah, okay. After saying that, he reached out to move the pointer, then watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited. Jiangsu and the other 2 also watched with a smile and waited. Soon, the pointer stopped at the punishment item say I love you to the opposite sex. Seeing this, Suyi smiled, then looked at the few people with a smile. Jiangsu smiled and said to Suyi, you'd better not look for Xia Yao. Xia Yao also smiled at Suyi and said, go find and ran. She found you before, and now you find her. It's fair. Besides, I also want to continue eating candy. Lin An just smiled embarrassedly and said nothing. Suyi smiled at Jiangsu and Xia Yao, then turned to Lin An and said with a smile, I love you. Xia Yao smiled excitedly and said, it's so sweet, so sweet. I'm intoxicated by it. I feel like I've eaten a mouthful of dog food again, ha 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 ha, but I like it. I hope you too can do more of this kind of punishment. I'm always looking forward to it. Jiangsu smiled and said, okay, I also feel like I've eaten a mouthful of dog food. It's sweet. Then he said, it's my turn, let's see what punishment I can get, I hope my luck is better. After saying that, he reached out to move the pointer, then watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited. At the same time, I was praying in my heart, hoping that I could be transferred to a better punishment. Soon, the pointer stopped at the punishment of hugging a member of the opposite sex. Jiangsu was secretly happy when he saw this, and at the same time he smiled, then looked at Xia Yao and the other 2 with a smile. When Suyi and the other 2 saw this punishment item, they smiled and looked at everyone else. Lin An smiled at Xia Yao and said, you should be looking for Yao Yao, right? Xia Yao smiled and said, if Jiangsu comes to you, I'm afraid someone will be jealous, huh? Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly, looked at Xia Yao and Jiangsu, and then looked at Suyi. Seeing Suyi also smiling at her, he immediately said to Xia Yao unhappily, don't talk nonsense, I won't. Jiangsu smiled at Xia Yao and said, Xia Yao, can you cooperate with me? Yeah, okay. Xia Yao replied a little embarrassedly. Thank you. Jiangsu smiled and replied. Then he opened his arms and hugged Xia Yao, who was soft and fragrant, with a little excitement. Miao Miao was a little reluctant to separate after hugging each other. However, in order to avoid damaging the image and impression, I reluctantly let go of my sitting position. At the same time, he smiled and thanked her again, thank you. Xia Yao replied somewhat embarrassedly, you're welcome, it's just a small matter. Then he smiled and said, it's my turn. Let's see what I can turn to. After saying that, he reached out to move the pointer, then watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited, feeling a little nervous. Jiangsu smiled at Xia Yao, then watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited. Suyi and Lin An also looked at the rapidly rotating pointer with a smile and waited. Soon, the pointer stopped at the punishment of drinking a glass of wine. Xia Yao smiled and said, my punishment is okay. I drink. After saying that, he started pouring himself a drink. He poured the wine and started drinking from the glass. Because we had agreed before, in order to avoid getting drunk quickly, we only drank 1/4 of a glass of wine. Xia Yao took a sip and put down the glass. A few people smiled. Suyi smiled and said, it's my turn again. After saying that, he reached out to move the pointer, then watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited. Chapter 35, Lin School Beauty's Hug. The other 3 people also smiled and watched the rapidly rotating pointer, waiting. Soon, the pointer stopped at the punishment item of hugging a member of the opposite sex. Suyi, Xia Yao, and Jiang Su all smiled. Lin An gave an unnatural smile. Because she knew that Suyi would ask her for cooperation again. Which means that Suyi will hug her next. This made her a little nervous. Suyi smiled at Lin An. Are you willing to cooperate with me and accept the punishment? Lin An nodded somewhat embarrassedly, yeah. Thank you. Suyi thanked with a smile. Then he opened his arms and hugged the soft and fragrant Lin An. Lin An was hugged by Suyi. It was her first time to be hugged by a strange boy, so she was nervous and tense, and her body was stiff. He looked a little shy, unnatural, and a little embarrassed. However, being hugged by Suyi, the handsome and top male god, seemed to be quite good, and she kind of liked this feeling. Jiang Su and Xia Yao just smiled and watched quietly. In order to avoid embarrassment for both of them, and mainly to avoid Lin An from feeling even more embarrassed, Xia Yao refrained from teasing or joking this time. Suyi hugged her for 2 seconds and then let go of Lin An and sat up straight. She smiled and thanked Lin An, who looked a little unnatural and shy. Thank you for your cooperation. You're welcome. Lin An replied with a somewhat unnatural smile. Then he said, okay, it's my turn. After saying that, he reached out to move the pointer, then watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited. I'm a little nervous, worried about switching to some exciting punishment program. Xia Yao and Jiang Su smiled at Suyi. Suyi also smiled at the 2 of them. Then the 3 of them turned around and watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited. Soon, the pointer stopped at the punishment item of hugging a member of the opposite sex. When Lin An saw this, he smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat helpless and depressed. When Suyi, Jiang Su, and Xia Yao saw it, they smiled. Xia Yao smiled at Lin An and said, not bad, not bad. Suyi cooperated with you just now, and he is cooperating with you now. God is very fair to you. He can't bear to see either of you suffer a loss, hee hee. Jiang Su looked at the 2 people with a smile, said nothing, and waited. Suyi smiled and said nothing. He looked at Lin An and waited. Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly, and then said to Suyi, will you cooperate with me and accept the punishment? Yeah, no problem. Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, opened her arms and hugged Suyi. Suyi quietly felt and smelled the faint body odor and perfume on Lin An. Jiang Su and Xia Yao looked at Suyi and Lin An with a smile, then they smiled at each other and continued to look at Suyi and Lin An. Lin An hugged Suyi for 2 seconds, then let go and sat up straight, smiling at Suyi a little embarrassedly and thanking him. Thank you for your cooperation. It's a small matter. You're welcome. Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly, then looked away. Xia Yao did not tease her joke, as she did not want to make Lin An more embarrassed or shy. Jiang Su smiled and said, okay, it's my turn now. Let me see what punishment I can get this time. After saying that, he reached out and moved the pointer, then looked at the pointer and waited. Soon, the pointer stopped at the punishment item of barking like a dog 3 times. Jiang Su smiled bitterly with some helplessness and depression, then imitated the barking of a dog. Woof woof woof. Lin An, Suyi, and Xia Yao all laughed. Xia Yao smiled at Jiang Su and said, you've learned it quite well. Have you practiced it before? Ha ha. No, absolutely not. This is the first time I'm learning to bark like a dog. Jiang Su said with an awkward smile. Lin An and Suyi just watched with a smile, without saying anything or making any jokes. Xia Yao smiled and did not continue. Instead, she smiled and said, okay, it's my turn. Let's see what punishment I can get this time. After saying that, he reached out and moved the pointer, which started to move rapidly. Soon, the pointer stopped to tell a story about yourself that's embarrassing. When Suyi and the others saw this, they smiled, then looked at Xia Yao and waited. Xia Yao smiled bitterly, thought about it, and then began to speak. Once I went out wearing a light-colored skirt during my menstrual period. I was reminded by my aunt on the way. I was so embarrassed and ashamed. Su Yi and the others smiled after hearing this. Lin An asked curiously, how long did it take you to find out? It wasn't long, just about 20 to 30 minutes. I didn't meet many people, which is a blessing in disguise. But I think I still got noticed by some people. Xia Yao replied awkwardly. Su Yi and Jiang Su just watched with a smile and said nothing. Lin An smiled and said, it's okay. Su Yi smiled and said, okay, it's my turn again. Let's see what I can turn to this time. After saying that, he reached out and moved the pointer, then watched the rapidly spinning pointer and waited. Lin An and the other two also watched the rapidly rotating pointer and waited. Soon, the pointer stopped at the punishment item of going on stage and singing a song. Su Yi smiled, then looked up at the stage in front of him. Seeing someone singing on the stage, he smiled and said to a few people, there's someone singing on the stage now. How about I sit here and sing a cappella? No, I want to see you sing on the stage, and it would be better with accompaniment. Jiang Su said. Yes, I think so too. A cappella is not as good as singing with accompaniment. It sounds better with accompaniment. Xia Yao also said with a smile. Lin An just watched with a smile and said nothing. After listening to the two people's words, Su Yi smiled and said, okay, then I will go and negotiate now to see if I can go on stage to sing. Okay, I'll wait for you. Jiang Su replied with a smile. Xia Yao also smiled and said, you are now a billionaire, so this little thing will definitely be no problem. There is nothing in this world that money can't solve. If there is, it's just that you don't have enough money. I believe in you, you can do it. Lin An just watched with a smile and said nothing. Su Yi smiled, then stood up, left his seat, and walked towards the stage in front. Lin An and the other two sat in their seats, watching Su Yi's back as he left, and waited. Xia Yao asked Jiang Su curiously, have you ever heard him sing? Is he good? I have sung with him in KTV. I think he is okay. At least he sings better than me. The main reason is that he has a nice voice and good singing skills. Jiang Su replied with a smile. Well, let's wait. I'm already a little looking forward to it. Xia Yao said with a smile. Lin An also became a little excited and wanted to know whether Su Yi's singing was good or not. Chapter 36, the whole audience was shocked. Soon, Su Yi walked to the side of the stage, found the bar staff, and started discussing with them. In the end, I transferred 5,000 yuan to the other party and the deal was settled. Then tell the other person the song you want to sing and ask him her to prepare the accompaniment. After the discussion, he stood aside and waited. After the singer on the stage finished singing a song and was called down by the staff, Su Yi walked onto the stage with the microphone. Su Yi stood on the stage with the microphone ready and waiting. His singing skills are now at the highest level, his voice is at the highest level, and his proficiency in the song he is about to sing is also at the highest level, so he is very calm and confident. After the prelude of the song, Su Yi took the microphone and started singing. The sunset on the sea is like a painting from my youth. Spread it in the sky and wait for the seagulls to take it away. The distant sails are beaten by the wind in waves. I won't be afraid no matter how painful it is for my dream. To whom does the drifting sand go? Where have you seen him in spring? The hand of time caressed my cheek. They all kept silent. I hope the wishes I made will come true. Escorting the dreams of that time and withstanding the wind and sand. The cherry blossoms on fingertips are like poems about whose youth. Crazy love mixed with elegance. The extremely beautiful song sounded, attracting the 100 or 200 men and women present. Some people who were not looking at Su Yi originally turned their heads subconsciously and looked at the stage in surprise, watching Su Yi while listening to the song. Soon everyone was immersed in the beautiful singing and couldn't extricate themselves. Jiang Su, Xia Yao, and Lin An were also surprised. They didn't expect Su Yi's singing to be so beautiful. Soon the three of them were immersed in the beautiful singing and couldn't extricate themselves. A few minutes later, Su Yi finished singing a song. The people in the audience came to their senses one by one and applauded excitedly. Some men and women clapped excitedly and shouted at Su Yi. The singing is so beautiful. The singing is so beautiful. This is the first time I heard someone sing so beautifully and with such good singing skills. The song Flowers Along the Way was sung so well. It's so beautiful, please sing another one, brother, please. Wow, this little brother is not only super handsome, but also a super good singer. I love him. One more song, it's so good, I want to hear more, please. Suyi smiled into the microphone and thanked, thank you everyone. I went on stage to sing because I got there by playing the roulette wheel game. If it's my turn again in a while, I will go on stage to sing again. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to walk off the stage. The men and women in the audience felt disappointed, and some people couldn't help but look forward to it. Naturally, there were still some men and women who were unwilling to give up and continued to beg and pray. Unfortunately, it was of no use. He could only watch Suyi step down and then return to his position. Some girls originally wanted to add Suyi as their WeChat friend, but when they saw Suyi sitting next to a super beautiful girl, they didn't have the courage to go up. After all, they still have some self-awareness. It's not that you don't know the goods, but it's that you compare the goods. There is a huge gap between them and the girls around Suyi. One is as far away as heaven and earth, and the difference between them is like heaven and earth. Of course, there are still a few girls who are prettier and more confident. I feel that although there is a gap, it is not that big. After Suyi sat down, Jiangsu excitedly exclaimed and praised Suyi, "You sing so beautifully, when did your singing level improve so much? Are you practicing secretly behind my back?" Xiaoyao also excitedly exclaimed and praised Suyi, "It's so beautiful, your singing is so beautiful. This is the first time I've heard someone sing so well in real life. No, I've never seen anyone sing so well on the internet, including professional singers. Oh my god, it's such a shame that you don't make a debut. It's a loss for the whole world." Lin An also exclaimed in admiration to Suyi with a little excitement, "You sing so beautifully, I never thought you could sing so well. The singing voice is very nice, the singing skills are very good, and the song is sung very well." After hearing these words, Suyi felt secretly happy. At the same time, he smiled modestly and said, "Thank you very much." Then he smiled at Jiangsu and said, "I haven't practiced much. Maybe I just had an epiphany. That's the only possibility. Ha ha. Ah, there is such a thing, enlightenment, isn't this something that only exists in novels, movies, TV dramas, and cartoons? But it actually happened to you, it's too outrageous and magical, aren't you kidding me?" Jiangsu said in surprise. Xiaoyao was also confused and curious and asked, "Epiphany, is this true? Are you kidding me?" Lin An also looked at Suyi curiously, waiting for Suyi's reply, but did not ask any more questions. Suyi smiled at Jiangsu and Xiaoyao, thought for a moment, and then smiled and said, "If it wasn't an epiphany, how do you think my singing skills and voice suddenly skyrocketed? Anyway, I can only think of the possibility of enlightenment. I really can't think of other possibilities. How about you help me think about it?" Jiangsu was speechless. Xiaoyao was also a little speechless, and then began to think seriously, trying to see if she could think of any other possibilities. Lin An also thought about it. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. Jiangsu looked at Suyi and thought about it, then he also remembered it. Jiangsu thought about it, and then said helplessly, "I can't think of any other possibilities, at least for now." "Then I'll believe you for now. I hope you won't fool me and betray my trust in you, hee hee." Xiaoyao also said somewhat helplessly, "I can't think of any other possibilities, and I believe you for the time being." Lin An smiled and said, "I never thought of that. I believe you too." Suyi smiled and said, "There's nothing I can do. Apart from the possibility of sudden enlightenment, I really can't think of any other possibility, so I also believe it was sudden enlightenment, hee hee." Jiangsu and the others smiled. Jiangsu smiled and said, okay, keep going. I hope you can switch to the punishment of singing a song on stage again, so that we can listen to you sing again. Yes, I'm looking forward to it too. I also hope that you will be transferred to this punishment, hee hee. Xiaoyao said with a smile. Lin An also smiled and said, "I hope so too." Suyi smiled and said nothing. Then a few people continued to play. Various penalties were imposed. For example, punishments such as saying "I like you," "I love you," or hug to the opposite sex, etc., were completed by Suyi and Lin An in cooperation with each other, and by Jiangsu and Xiaoyao in cooperation with each other. Chapter 37. Do you know my background? Some people also turned to drinking, some turned to going on stage to sing a song. Lin An was rather shy, and when the punishment task of singing a song on stage came up, she didn't have the courage to sing, so she chose to drink half a glass of wine. Jiang Su and Xia Yao also had to transfer to the punishment of going on stage and singing a song. The two of them were thick-skinned and courageous, so they both went on stage to sing. The four people played the roulette game for more than an hour before stopping to rest. Then we chatted, ate snacks and drank wine. At this time, a young man who looked to be in his 20s, with ordinary looks, average figure, and high-end clothes, entered the bar followed by several men. Stand aside and scan the audience. The middle-aged male manager of the bar noticed this and quickly stood beside the young man, smiling and greeting him respectfully. Mr. Tang, you are here. I'll help you arrange where you want to sit. Let me see if there is any woman that catches my eye first. The young man replied as he continued to scan. Tang Xiao, 25 years old, has average looks and average build. His clothes are high-end and worth a lot of money. The company at home is a third-tier force in the underground world of Tianhai City. It is powerful, has many members, a large sphere of influence, and great power. His father is the boss of the company. There's a very, very beautiful woman over there. I feel she will definitely catch Mr. Tang's eye. Do you want me to take you over to see her? Said the bar manager with a smile. Oh, the evaluation is so high, then take me to have a look. Tang Xiao turned and said to the manager. Okay, then I'll take you there. Please come this way. The manager replied with a smile and respectfully gestured for invitation. Tang Xiao immediately took a step forward. Soon, several people came and stood beside Suya's table. The bar manager looked at Lin An, then smiled at Tang Xiao and asked, Mr. Tang, that's her. Isn't she very, very beautiful? A top beauty. Am I lying to you? Su Yi and a few others also turned to look at manager Tang Xiao and others, looking at them with confusion and curiosity. Tang Xiao looked at Lin An, his eyes suddenly lit up and he became energetic. He stared at Lin An, looking at her face, figure, and temperament. Although he had seen many beauties and played with many of them, he rarely saw someone of Lin An's level, let alone played with her. Tang Xiao stared at Lin An for a few seconds without responding to the manager. He smiled and greeted Lin An, Hi, beautiful girl, you are so beautiful. I want to get to know you and make friends with you. Lin An looked at Tang Xiao again, thought for a moment, and replied politely, Sorry, I don't make friends casually. After saying this, he withdrew his gaze without waiting for Tang Xiao to reply. Su Yi, Jiang Su, and Xia Yao also looked at Tang Xiao again, then looked away and looked at other people, wanting to see their reactions. Tang Xiao was surprised he didn't expect this answer. Then I thought it was normal for such a beautiful woman to answer like this. After all, there are many people who want to be friends with such a beautiful woman. If I have to fulfill all their requests, will I be able to handle it? It's good to have a woman who is not casual. At least you can be sure that she is clean. This immediately made him more interested, and he secretly vowed to get it. Tang Xiao thought about it, smiled and said, It means the threshold for people is a bit high, right? The requirements for people are a bit high? I think I am quite good and qualified to be one of your friends. Lin An subconsciously glanced at Tang Xiao, but did not reply and looked away. Tang Xiao felt a little unhappy when he saw this. Given his identity and background, it is natural for him to feel emotional when being treated like this. Continuing to smile and beg and say nice things would be considered a dog-licking behavior to him. How could a person of his status possibly lick someone's boots? So the smile on his face disappeared and his expression became gloomy. He asked Lin An coldly, You are too disrespectful to me, aren't you? Do you know my background? Do you know what the consequences will be if you don't give me face? Lin An simply ignored it. Su Yi looked at Lin An and knew it was time for him to take action. Then he turned to Tang Xiao and said unceremoniously, Go away quickly and don't affect us. If you keep on whining here, I'll let you know what the consequences will be if you don't do as I say. After hearing this, Lin An, Jiang Su and Xia Yao turned to look at Su Yi. Su Yi's domineering attitude made Lin An feel that Su Yi was even more attractive, causing her emotions to fluctuate a little. Tang Xiao got angry after hearing this. He turned to look at Su Yi and stared at him fiercely. After staring at Su Yi for a few seconds, he yelled angrily, Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you play the hero and save the damsel in front of me? If you don't want to die, shut up. Tang Xiao's younger brothers and bodyguards were glaring at Su Yi ferociously at this time. Su Yi replied coldly, If that's the case, then there's nothing to say. After saying that, he stood up and left his seat. He walked to Tang Xiao and stood in front of him, saying coldly, Come together, so I don't have to do it twice. Lin An, Jiang Su and Xia Yao were surprised to see this. They didn't expect Su Yi to decide to solve the problem by force. Su Yi had no idea whether he could beat them, so he was a little worried. Jiang Su stood up and walked to Su Yi's side, and said to Jiang Su, "They have more people, we probably can't defeat them, should we call the police?" Su Yi turned to Jiang Su and smiled and replied, "I forgot to tell you that I also had an epiphany in fighting. Mainly, my strength has awakened. I am very strong now. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Don't worry, just sit back and watch. Go back to your seat and watch. I'll take care of it in seconds." Jiang Su was surprised. He didn't expect Su Yi to say that. He was a little skeptical, so he thought about it and asked out loud to confirm, "Is this true? Why does it feel a little unreal to me?" "Trust me, go back to your seat and sit down, you will know soon. I'm not drunk and there's nothing wrong with my brain. How could I possibly make such a joke, right?" Su Yi replied seriously. Jiang Su stared at Su Yi for 2 seconds, nodded and replied, "Okay, I believe you, but you have to be careful and don't be careless." "Okay." Su Yi replied with a smile. Jiang Su then turned around and left, ready to stand aside and watch the situation. If Su Yi can't win, he can step forward to help in time. Although his fighting skills are not that good. After all, he has never fought with anyone in his life. Just some boxing exercise occasionally. Tang Xiao then sneered at Su Yi and said, "Are you worthy enough for me to take action personally? I have plenty of people, how can I do it myself? That's too cheap." After saying that, he raised his head and waved, "Come on together, beat this kid until he kneels down and begs for mercy." Chapter 38 Because You Don't Deserve It. Tang Xiao's younger brothers and bodyguards then quickly rushed towards Su Yi. After entering the attack range, he quickly punched and kicked Su Yi. Su Yi, who was standing in place, sneered disdainfully and made a quick move. The thugs who were besieging Su Yi were surprised and shocked to see how fast Su Yi attacked. I wanted to respond quickly, but unfortunately it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Ah, ah, ah. There were dull collision sounds and screams of pain. 4 or 5 thugs were hit one after another. They fell to the ground screaming, covering the parts of their bodies that were hit and screaming in pain, curling up their bodies and turning over and over. It seems that he has temporarily lost the ability to fight again. Su Yi was controlling his strength, otherwise he could have knocked these people away and smashed them to pieces. After Su Yi dealt with 4 or 5 thugs, he kicked Tang Xiao, who was standing there without stopping. Tang Xiao was shocked and his expression changed drastically. He wanted to respond, but unfortunately Su Yi's kick was too fast and he had no time to react. Bang! Ah! There were dull collision sounds and screams of pain. Tang Xiao, who was kicked in the abdomen, fell to the ground with a scream. He covered the part that was kicked and turned over and over with an expression of pain and screams. Su Yi then stopped and looked at the stunned manager standing beside him. He asked coldly, "Do you want to participate? If you do, I'll get rid of you as well." The manager, who was surprised, astonished, suddenly came to his senses after hearing this. He looked at Su Yi with some nervousness and fear, and then looked at Tang Xiao and the others on the ground. After thinking for a while, he said to Su Yi, "I am the manager of this bar, and Tang Xiao is the boss of our bar. Not only are you fighting in our store, but the person you're beating is our boss. Do you think I should get involved?" How could he admit defeat? If he did, he would lose his position and the consequences would be serious. He would be dealt with by Tang Xiao. In that case, you should lie down for a while too. Su Yi replied. Then kick out quickly. The manager standing there was startled and his expression changed. He wanted to respond, but it was too late to react. Bang! Ah! A dull collision sound and a scream of pain rang out at the same time. The manager was kicked in the abdomen and fell to the ground with a scream, covering the part of his body that was kicked and curling up and turning over and over. Su Yi sneered disdainfully, and when he saw several men surrounding him, he looked up at them. He asked coldly, "Do you want to participate too?" Some of these men were staff members who had a good relationship with the manager, and 2 were security guards of the bar. One by one, they listened to Su Yi's words, looked at Su Yi, then looked at the people on the ground, and then looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. So just keep silent. Su Yi looked at the few people, retracted his gaze and turned back to his table. He smiled at the few people who were looking at him and said, "After something like this happened, we can't continue playing here. Let's go. If you want to continue playing, you can go somewhere else." "Yeah, okay. Okay, let's go." "Good." Lin An, Xiaoyao and Jiang Su responded one after another and then stood up one after another. Then, a few people walked to the side under the gazes of the people around them. A security guard standing nearby thought for a moment and mustered up the courage to say to Su Yi, "You beat someone up in our store. It's not good for you to leave without finishing the job, right? Whether we're waiting for the police to come and deal with it or waiting for someone else to deal with it, it needs to be dealt with." At this time, Tang Xiao on the ground also gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and said to Su Yi with some difficulty, "Boy, if you have the guts, just wait until I call someone over to continue." Su Yi stopped, turned to look at the security guard and then looked at Tang Xiao. After thinking for a while, he said to Tang Xiao, "How about this, tell me your identity and background, and I will call someone to play with you." "I won't play with you in person. I don't want to continue wasting too much time on you because you don't deserve it." Tang Xiao looked at Su Yi and thought for a while before replying, "My father is the boss of Nighthawk Company." "Have you heard of Nighthawk Company? It's a third-tier force in the Tianhai underground world." Su Yi replied, "I haven't heard of it, but it doesn't matter." "Is your company in Tianhai?" "Yes." Tang Xiao replied. Su Yi nodded, took out his cell phone and called Wang Yuanqi, chairman of Yuanqi Group, a frontline force in Tianhai City's underground world. "Wait until the call is connected and give orders." After giving the order, he put down the phone and ended the call. Then he said to Tang Xiao, "Okay, wait for your father's call, I won't accompany you." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Tang Xiao reluctantly replied, "Why are you in such a hurry? What if you are just pretending to deceive me? If you are really capable, wait until I finish the call. Besides, your people may not be as powerful as ours. If they are not as powerful as ours, then the result will not be what you think." Su Yi thought for a moment and stopped, then turned to Tang Xiao and said, "Okay, it'll only take a few minutes, so I'll wait." Tang Xiao looked at Su Yi and said nothing more. He gritted his teeth and continued to moan. Jiang Su, Lin An, and Xiaoyao, who were standing aside, just looked at Su Yi with confusion and curiosity, not knowing who Su Yi was looking for. Listening to Su Yi talking on the phone, the tone of a subordinate giving orders to his superior made them curious about the relationship between the person on the phone and Su Yi. Jiang Su couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who are you looking for? Can you get it done?" Lin An and Xiaoyao were also looking at Su Yi, waiting for Su Yi's reply because they were also curious. Su Yi looked at the three people, thought for a moment, and then replied with a smile, "Zhou Yuanqi, the chairman of Yuanqi Group. Yeah, I've heard about it a few times. It's said to be very powerful and has great energy. It's one of the top forces in the Tianhai underground world. If you find that it is really him, it will only take a phone call to deal with him." Jiang Su replied. Lin An said, "I haven't heard of it, but Jiang Su said it sounds very impressive." Xiaoyao also said, "I haven't heard of it before." If what Jiang Su said is true, then it's not a big problem. It's really just a matter of a phone call. Tang Xiao, who was groaning, was startled when he heard Su Yi's words. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel worried and afraid. Of course he knew about Yuanqi Group. It was a first-tier force in the Tianhai underground world, several levels higher than their company. It would be very simple and easy for Yuanqi Group to destroy their company. Tang Xiao looked at Su Yi and thought about it. Because he was not sure whether Su Yi was bragging, he decided to wait and see. There was no need to say anything now. Su Yi smiled at the three people, and then smiled at Jiang Su and said, "Well, what you heard is correct. It is a first-line force in the Tianhai underground world, and its power is not small. Dealing with him is just a matter of a phone call. It can be done in minutes. Don't worry." Chapter 39. Lin An is moved. Jiang Su smiled and replied, "Well, I feel relieved." Lin An nodded and said nothing. Xiaoyao smiled and replied, "I feel relieved too. I'm just a little curious about your relationship with him. I heard you talking to him on the phone in a tone of superior and subordinate." Jiang Su and Lin An were also a little curious, so they looked at Su Yi and waited. Su Yi thought for a moment and lied with a smile, "Not only did I inherit the huge inheritance from that relative, I also inherited some of his connections. Wang Yuanqi is protected by my relative, so I spoke to him in this tone." Jiang Su looked at Su Yi and thought for a moment before replying, "Okay." Lin An nodded and said nothing. Xiaoyao also nodded and said nothing. Some of the men and women who were watching nearby were whispering, exclaiming, and talking excitedly. "Wow, this little brother is really good at fighting, he seems very powerful. The most important thing is that he is so handsome, I like him so much." This handsome guy is amazing, so cool and stylish. He seems to have a very good background as well. This handsome guy is awesome. He actually dared to hit the owner of this bar. You should know that the owner of this bar is the young master of Nighthawk Company. Nighthawk Company is a third-tier force in the Tianhai underground world, with many members and huge power. Yes. This is the young master of Nighthawk Company. He actually dared to hit him and is still so calm and confident. I think his background is not simple. It's very interesting. I am looking forward to it and want to see who will have the last laugh. Wow, he's not only handsome, but also a good fighter. Not only is he a good fighter, but he also seems to have a very impressive background. He's really outstanding, I like him so much. It would be great if a man like him was my boyfriend or husband. Soon, Tang Xiao heard the phone in his trouser pocket ringing. Tang Xiao took out his cell phone and saw that it was his father calling. He put the phone to his ear and said, "Dad. You hit a brick wall, you bastard. I don't want to say anything more to you now. Apologize to the other party immediately, or I will beat you to death." Did you hear that? Tang's father yelled angrily on the phone. After hearing this, Tang Xiao was shocked, his expression changed, his head started buzzing, and he felt a little scared. I couldn't help but look up at Su Yi. Then he looked away without enough courage and quickly replied, Okay, I'll apologize after the call, don't worry. I didn't do anything to him, he beat me up. Hurry up and stop talking nonsense to me. That's it. Tang's father replied harshly on the phone. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a reply. Okay. Tang Xiao replied, but before he could finish his words he heard a busy tone. Tang Xiao put away his phone and apologized to Su Yi respectfully, Brother, I'm sorry. I was blind and offended you. I know I was wrong now. I hope you can forgive me this time. I won't dare to do it again. After saying that, he looked at Su Yi nervously and waited. Su Yi sneered disdainfully and did not reply. He turned around and smiled at Jiang Su and the others who were watching him, saying, Okay, let's go. Jiang Su and the other two nodded, then left together. When the men and women watching saw the result, some of them were surprised, shocked, and astonished. Some people were talking excitedly and exclaiming in amazement. Oh my god, this handsome guy actually has a powerful background. Nighthawk Company is a third-tier force in the Tianhai underground world. A phone call can make the young master of Nighthawk Company admit his mistakes. You can tell how powerful he must be. Yes, this handsome guy is so perfect. He is so excellent in every aspect. He makes me feel so safe. My heart is so moved. I really want to be his woman. I really want to be protected by him. This guy actually has a powerful background. I thought he was going to be miserable. He got slapped in the face. I misjudged him. When Tang Xiao saw Su Yi turn around and leave, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, collapsed to the ground, and continued to cover the part that was kicked and groaned in pain. The two security guards standing on the side came to their senses, quickly squatted next to Tang Xiao, and asked if he needed help. Su Yi and a few others left the bar and went outside. Jiang Su then asked Su Yi excitedly, When did you become so good at fighting? Why didn't I know it before? Xia Yao was also a little excited and said, Yes, it's really amazing, it feels so unreal to me, as if I'm watching a movie or TV series. Lin An said to Su Yi, thank you for your help. Su Yi smiled at the three people, first smiling at Jiang Su and Xia Yao. Do you believe me when I say I was born with supernatural powers? I am so powerful because of my great strength. Then he smiled and replied to Lin An, It's just a small favor. You're welcome. It's my duty. Lin An was a little touched. She smiled at Su Yi, thought for a moment and said, I'll treat you to a meal if I have the chance, as a way of expressing my gratitude. I always feel that thanking you verbally is not sincere enough. No problem. Su Yi replied with a smile. At this moment, the system's words rang in Su Yi's mind. Congratulations, Master. Lin Anren's affection towards you has increased by 3 points. Get a bonus cash of 3 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 300 points. Obtain 300 points of reward system redemption points. Get a Maybach worth 100 million as a reward. The reward is a large flat worth 500 million. Get an island worth 10 billion as a reward. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. After hearing this, Su Yi felt a little secretly happy. Jiangsu stared at Su Yi for a few seconds, trying to determine whether what he said was true or not. After looking at it for a few seconds without making any sense, he immediately asked out loud to confirm, "Is this true? Are you kidding me? Why do I feel it's a little unreal? Born with supernatural powers, shouldn't this kind of thing only exist in movies, TV shows, anime, and novels?" Xiaoyao also agreed, yes, it's true or not, I don't dare to believe it, after all, it's a bit too outrageous and magical. Lin An was also a little unconvinced, so she looked at Su Yi and waited for Su Ye's reply, but did not say anything else. Su Yi smiled and said, "That's the truth. If I'm not born with supernatural powers, then is it because I've trained a lot or practiced some martial arts that I'm so good at fighting? Would you believe me if I said that?" If you say that, I won't believe it because it's even more outrageous. Of course, I'm talking about practicing martial arts. If you learn some kind of fighting or sanda since you were a child, I would rather believe it. It's just that I haven't heard you talk about it before, so I'm just asking out of curiosity. Jiangsu replied. I haven't practiced anything, and I don't exercise regularly. It's just pure natural strength. As long as you are strong, you will appear to be able to fight. Great strength can make miracles happen, haha. Su Yi replied with a smile. I am Duishui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone. Chapter 40 Lin Anren's dinner date. Jiangsu looked at Su Yi and replied helplessly, okay, I believe it for now. Xiaoyao also replied, okay, I believe it too. Lin Anren just smiled and said nothing. Then the 3 of them walked and chatted, while also discussing where to go next and what to do. Because it was already past 10 o'clock and they had classes tomorrow, several people decided to go back home. One by one, they called a designated driver, said goodbye to each other and left. Su Ro had made an appointment with Su Yi before, and now Su Ro was waiting for him in Su Yi's villa, so Su Yi went back to his villa. After a while, Su Yi returned to his villa. I took the elevator to the 2nd floor and went to the bathroom to do some personal hygiene. After taking care of personal hygiene, he entered the bedroom naked. At this time, Su Ro was lying on the bed in a sexy nightgown, playing mahjong on her mobile phone. After seeing Su Yi coming in, she smiled and looked at Su Yi, then retracted her gaze and said to the phone, "Sisters, I have something to do. I won't play after this round." Su Yi got on the bed, lay on top of Su Ro, and started to get busy. Su Ro was enjoying herself while playing mahjong. She had no interest in playing it anymore and just hoped it would end quickly. Soon, the game was over. Su Ro said goodbye to a few friends, then quit the game and put down her phone. He responded by hugging Su Yi. After more than an hour, it ended. The 2 people hugged each other and talked. Can you not go back tonight? I don't have to go back, and I hope you don't have to go back. Let's go back tomorrow morning. I want to sleep with you for one night. How about it? Su Ro asked with a smile. Su Yi thought for a moment and replied, yeah, no problem. That's great. Come a few more times tonight and satisfy me. Su Ro replied with a smile. Yeah, no problem. Su Yi replied with a smile. Su Ro suddenly thought of something and said, by the way, if you want to go to the island next time, take me with you. She contacted Wen Yutong yesterday and learned that several people were playing on Su Ye's island. Yeah, no problem. Su Yi replied. The 2 chatted for a few minutes and then continued. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, the 2 went to the bathroom to take care of their personal hygiene, then returned to bed and hugged each other to sleep. The next day, morning. Su Yi woke up and went to the bathroom to wash up. After finishing it, I went to the cloakroom and picked out some clothes to change into. He left the villa, got into the Lamborghini, drove away, and prepared to go to school. The get out of class ended at around 11 o'clock in the morning. Lin Anren sent a WeChat message to ask Su Yi if he had any plans for lunch. If not, she would treat Su Yi to lunch to express her gratitude. Su Yi replied yes, and asked the other party to tell him the name of the restaurant so that he could drive over. Then he sent a WeChat message to Bai Xingwan, telling her that someone had made an appointment for lunch and they would not be having lunch together. Then Su Yi went to the parking lot, got into the Lamborghini, and drove away. Soon, Su Yi arrived at a high-end restaurant not far from the school. After entering the restaurant, the female receptionist led us to Lin Anren's table. Su Yi pulled out a chair and sat down, smiling and saying, sorry to have kept you waiting. No, I just sat down for 2 minutes. Lin An replied with a smile. Suyi smiled and said, that's good. Now that we're here, let's order some food. Lin An said with a smile. There's no one else, just the two of us, right? Suyi asked with a smile. Well, yes. Lin An replied with a smile. Okay. Suyi replied. Finally, the two people discussed ordering food. After ordering the food, we started chatting. Senior and Ran, how did you spend Saturday and Sunday? Suyi asked with a smile. On Saturday, I slept until I woke up naturally, then went shopping and had dinner with Yao, and then went to the movies and got my nails done. Yesterday, I spent the morning reading, searching online, and writing an outline for my graduation thesis. I took a nap after lunch and now I'm watching TikTok and other stuff. Later, Yao asked me to go out with her, so I started to get dressed and went out. Lin An replied with a smile. Yeah, it's quite fulfilling. Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and asked, what about you? You were on your island on Saturday and Sunday. What did you do? I went to the beach with my aunt and sister Xingwan on Saturday, and then took a yacht out to my island. We played a lot of activities on the island, such as diving, kite flying, beach barbecue, jet ski riding, beach volleyball, etc. Suyi replied with a smile. There are indeed a lot of things to do. I'd like to visit your island next time I have the chance. Lin An said with a smile. Yeah, no problem. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two continued chatting. After the delicious dishes were served, the two began to eat. We continued chatting while eating, talking, and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After they finished their meal, they sat down to rest and chat. Senior and Ran, you are so beautiful, there must be a lot of people chasing after you, why are you still single? Suyi asked with a smile. Because I haven't met someone who is suitable in all aspects, and I haven't met someone I like. Lin An replied with a smile. Indeed, it is difficult to meet a boy who is suitable in all aspects and whom you like. Are your requirements very high? What are your requirements? I'm a little curious. Can you tell me about it? Suyi said with a smile. Lin An thought for a moment before smiling and saying, actually, there aren't many. I just have a good figure, good looks, good temperament, good personality, nice voice, knowledge, and cultivation. The key is to meet my aesthetic requirements. After all, there are many good-looking boys, but not all of them are my type. Suyi smiled and said, you are so beautiful and have such a good family background. These requests are indeed not high and are very reasonable. There seem to be some handsome boys in our school who have good figures and good temperaments. Their family backgrounds should be very good as well. I don't know if any of them have any admirers of yours, or if any of them are your type. Lin An thought for a moment before replying, there are a few handsome ones among my suitors, but I don't like them very much. Oh. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he asked curiously, I'm a little curious whether you have ever been in love before, and whether you have had a boyfriend. Of course, you don't have to reply if you don't feel comfortable saying it. After all, this is also considered personal privacy. I'm just asking out of curiosity. I've never been in a relationship, and I've never had a boyfriend. There's nothing wrong with that. I've always felt that only girls who have had many relationships and many boyfriends would be sensitive to this question, and would get nervous when someone asks them. Lin An replied. Ah, that makes sense. You are so beautiful, but you have never been in a relationship or had a boyfriend. This is quite rare in this era. If you walk on the street, 9 out of 10 people will think you have a boyfriend and won't think you are single, Suyi said with a smile. Chapter 41. Are you dating? Lin An smiled and said, you are so handsome. If you were walking on the street, I would think you had a girlfriend instead of being single. Suyi smiled and continued chatting. After chatting for a few more minutes, the two discussed and decided to take a walk on the street to help digest the food. The two left their seats and went to the cashier. Lin An paid the bill, and then the two left the restaurant together. Two people walked side by side on the street, chatting as they walked. Because both of them are so good looking, they attracted all kinds of attention from men, women, young and old around them. But they were ignored by both of them. Before the two of them had walked a distance, one of Lin Anren's classmates noticed them and was surprised. Looking at the two people, the fire of gossip in his body burned fiercely. Then he stood in front of the two people and asked Lin An with a smile, School beauty Lin, are you in love with school Prince Su? Lin An felt embarrassed for a moment after hearing this, and a blush appeared on her fair cheeks. He looked at the familiar female classmate with an unnatural expression, then looked at Suyi again, and then turned to the female classmate and replied, "You misunderstood, we are not in a relationship, we are just shopping together, just ordinary friends." Suyi just smiled and said nothing. The female classmate smiled and looked at the two people, trying to determine the truth of what they said. After looking at it for a few seconds without making any sense, he smiled at Lin An and said, "So it's developing?" No, you're overthinking it. We're just ordinary friends. We just took a walk together after dinner to digest the food. Lin An replied seriously. Oh, you even had lunch together. It seems like you two are dating. You said there's no development. Do you think I will believe you? Ha ha. It's normal to develop and there's nothing to hide. If you don't want others to know, I won't tell anyone. I haven't seen it again, don't worry. The female classmate replied with a smile. Lin An felt helpless and depressed. He looked at the female classmate and then at Suyi. Then he said to the female classmate helplessly, "You really misunderstood, he and I are really just ordinary friends, there is no romance or development. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." The female classmate smiled, thought for a moment, and then smiled and said, Okay, I believe you. But I think you two are a perfect match. You can definitely give it a try. I'm into you two as a couple. Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly, because she didn't know how to respond, so she didn't say anything. Suyi just smiled and said nothing. The female classmate smiled at the two people and said, "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, school beauties and school hunks. Goodbye." Lin An said goodbye with a smile. Suyi also said goodbye with a smile, "Goodbye." The female classmate left immediately. Lin An smiled helplessly at Suyi and said nothing. Suyi also looked at Lin An with a smile and said nothing. Then the two of them continued walking forward, chatting while walking. As they talked more, the atmosphere between the two people gradually returned to normal, especially Lin An was not as embarrassed as before. After walking for a while, a male classmate who was familiar to Suyi came towards him. The male classmate noticed Suyi and Lin An walking together and was surprised. He was also curious about the relationship between the two and whether they were in a relationship. In order to satisfy his curiosity, he stood in front of the two people and said to Suyi with a smile, "School prince, are you hanging out with the school beauty?" Suyi smiled and replied, "I just had dinner, so I took a walk to digest the food. As for what you mean by pressing the road, I'm not sure." Lin An looked at him a little awkwardly and said nothing. The male classmate looked at Suyi and Lin An with a smile, then smiled at Suyi and said, "Panmalu naturally means shopping between lovers. No, we are just friends. Let's take a walk after dinner to digest the food." Suyi replied with a smile. "Eating together and shopping together, are you in the process of developing a relationship and getting to know each other?" The male classmate asked with a smile. "No, we are just friends." "You misunderstood. Don't think too much about it," Suyi replied. The male classmate looked at Suyi with a smile, then looked at Lin An, trying to determine the truthfulness of Suyi's words. I looked at it for a few seconds but still couldn't figure out what it was. After thinking for a while, he asked Suyi to confirm, "Is this true? Why don't I believe it? You two are the campus belle and the campus hunk, and you eat together and go shopping together. You said you are just ordinary friends and you don't want to develop anything. I don't think that makes sense. After all, both of you are so good looking, it is normal and reasonable for you to be attracted to each other and go towards each other. I can understand if you want to keep it a secret," the male student said with a smile. "There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Everything I said is true," Suyi said helplessly. The male classmate looked at Suyi and made a judgment for a few seconds, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. Then he looked at Lin An and asked with a smile, "School beauty Lin, is what he said true?" "Of course," Lin An replied. The male classmate stared at Lin An for a few seconds, without being able to tell whether the words were true or false, and then he replied helplessly, Okay, I believe you for now, and I hope you won't let me down. Of course, if you two really get together and make it official in the future, don't blame me for calling you liars then." Suyi smiled and said nothing. Lin An also smiled a little unnaturally and said nothing. The male student looked at the two people, then smiled and said, "Okay, I won't bother you two anymore. You continue. I'm leaving. Goodbye." Goodbye. Suyi said goodbye with a smile. Goodbye. Lin An also said goodbye with a smile. The boy then left. Suyi and Lin An smiled at each other and continued to move forward. Suyi smiled as he walked and said, after that, the fact that we two are eating and shopping together may develop. I'm afraid it will spread around the school. Well, it is possible. After all, many people cannot keep secrets and their desire to share is too strong. Lin An replied. Are you worried? Suyi asked with a smile. There's nothing to worry about. Lin An replied. This is considered a scandal. Suyi replied. Lin An thought for a moment and asked back, are you worried? I have nothing to worry about. Suyi replied. If you're not worried, then I'm not worried either. Lin An replied. Suyi smiled and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin An also smiled and said nothing. Chapter 42. Do you want to go with me? Then the two continued walking and chatting, talking and laughing in a harmonious atmosphere. After walking for a while, Lin An noticed a cat cafe. Then he smiled at Suyi and said, there's a cat cafe over there. I want to go in and sit down and pet the cats. Do you want to go in? Sure, no problem, let's go. Suyi replied with a smile. Okay. Lin An replied with a smile. Then he asked curiously as he walked, do you like cats? I like it, it's very cute, but I don't have one because I think it's a bit troublesome and it will take up some of my time. Suyi replied with a smile. I like cats too, but I don't have one myself. I also feel that it takes up a lot of my time, so I go to a cat cafe when I have time. I think that's enough. Lin An replied with a smile. Well, now that there is the cat cafe industry, people who like cats don't really need to raise cats themselves, which saves a lot of trouble and time. Suyi replied with a smile. I'm renting a house now, so it's not suitable for me to keep a cat. I'm also worried that the cat will damage the furniture or something. If I have the conditions in the future and have a nanny, I can still raise one. Let the nanny raise it and take care of it, and I will just be responsible for petting the cat, huh? Lin An replied with a smile. She came to Tianhai to study and didn't want to live in the dormitory, so her family rented a house for her near the school. Well, it's indeed better to let a nanny take care of the child. It can save a lot of time and avoid a lot of trouble. Suyi replied with a smile. The two people were chatting as they walked, talking and laughing. Soon, two people entered the cat cafe. He entered a room, sat down, and started playing with and petting the cat. Of course, I also buy cat food to feed them. What breed of cat do you prefer? Lin An asked while petting the cat. I prefer ragdoll cats, chinchilla cats, and Persian cats because they are more common and I have seen them. As for other uncommon cats or cats I have never seen, maybe I like them, but I haven't seen them, so I won't talk about them. Suyi replied with a smile. Well, I like these ones too. I think they are very beautiful and they suit my aesthetic taste. I like Scottish fold cats, too. Lin An replied with a smile. Yeah, I think it's beautiful too. It suits my taste. Suyi replied with a smile. After a few minutes, Lin An took out her phone and took a few selfies with the cat, then smiled at Suyi and said, please take a few photos for me, photos with the cat. Well, no problem. My photography skills are pretty good and I can do it. Suyi said with a smile, while reaching out to take Lin An's phone. Then let's discuss how to take photos and what poses to pose with cats. Lin An said with a smile. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two people started communicating. After some discussion, we decided on a few looks. Then Lin An started posing with the cat. Suyi was adjusting the shooting angle, preparing to choose the best position and angle for shooting. Suyi found the right position and angle and started taking pictures. Take a few photos for each style. It took us 6 or 7 shots in total before we finished. Then the two of them sat together looking at the photos they had taken, discussing which photos were taken better and which photos had shortcomings. Which photos should be deleted and which photos should be kept. In the end, Lin An kept a dozen photos and deleted a dozen photos. Then prepared to post on Moments. She selected 9 photos and arranged them into a 9-square grid, then smiled and asked Suyi, can you help me take a look at these photos and post them on WeChat Moments? Suyi looked sideways and replied with a smile, no problem. Okay. Lin An replied with a smile. Then he looked away and started thinking about the copy, typing as he thought. After editing, I sent it out and then put away my phone. By the way, do you want me to take some photos for you? Lin An asked Suyi with a smile. No need. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied, then retracted his gaze and continued petting the cat. Then the two continued to play with the cat and chat from time to time. After Lin An sat and stroked the cat for a while, he stood up and used a cat toy to tease a blue cat on the wall. Suyi was also standing beside Lin An, also holding a cat toy and teasing a big orange cat on the wall. Suddenly, the blue cat that Lin An was teasing pounced towards Lin An. Lin An was startled, his expression changed, and he subconsciously dodged, and at the same time couldn't help but let out a scream of awe. Seeing this, Suyi, who was standing on the side, quickly reached out and hugged Lin An, who was falling towards him. All of a sudden, the warm fragrance hit my face and the softness entered my arms. Suyi smelled the perfume and light body fragrance while feeling the wonderful touch. Lin An threw herself into Suyi's arms and subconsciously hugged Suyi with her hands. There were some male and female guests nearby, of course, most of them were female guests. One by one, they turned to look at the two people, looking at them with confusion and curiosity. Seeing the two people hugging each other at this time, some people felt envious. They hoped that the person being hugged by the super handsome guy Suyi is themselves. Lin An calmed down and felt the feeling at the moment again. Only then did he look up at Suyi's peerless face that was so close to him. After 2 seconds, he said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you." "You're welcome. It's just a small favor." "It's my duty." Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled unnaturally, paused, and then mustered up the courage to say, "Okay, I'm standing firm, let me go." "Yeah, okay." Suyi replied with a smile. After saying this, he let go of the soft Lin An with a little reluctance. Lin An left Suyi's arms and stood up. Suyi waited until Lin An stood firmly before withdrawing his hands. Lin An smiled at Suyi somewhat embarrassedly. Suyi also smiled at Lin An and said nothing. Then the two continued to play with the cat. While playing with the cat, we chatted from time to time. After playing for a while, it was almost time, so the two decided to leave. When they arrived at the checkout counter, Lin An paid the bill, and then the two of them left the cat cafe together. The two walked towards the parking lot. Walking on the street, Lin An inadvertently noticed the advertisement for the concert. After taking a look, he turned to Suyi and asked with a smile, "Do you like Young Qianqi?" Because I don't follow celebrities and I'm not a fan of anyone, I can't say I like or dislike them. But I have heard some of the songs of their group. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah, I'm about the same. Lin An replied. Then he said, he has a concert tonight. I want to go and see it. Do you want to go with me? Sure, no problem. Regardless of whether or not you like someone, the only thing you need to do is experience the concert as an entertainment. As long as you don't hate the singer, you can go and watch and experience it. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah, I think so too. Lin An replied with a smile. Chapter 43. This is the first time. The concert starts at 8 o'clock, and we can enter at about 7:30. So, should we have dinner together and then go there together after dinner? Lin An said. Yes, of course. Suyi replied with a smile. Okay, then it's settled. Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two of them walked and chatted. Chatting about concerts and some singers and stars. After a while, the two returned to the parking lot, got into their respective cars, and drove back to school. School ends at around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Suyi and Lin An made an appointment, went to the parking lot together, got into their respective cars, and drove away from the school. After a while, the two arrived at a high-end Western restaurant. We found a seat and ordered our food. Would you like to drink some red wine? I feel like something is missing if I don't drink some red wine while eating Western food. What do you think? Suyi asked with a smile. Yes, that's true. Let's drink some. Lin An replied with a smile. Okay, then I'll order. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he ordered a bottle of red wine that cost more than 100,000 yuan. After the order was taken, the waiter left and the two of them found topics to chat. Have you ever eaten in a Western restaurant with a boy before? Suyi asked with a smile. No, this is the first time. Lin An replied. It's really my honor, huh? Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and asked curiously, what about you? This shouldn't be your first time dining with a girl in a Western restaurant, right? No. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah. Lin An was a little disappointed. But considering that Suyi had a girlfriend before, it was normal that it was not his first time to dine with a woman in a Western restaurant. I feel relieved when I think of this. Then the two continued chatting. Soon, the red wine was brought over by the waiter. After asking for the opinions of two people, I opened it and poured it into the decanter. A few minutes later, the waiter brought the food for both of them to the table. The waiter poured more red wine for the two of them. The two men clinked their glasses together, then brought them to their lips and took a sip. Put down your wine glass and start eating. Then the two of them started chatting while eating, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After a while, the two finished their meal and sat down to rest and chat. After a few minutes, Suyi called the waiter to settle the bill. The two then left the restaurant. Because the stadium where the concert was held was not far away, the two decided to walk over and take a walk to digest the food since it was still early. The two of them walked side by side, chatting and laughing as they walked. The atmosphere was harmonious, just like a couple. Some people around who noticed them also mistakenly thought that the two were a couple. A few minutes later, a black commercial vehicle stopped by the road. The car door opened, and 5 or 6 men who looked to be in their 30s got out of the car, then quickly trotted towards Lin An. He stood in front of Lin An. The leading man took out his phone, looked at the photos and compared them, then asked Lin An seriously, "Your name is Lin An, right?" Lin An looked at a few people nervously and fearfully without answering. Then she turned her head to look at Suyi. It was obvious that those people came with bad intentions, so she didn't dare to admit that she was Lin An, worried that they would do something to her. Fortunately, she had the master Suyi by her side, and Suyi's energy was also very strong, so she was not so nervous and afraid. Suyi looked at a few people, and if he noticed that Lin An was looking at him, he turned to Lin An and smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, don't be afraid, I'll take care of everything." "Yeah." Lin An replied. Suyi then looked at the men and asked the leading man, "Who are you and what do you want to do?" The leading man looked at Suyi and replied coldly, "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, or you will bear the consequences." Suyi sneered disdainfully and replied, "She is my friend, do you think I will just stand by and watch? So, her business is my business. If she has any problems, I will take care of it." Lin An was moved after hearing Suyi's words. He looked at Suyi, then turned to look at the leading man, wanting to hear what the leading man had to say. After hearing Suyi's words, the leading man showed a fierce look on his face and said fiercely, "In that case, we don't mind teaching you a lesson as well. Taking care of one is taking care of it, taking care of two is taking care of it, one more is not too much, one less is not too little." Then he raised his hand and ordered fiercely, "Go ahead, teach them a lesson." After saying that, he also attacked Suyi. The other men also moved, preparing to attack Suyi and Lin An. Seeing this, Lin An suddenly became even more nervous. Although she knew that Suyi was very powerful and good at fighting. Suyi sneered disdainfully and moved. When several people saw how fast Suyi acted, they were shocked and their expressions changed slightly. They subconsciously wanted to react and dodge, but unfortunately they were not fast enough and it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. Crack, crack, crack. Ah ah ah. The dull sounds of collision, the crisp sounds of bones breaking, and the screams of pain continued. 5 or 6 men were hit by Suyi one after another. They fell to the ground, covering their broken parts, curled up in pain, and tossed and turned. It seems that he has temporarily lost the ability to fight again. The men, women, young and old around were all surprised, astonished and shocked when they saw this process and results. Some men, women, old and young who were close to the few people moved away and stood aside to watch. Some of them were talking to each other, whispering, and exclaiming in amazement as they watched. "Oh my god, this handsome guy is so good at fighting. Fuck, are we filming a movie? Why does this feel so unreal? Wow, this little brother is really good at fighting. Not only is he handsome, but he's also really good at fighting. So charming." A few people suddenly thought of something and quickly picked up their phones to take pictures, preparing to upload them to the internet or share them with others. Lin An was also looking at Suyi with admiration at this time, and her heart was beating fast. At this moment, Suyi in her eyes was radiant, charming and attractive, which made her feel safe. Suyi stopped and stood still, his face not red and he was not out of breath, looking as if he had not done anything just now. He glanced at the men on the ground, thought for a moment, walked to the leading man and stood in front of him, looking down at the man who was screaming in pain. He asked harshly, "Tell me the truth, who sent you here? If you don't tell me the truth, I will torture you until you tell me the truth." The leading man groaned in pain for a few seconds, thought for a while, and then replied, "We don't know either. Our superiors arranged for us to do things, and we followed their arrangements. As for the reasons, we are not qualified to know." Suyi stared at the leading man for a few seconds to make his judgment, and then asked in a cold voice, "Do you have an organization? Which organization or company do you belong to?" Chapter 44. Come to my room. The leading man replied, "We are from Kowtow Company." Suyi picked up the phone and called Wang Yuanqi, chairman of Yuanqi Group. "Wait until the call is connected and give orders." After giving the order, he put down the phone and ended the call. He turned and walked towards Lin An, smiling and saying, "Okay, let's go." "Yeah, okay." Lin An came back to his senses and replied. Then the two men walked away. After walking away, Lin An turned his head to Suyi and smiled and thanked him. "Thank you for just now." "You're welcome. It's just a small favor," Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An was touched and just looked at Suyi with a smile for a moment, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suyi's mind. "Congratulations, Master. Lin An's affection towards you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. Get a helicopter worth 300 million as a reward. The reward is a large flat worth 1 billion. Get an island worth 10 billion as a reward. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it." Suyi was secretly delighted after hearing this. He smiled at Lin An and said, "If you encounter any troubles that you can't solve yourself in the future, you can come to me and contact me at any time. I can help you solve it." "Well, okay, thank you," Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two of them walked and chatted. After a while, Suyi received a call from Wang Yuanqi, chairman of Yuanqi Group. "Master, it has been found out." It was Wang Yuanqi, a junior student at Longshan International University, who paid the people from Kowtow Company to do it. "We have caught Wang Yuanqi." After questioning, we found out that Lin An pointed out that her thesis was plagiarized, so we wanted to find someone to teach Lin An a lesson. Suyi replied, "Yeah. Master, what should we do with Wang Yuanqi now?" Wang Yuanqi asked respectfully on the phone. Suyi thought for a moment and replied, "Wait a moment, I'll ask my friend." Then he said to Lin An, "I found out that it was someone hired by our school named Wang Yuanqi. She wanted to teach you a lesson because you pointed out that her paper was plagiarized. Now Wang Yuanqi has been captured by my people. How do you want to teach Wang Yuanqi a lesson?" Lin An thought for a moment before replying, "I don't know how to teach her a lesson. Please help me decide." "Yeah, no problem," Suyi replied with a smile. Then he said to Wang Yuanqi on the phone, "You decide how to deal with it. Don't make it too light or too heavy." "Okay, master." Wang Yuanqi on the phone replied respectfully. Suyi put down his phone and ended the call. Lin An smiled at Suyi and thanked him, "Thank you. It's just a small favor, nothing to mention." Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and said nothing more. At this time, the two had already arrived at the stadium where the concert was held. When the time was almost up, two people entered. The concert tickets were bought by Suyi. Suyi was not short of money, so he bought the front row tickets, which cost 20 or 30,000 yuan each. The two sat down next to each other, waiting and chatting. "This should be your first time watching a concert with a boy, right?" Suyi asked with a smile. "Well, yes," Lin An replied with a smile. "How do you feel?" Suyi asked with a smile. "It feels different to watch a concert with a girl," Lin An replied with a smile. Suyi smiled and said nothing. "What about you? You must have watched a concert with your girlfriend or other girls before, right?" Lin An asked. "Yes, I have," Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled, but she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, and she was not sure whether she was jealous. Then the two continued chatting, waiting for the concert to begin. A few minutes later, a pretty girl sitting next to Suyi smiled at him and said, "Handsome guy, can you take a few photos for me?" "Sure." Suyi turned around and replied. Thank you. The beautiful girl thanked with a smile. Then he smiled at Lin An, who was looking at her, and asked, Beautiful lady, I asked your boyfriend to take some photos for me. You won't be jealous, you won't be angry, you won't mind, right? Lin An was embarrassed for a moment, then smiled and said, We are not a couple, you misunderstood, so I naturally don't mind, I won't be angry or jealous. Oh, I see. That's good. The pretty girl replied with a smile. Then he handed the phone to Suyi. Suyi took a few photos of this beautiful girl. The pretty girl took the phone, smiled at Suyi and said, Handsome guy, can I add you as a WeChat friend? Suyi looked at the pretty girl, then looked at Lin An, then smiled at the pretty girl and said, Sorry, it's not convenient. This girl's appearance score is only 8 points, which does not meet the system requirements, so there is no need to add her. The pretty girl was a little disappointed. She looked at Suyi and then at Lin An, and said with a smile, Okay, I understand. You two are not a couple now. You are probably still in the development stage. I understand that you have concerns. Suyi just smiled and said nothing. Lin An also smiled a little embarrassedly and said nothing. Seeing the two people's reactions, the pretty girl smiled and said to them, You two are so beautiful. If you two can't become a couple, then I will never believe in appearance again. Suyi smiled. Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly and still said nothing. Seeing this, the beautiful girl said nothing and looked away. Suyi smiled at Lin An. Lin An also smiled at Suyi somewhat embarrassedly. After a while, the concert began. Lin An took out her cell phone and started taking photos and videos. After taking some photos and videos, he handed the phone to Suyi and said with a smile, Please take a few photos and a video for me. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile and took the phone. Then Suyi took out his cell phone and took a few photos and a video for Lin An. Lin An took the phone and looked at the photos and videos, then smiled at Suyi and said, It's a good shot. It's okay. Thank you. It's a small matter. You're welcome. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two continued to watch the concert. Occasionally we chatted, talking about singers and songs. After more than 2 hours, the concert ended. The two men got up and left. After leaving the gymnasium, the two walked towards the parking lot, chatting as they walked. Because it was already past 10 o'clock, the two of them didn't plan to continue playing because they had classes tomorrow. After returning to the parking lot, the two got in their cars and drove away. Suyi returned to the villa, went up to the second floor, tidied himself up, and went into the bathroom to wash his hair and take a shower. After finishing, I went back to the bedroom, lay on the bed, picked up my phone, and prepared to play. I saw Lin An sent me a WeChat message. I'm home, are you home? Suyi typed a reply, It's a while now. I've finished my shower and am lying on the bed. After sending the message, I waited for a few seconds but received no reply, and guessed that Lin An must be busy. Then I prepared to watch Douyin. At this time, Aunt Wen Yutong sent a WeChat message. Suyi clicked on the message to check. Are you done with your work? If you are, come to my room. I have something to tell you. Chapter 45 I'll help you rub it. Suyi typed a reply, Yeah, okay. Then he got up, put on his clothes and left the bedroom. He stopped at the door of Wen Yutong's room and raised his hand to knock. The door is not locked, just open it and come in. Wen Yutong's voice was heard from inside the room. Suyi opened the door, walked in, and closed the door casually. Suyi saw Wen Yutong, who was wearing a black nightgown, leaning against the head of the bed and looking at him with her cell phone. Then he smiled and asked, Aunt Wen, do you have anything to say to me? Sit on the sofa, let's talk. Wen Yutong put down his phone and greeted Suyi with a smile. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied, then walked to the sofa on the side and sat down. Wen Yutong then smiled at Suyi and asked, The inheritance you inherited should have been managed by someone and invested by an investor, right? Suyi thought about it and then smiled and replied, Well, yes. Then the investment team should be world-class, right? Wen Yutong asked. Suyi thought for a moment and replied, Well, yes. Is the return on investment high? Wen Yutong asked. Suyi thought for a moment and replied, The annual return on investment is about 10 to 20%. It's quite high. With so much money and such a high rate of return, they are indeed the world's top investment team. Wen Yutong exclaimed. It's okay. After all, in this world, the more capital you have, the more you can earn, and the more capital you have, the easier it is to make money. Suyi replied with a smile. Yes, that's true. Wen Yutong agreed. After thinking for a while, he said, I want to get a few $100 million and ask your investment team to help me invest. Is that okay? My current return on investment is only about 10 points a year. Of course. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah, okay. Then should the money I invested be transferred to you or to your investment team? Wen Yutong asked. Suyi thought for a moment and replied, transfer it to me, I will give you a 10% return every year. I won't use these hundreds of millions for investment, I'll use them as working capital. Wen Yutong looked at Suyi and thought for a moment before replying, thank you then. You're welcome. It's a small thing. It would be too formal to say thank you. Suyi replied with a smile. Okay, then I'll transfer the funds to you tomorrow. Wen Yutong said with a smile. Yeah, no problem. Suyi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled, then asked with a smile, what did you do tonight? Because Suyi sent her a message in the evening, saying that he would not be back for dinner because he had a date. I didn't do anything. I just had dinner with some friends and then went to the bar. Suyi lied with a smile. Oh, did you have fun? Wen Yutong asked. Well, not bad. Suyi replied with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a pain in his abdomen. She subconsciously covered the painful area and moaned in pain. Ah. Suyi was surprised for a moment, then asked curiously, Auntie Wen, what's wrong with you? My stomach hurts. Wen Yutong looked painful and answered with some difficulty. Suyi looked at Wen Yutong and thought for a while, then asked tentatively, do you want me to rub it for you, maybe it can relieve it? Wen Yutong thought for a moment and replied, well, you can give it a try. Suyi immediately stood up and walked to the bedside to sit down. He put his hand on Wen Yutong's soft abdomen and began to rub it. Although there was a thin nightgown between us, it still felt very good. In order to avoid making Wen Yutong feel uncomfortable, he communicated with the system in his heart. The system told him that it was not a big problem and it would only cost 5 exchange points. Suyi then spent 5 exchange points to treat Wen Yutong's stomach pain. By the way, tell the system to let the pain subside slowly, so that the massage will appear to be effective and you can massage for a while longer. Suyi rubbed Wen Yutong's abdomen, watching her chest swaying as he rubbed it, and at the same time smelling the scent of high-end perfume on Wen Yutong's body. Wen Yutong was leaning against the head of the bed at this time, waiting with a painful expression and moaning softly. Naturally, she was also feeling Suyi rubbing her belly, and at the same time, looking at Suyi, her heart felt warm. After a few dozen seconds, the pain had subsided. Wen Yutong felt it was effective, but didn't say anything. He continued to enjoy and feel it silently. At this time, the painful expression on his face had disappeared, and naturally he no longer groaned in pain. After a few dozen seconds, the pain completely disappeared and it didn't hurt at all. But he still didn't say anything, just continued to enjoy and feel it. A few minutes later, Suyi looked up at Wen Yutong, who was looking at him, and asked with a smile, Aunt Wen, are you feeling better? Wen Yutong, who was quietly admiring Suyi, came back to his senses and replied with a smile, better. Well, that's good. I'll rub it for you for a while until it doesn't hurt at all. Suyi said with a smile. Yeah, okay. Wen Yutong replied with a smile. Then Suyi continued to rub it, and at the same time continued to look at the chest shaking as he rubbed it, admiring it silently. Wen Yutong naturally noticed Suyi's gaze, but didn't care. Not only did I not care, I even felt a little happy inside. A few minutes later, Suyi smiled and asked, Aunt Wen, does it still hurt? Wen Yutong came back to his senses, thought for a moment, and replied with a smile, it doesn't hurt anymore, thank you. You're welcome. It's my duty. Suyi replied with a smile and withdrew his hand. Wen Yutong suddenly thought of something, and then smiled and said, I learned some massage techniques on the internet, and I want to practice on you. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Of course, it's a good opportunity for me to enjoy a massage from Auntie. That's what I want, haha. Suyi replied with a smile. Then come on the bed and sit in front of me. I'll massage your shoulders first. Wen Yutong said with a smile, while sitting up straight and crossing his legs. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then she took off her slippers, turned around, put her legs on the bed, and sat with her back to Wen Yutong. Wen Yutong then raised his hands, placed them on Suye's shoulders and began to massage. While massaging, asked, "How is the strength?" "Not bad," Suye replied. "Do you want to put in a little more effort?" Wen Yutong asked. "Almost," Suye replied. He mainly didn't want Wen Yutong to be too tired. After all, the harder you use, the more sore your hands will be. "Well, okay, then I'll maintain this strength," Wen Yutong replied with a smile. After Wen Yutong massaged his shoulders for a few minutes, he began to massage Suye's arms. After massaging his arms, he started to massage his back. After pounding her back, she smiled at Suye and said, "Lie down, I'll massage your legs for you." At the same time, he moved to make room for Suye. "Yeah," Suye replied, then lay down on the soft and fragrant bed. Wen Yutong moved and sat on the side of Suye's thigh. He looked down and saw Suye's body, and couldn't help but smile. Suye felt a little embarrassed and a little irritated when he saw Wen Yutong staring at his body. He quickly reached into his trouser pockets and adjusted his position to make his body less conspicuous. Then he smiled a little embarrassedly at Wen Yutong, who was smiling at him. "Sorry, Auntie, I can't control this." "Don't worry, Auntie understands. If there is no reaction, I won't understand it. I will doubt my own charm, ha," Wen Yutong said with a smile. Chapter 46. Can I hug you? Suye smiled a little embarrassedly and said nothing. Wen Yutong smiled at Suye, retracted his gaze, and massaged Suye's thighs while looking at Suye's body. Watching the changes in Suye's body becoming more and more obvious, I felt a sense of accomplishment and a little proud. Of course, I also feel a little bit excited. A few minutes later, Wen Yutong finished massaging Suye's legs. Then he smiled at Suye and said, "Turn over and lie on your stomach. I'll give you a back massage." "Okay," Suye replied with a smile, then turned over and lay on the bed. Wen Yutong then stood up and sat on Suye's hips, then began to massage Suye's back with both hands. Suye naturally felt the warmth and softness of the contact area, feeling and enjoying it silently. A few minutes later, Wen Yutong finished massaging Suye's back, then smiled and said to Suye, "Finally, I'll massage the acupuncture points on your head. Turn over and lie flat. Auntie will sit behind your head and massage it," Wen Yutong said with a smile, while getting up from Suye. "Okay," Suye replied, then turned over and lay flat on his back. Wen Yutong sat behind Suye's head and began to massage the acupoints on Suye's head. At this time, Suye's upper body was between Suye's legs, and his peripheral vision could see the snow-white thighs on both sides. This feeling was a little stimulating and he enjoyed it very much. After looking at it, he closed his eyes and enjoyed it silently. Wen Yutong was massaging while looking at Suye's body. It was obvious that he felt a sense of accomplishment and a little bit excited when he saw Suye's body. A few minutes later, Wen Yutong finished massaging and asked Suye with a smile, "How does it feel? Is it comfortable?" "It's comfortable. Aunt Wen's massage skills are very good," Suye said with a smile. Wen Yutong smiled and said, "How about you give Auntie a massage too?" "Of course," Suye replied with a smile. "Okay, then let's follow the process Auntie just told us," Wen Yutong said with a smile. Then he sat down with his back to Suye. "Okay," Suye replied with a smile. Then he sat up, turned around, and sat cross-legged behind Wen Yutong. He looked at Wen Yutong's charming back, then raised his hands and began to massage Wen Yutong's shoulders. After massaging the shoulders, I started massaging the warm arms. After massaging the arms, he started to massage the back. After pounding her back, she smiled at Wen Yutong and said, "Auntie, lie down. I'll massage your legs." "Okay," Wen Yutong replied. Then he turned over and lay flat on the bed, looking at Suye with a smile and waiting. Suye sat on the side of Wen Yutong's legs and stretched out his hands to massage Wen Yutong's soft and white thighs. Feel the wonderful touch while massaging and enjoy it silently. Wen Yutong also looked at Suye with a smile, while silently enjoying the feeling. After a few minutes, Suye finished massaging Wen Yutong's legs. Then he smiled at Wen Yutong and said, "Auntie, turn over and lie on your stomach. I'll massage your back for you." "Okay," Wen Yutong replied with a smile, then turned over and lay on the bed. "Auntie, do you mind if I sit on your hips?" Suye asked. "I don't mind. There's nothing to mind about," Wen Yutong replied. "Yeah, okay," Suye replied. Then she stood up and sat on Wen Yutong's buttocks, feeling the wonderful touch, while reaching out and beginning to massage Wen Yutong's back. Wen Yutong naturally also felt the touch and felt Suye's body. Especially now, because Suye wanted to massage her cervical vertebrae, his upper body was closer to her back, and his body was naturally closer to her buttocks. She could clearly feel Suye's body and could imagine. This made her feel a little bit excited and she enjoyed the feeling. A few minutes later, Suye finished massaging Wen Yutong's back. But I was a little reluctant to leave, so I repeated it again. A few minutes later. Suye was a little impulsive. After thinking for a while, he asked Wen Yutong, "Aunt Wen, can I hug you?" Wen Yutong, who was closing his eyes to feel, enjoy, fantasize and restrain himself, was surprised for a moment, then secretly delighted and replied, "Okay." Suye was delighted, and then he lay on Wen Yutong's soft back, hugged Wen Yutong from behind, with his face against Wen Yutong's ears and face. The atmosphere became ambiguous for a moment. Both of them quietly felt and enjoyed this ambiguous and stimulating feeling. Naturally, I am becoming more and more impulsive. A few minutes later. "Xiaoyi, why don't you change the way you hold me, and hold me sideways? This position is not very comfortable, and it makes it difficult for me to breathe." Wen Yutong said. "Yeah, okay." Suye replied. Then he turned over and hugged the soft Wen Yutong sideways, face to face with Wen Yutong, looking at Wen Yutong's peerless face and sexy red lips so close to him. Feel the wonderful touch and enjoy it. Wen Yutong was also feeling and enjoying it, while smiling as he looked at Suye's peerless face so close to him. After looking at it for a few seconds, he smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" "Yeah, very good." Suye replied with a smile. "You broke up with your girlfriend a few days ago, which means you haven't played cards for a few days. You must want to play cards very much, right?" Wen Yutong asked with a smile. "Yeah." Suye replied. Wen Yutong smiled and said, "Young people are full of vigor and energy. Auntie knows that." Suye smiled and said nothing. Wen Yutong smiled and looked at Suye for a few seconds, then thought for a moment and said, "Auntie will help you." Suye was surprised for a moment, secretly delighted, and then curiously asked, "How can I help?" Wen Yutong smiled and kissed Suye on the lips. Suye responded immediately. After more than an hour, it was over. The two people hugged each other, rested, chatted, and praised each other. "You're awesome, Ono." "Auntie, you have a great figure and great skin." "Ono's figure is also very perfect, both good-looking and useful. This matter must be kept secret." "Well, don't worry, Auntie, I will keep it a secret." "Well, that's good. Xiaoyi is really sensible." At this moment, the system's words rang in Suye's mind. "Congratulations, Master. Wen Yutong's affection towards you has increased by 20 points. Get a bonus of 20 billion in cash. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 2,000 points. Obtain 2,000 points of reward system redemption points. You will be rewarded with a lady's necklace worth 100 million. Get a manor worth 20 billion as a reward. Get an island worth 50 billion as a reward." The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Suye was secretly delighted after hearing this, and couldn't help but think of what the female writer Zhang Ailing said, "The fastest way to a woman's heart is through X." After a short break, we continued. After 3 times, the two went to the bathroom to take care of their personal hygiene, then returned to the bed, lay down and hugged each other to sleep. Morning. The two of them got up and went to the bathroom to take care of their personal hygiene. Then we got into the elevator together and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. The two of them sat down in the restaurant and started having breakfast. They ate and chatted, talking and laughing. The atmosphere was harmonious and a little ambiguous. It gave the illusion that they were a couple. Suye finished his meal quickly and sat down, watching Wen Yutong eat breakfast with a smile. Wen Yutong eats breakfast slowly, at least slower than him. After a while, Bai Xingwan went downstairs and prepared to go to school. "Xiaoyi, let's go to school." Bai Xingwan saw that there was no one in the living room and immediately shouted. "Okay, coming." Suye replied. As he stood up, he smiled at Wen Yutong who was looking at him and said, "Auntie, take your time eating. I'm going to school now." "Well, be careful on the road." Wen Yutong replied with a smile. "Yeah, okay." Suye replied with a smile and left the restaurant. Wen Yutong couldn't help but recall what happened last night while eating. Chapter 47. Do you want to have dinner together? Suyi and Baixing arrived at the garage late. Bai Xingwan said to Suyi, "Will you come back with me after school this afternoon? If not, I will drive myself." Suyi thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure yet, just in case you should drive yourself." "Okay, you are getting busier and busier now." Bai Xingwan replied. Suyi smiled and said, "Who doesn't have a few friends? I'm not against socializing, so I'll naturally go on dates sometimes." I know. Bai Xingwan replied, then walked towards a red Ferrari worth more than 5 million. Suyi smiled and walked towards his yellow Lamborghini. The two men got into their cars and drove out of the garage. After a while, they arrived at school and walked towards the teaching building together. "What did you do last night? What time did you get back?" Bai Xingwan asked casually as they walked. "It was around 10 o'clock. I went to a bar with some friends after dinner." Suyi lied. "Did you have fun?" Bai Xingwan asked. "Not bad." Suyi replied with a smile. "There are a lot of beautiful women in the bar, right?" Bai Xingwan asked. "It's okay, but none of them is as pretty as you." Suyi replied with a smile. After hearing this, Bai Xingwan was secretly delighted and couldn't help but smile slightly. Then he stopped smiling and asked, "Is this true?" "I don't believe it." "Of course it's true. There's no point in lying to you. You don't believe what I say. Don't you believe in your own appearance? Don't you have any idea about your own appearance? You are a top beauty. There are only a few of you in the country and the world. It's not easy to meet a beauty of your level." Suyi replied seriously. After hearing this, Bai Xingwan felt happy again and couldn't help but smile. He smiled, then replied unhappily, "Sweet talk, smooth tongue. Sister Xingwan, this is really unfair. I'm telling the truth, even the punctuation marks are correct." Suyi replied seriously. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi and then said, "The women in the bar are very open and bold. You are so handsome, there must be a lot of women who want to hook up with you. Is there anyone who wants to have a one-night stand with you?" "Some girls tried to chat with me, but I rejected them all." Suyi lied with a smile. Bai Xingwan stared at Suyi for a few seconds and asked to confirm, "Really?" "Of course it's true. There's no point in lying to you. I'm with top beauties like you every day. My standards are very high. Not all women can look down on me. Not just any woman can get me." Suyi replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan smiled and said unhappily, "What a cocky fart." Suyi smiled and replied, "I'm just telling the truth." Bai Xingwan smiled and said, "Next time you want to go to a bar with your friends, you can call me. I also want to go to a bar. This depends on whether my friends agree. I can't make a decision for now. After all, it's more comfortable for several men to play together. But with a woman like you, and a top beauty at that, everyone else might not be able to let go and would be concerned about their image or something." Suyi said with a smile. Bai Xingwan smiled, looked at Suyi for a few seconds, and then said unhappily, "Are you worried that if I play with you guys, it will affect your chances of picking up girls? How is that possible? You're overthinking." Suyi replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi for a few seconds, then said unhappily, "If you don't want to call me, don't call me. I'll go to the bar with my friends by myself. It's not that I don't want to call you, it's just that it's really inconvenient. If you want to go to the bar, I can go with you when I'm free, or you can invite whoever you want to join us." Suyi said with a smile. Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi, thought for a moment, and then said, "Well, okay." Then he looked back ahead, a little proudly. Suyi smiled at Bai Xingwan and asked, "Didn't you go out after school yesterday? Didn't you go anywhere to play?" "I don't want to go out, so I'll just play games at home." Bai Xingwan replied. "It's nice to play at home. It's quiet and it feels like playing at home." Suyi replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan thought for a moment and said, "I want to go out and play tonight. I hope you can go out with me." Suyi thought for a moment before replying, "Well, I'm not sure if I'm free yet. Can we talk about it after school this afternoon?" Bai Xingwan turned around and looked at Suyi with some dissatisfaction for a few seconds, then asked unhappily, "When did you become so busy? Do I need to make an appointment to play with you? Do I have to look at your schedule?" I felt a little aggrieved, thinking that my position in Suyi's heart was not very good, as if I was not very important. Suyi smiled awkwardly, thought for a moment before replying, "I'm really not sure now." After all, who knows if there will be anything else to do after school this afternoon? I'm just telling the truth. I'm not a busy man. Bai Xingwan glanced at Su Yi, then looked back ahead. After a few seconds, he asked, "What about lunch? Do you want to have lunch together? Has anyone invited you?" "Not yet, we can have dinner together." Su Yi replied. "Well, if a beautiful girl asks you out, you can stand me up and I won't be angry." Bai Xingwan said. "There is no beautiful woman who would like to date me." "Oh, you are also a beautiful woman. You have dated me, so that counts too, hee hee." Su Yi replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan glanced at Su Yi and replied unhappily, "Slippery tongue, sweet talk, when did you become slippery and sweet talking?" "I'm just telling the truth, don't accuse an honest man. There are not many honest people in this world. If you continue to wrongly accuse honest people like this, they will be sad and will give up on themselves." Su Yi replied with a smile. Bai Xingwan glanced at Su Yi and said nothing more. She looked away and walked forward. Su Yi smiled at Bai Xingwan, said nothing more, turned around and walked forward. The two arrived at the classroom, found a seat next to each other, and prepared for class. 11:30, get out of class ends. The two people made an appointment and went to the parking lot together. After getting into Su Yi's Lamborghini, Su Yi drove away. Su Yi was driving the car while discussing what to eat with Bai Xingwan. After the discussion, Bai Xing searched the internet for nearby restaurants in the evening, picked out one that was good in all aspects, and told Su Yi the name. Su Yi used the navigation to determine the location and drove away. After a while, the two arrived at the restaurant, found a seat, and discussed ordering food. After ordering the food, the two of them played with their phones while waiting. After a while, one dish after another, which looked delicious and fragrant, was served on the table, and the two began to eat. After eating, the two went to the cashier, Su Yi scanned the code to pay, and then the two left the restaurant together. The two of them left the restaurant and walked on the street to digest their food. Before she had walked far, a middle-aged man wearing a black baseball cap and a black mask locked his eyes on Bai Xingwan and quickly approached her. Chapter 48. What is happening? When he was about to enter the attack range, he pulled out a dagger from his body and stabbed it quickly towards Bai Xingwan's back. Su Yi, who was walking side by side with Bai Xingwan, heard the system's reminder. Then he turned his head and looked. He was slightly startled and his expression changed slightly. He responded quickly with quick eyes and hands, turning around and kicking the middle-aged man in the baseball cap. The middle-aged man in the baseball cap was shocked when he saw Su Yi attacking him so quickly, and his expression changed. "Master." These two words emerged in his mind. I wanted to respond, but unfortunately there was no time to react. Bang! Crack! Ah! The dull sound of collision, the crisp sound of bones breaking, and the screams of pain sounded almost at the same time. The powerful force caused the middle-aged man in the baseball cap to fly backwards with a scream, and the dagger in his hand also slipped out of his hand. The man fell to the ground 3 or 4 meters away, covering the part of his body that was kicked, curling up and turning over and over. It seems that he has temporarily lost the ability to fight again. Passers-by of all ages and genders nearby were surprised, astonished, confused and curious when they saw this process and the result. Some men and women thought of something and quickly took out their mobile phones to shoot videos and photos, preparing to upload them to the internet or share them with others. Men, women, old and young were whispering to each other, exclaiming in amazement. "Oh my God, what's going on? Damn, this handsome guy is so strong that he can kick someone so far away with just one kick. What is this? Are you filming a TV series? Wow, this little brother is so awesome, not only is he handsome but he's also a great fighter, so cool." Bai Xingwan noticed Su Yi's actions out of the corner of her eye and subconsciously turned to look at Su Yi. I saw with my own eyes that Su Yi kicked the man several meters away. I was surprised for a moment, then looked at it with some confusion and curiosity. He saw a dagger lying on the ground, and then looked at the man who was curled up on the ground, covering his abdomen and screaming in pain. At first glance, this man didn't look like a good person, which made her realize something and she couldn't help but start to speculate. It's just that it's not certain yet whether this man is coming for her or Su Yi. Su Yi stopped and looked at the middle-aged man in the baseball cap on the ground. After thinking for a while, he walked over and stopped in front of the middle-aged man. He lowered his head and looked down at the middle-aged man and asked in a cold voice, "Why did you attack her? If you don't want to die, you'd better tell the truth." The middle-aged man in the baseball cap groaned in pain for a few seconds, looked at Su Yi with complicated eyes, thought for a while before replying, "I have a grudge against his father. His father arranged for someone to beat my brother to a cripple. Suyi stared at the middle-aged man in the baseball cap for a few seconds and asked again in a cold voice, "What's the reason?" The middle-aged man in the peaked cap thought for a moment before replying, "My brother is from another company." "Oh, gang vendetta? Isn't that normal? Since you've chosen this path, shouldn't you have known the consequences long ago? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and the disaster should not extend to the family. Why did you attack my friend? If you have the guts, you can go and seek revenge on his father," Suyi said. The middle-aged man in the peaked cap thought for a moment and replied, "There are too many bodyguards around his father. I don't have the ability to get close to him." Suyi sneered disdainfully and said nothing more. He turned around and stood in front of Bai Xingwan and said to Bai Xingwan, "He wants to kill you because your father crippled his brother, and he wants to avenge his brother. You decide what you want to do with him." Bai Xingwan looked at Suyi, then turned to look at the middle-aged man in the baseball cap. Then she took out her cell phone from her handbag and called her father. After the call was connected, I told my father what happened here. After the call ended, he said to Suyi, "Okay, let's go. My dad will arrange for someone to come and take care of it." "Yeah, okay," Suyi replied. Then the two people left. Bai Xingwan walked a few steps and said to Suyi, "Thank you for what you did just now." "You're welcome. It's just a small favor. Besides, what is our relationship? How can I stand by and watch you get hurt or even lose your life?" Suyi said with a smile. Bai Xingwan was somewhat moved after hearing this. She just looked at Suyi for a while without saying anything. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suyi's mind. "Congratulations, Master. Bai Xingwan's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. You will receive a reward of a lady's bracelet worth 100 million. You will be rewarded with a friend who is the top leader of the military region. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it." Suyi smiled at Bai Xingwan and said with a smile, "Okay, stop looking at me. I feel a little embarrassed when you look at me like this." Bai Xingwan smiled, said nothing, turned her head to look ahead, and walked quietly. Suyi also smiled, turned his head and walked quietly ahead. "I feel safe with you around. Because I don't like having bodyguards and being watched by bodyguards all the time, I have always lacked a sense of security. Now it's all right. We have the best of both worlds," Bai Xingwan said. Suyi smiled and said, "I am better than many bodyguards. One person is equivalent to hundreds or thousands of bodyguards. I will not attract other people's attention when I follow you, nor will I make you feel uncomfortable. It is really good. It's just that I'm not by your side all the time, and I'm still a little worried about your safety." Bai Xingwan thought for a moment before saying, "You can be by my side most of the time, so I am safe and feel secure most of the time. You are not with me for a long time, so you shouldn't be in any danger. After all, I believe I am a lucky person. Plus, there are surveillance cameras everywhere now. If you touch me, the consequences will be very serious and the consequences will be miserable. Most people don't dare to touch me easily." "Yeah, that makes sense," Suyi said with a smile. The two people were chatting as they walked, talking and laughing. After walking for a while, there was suddenly a huge explosion from the side. Bang! Ah! Bai Xingwan was frightened and screamed, and subconsciously turned around and hugged Suyi. Naturally, Suyi also subconsciously hugged the soft and fragrant Bai Xingwan. While feeling the touch, he turned his head to look in the direction where the explosion came from, wanting to know what was going on. After taking a look, I found that it seemed that a car on the road had a flat tire. Then he said to Bai Xingwan in his arms, "Don't be afraid, it's just a flat tire, it's okay." Bai Xingwan's emotions calmed down a little and he turned around to look. After taking a look, he looked at Suyi again. Looking at Suyi's peerless face so close to him, and looking into Suyi's eyes, his emotions began to fluctuate, and his breathing became a little unnatural. For a moment, the two of them just looked at each other quietly. Chapter 49, Does it count as losing your first kiss? After more than 10 seconds, Bai Xingwan came back to her senses. She was embarrassed for a moment, a blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks, and she felt a little shy. However, the feeling of being held in Suyi's arms was really good. Bai Xingwan enjoyed it a little and was reluctant to leave immediately. But it's not okay to continue hugging like this. So Bai Xingwan said a little embarrassedly, I thought something happened, but it turned out to be just a flat tire. I was shocked. Suyi smiled and said, it's normal to be scared by such a sudden huge explosion, because I was also scared, but I'm a man, so I'm a little braver. Bai Xingwan smiled a little embarrassedly, and then said, okay, let me go. Well, then you stand firm. Suyi replied with a smile. At the same time, release Bai Xingwan. He waited until Bai Xingwan stood firmly before he withdrew his hands from steadying the other person. Bai Xingwan smiled at Suyi somewhat embarrassedly, then looked away and adjusted her skirt. Then he said, okay, let's go. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. Then the two continued walking and chatting. After walking for a while, the two returned to where they parked and drove back to school. When they arrived at school, the two parted ways because Bai Xingwan had a date with a friend. After parting with Bai Xingwan, Suyi thought about finding a place to sit and play to kill time. After all, there was still some time before the afternoon class. Suyi came to a lake and inadvertently noticed Lin An feeding fish by the lake. He smiled and walked over. When he got to Lin An's side, he smiled and greeted her, how long have you been here? Lin An, who was squatting, turned to look at Suyi, thought for a moment, and replied with a smile, about 10 minutes. I was just looking for a place to sit and kill time. Now I've decided to feed the fish with you. Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled slightly, handed the fish food in her hand to Suyi, and said with a smile, here's some for you. Well, thank you. Suyi replied with a smile, and at the same time reached out to grab some fish food. Then he squatted down and threw a fish food into the water. There are currently more than 20 fish gathered in front of the two of them. There are species such as koi, golden arowana, and angelfish. Do you have any plans tonight? Suyi asked. Not yet. Lin An replied. Does anyone want to have dinner with you? Suyi asked. A boy asked me out for dinner, but I refused, Lin An replied. If I ask you to have dinner together, will you refuse me? Suyi asked with a smile. Do you want to invite me to dinner? Lin An asked with a smile. Well, how about we have dinner together after school? Suyi replied with a smile. Sure. Lin An replied with a smile. It's settled then. See you in the parking lot after school. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied with a smile. Is there anything you want to do after dinner? Any entertainment or leisure activities you want to try? Suyi asked with a smile. Lin An thought for a moment and replied, I want to go to the beach to watch the sunset. Sure, I have a yacht. I can even go out to sea to watch the sunset. Watching the sunset on a yacht is a better experience. Suyi replied with a smile. Okay, I feel the experience should be good. I've never experienced watching the sunset on a yacht before. Lin An replied with a smile. Then I'll take you to experience it in the evening. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah. Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two of them chatted while feeding the fish, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. More than 10 minutes later. Okay, there's no more fish food. Lin An said, then stood up. Because I squatted for too long, I felt a little dizzy when I stood up, and my legs were a little weak, so my center of gravity was unstable. The whole person fell towards Suyi's side, and at the same time couldn't help but let out a scream of awe, her face turned pale. Seeing this, Suyi, who was about to stand up, quickly reached out and hugged the soft and fragrant Lin An. His lips were touched by Lin An's red lips, and he felt the soft and wonderful touch. When Lin An's lips bumped against Suyi's, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened and her head started buzzing. I stayed like that for a while, unable to react. Seeing that Lin An remained motionless, Suyi thought for a moment, and waited for another 2 or 3 seconds, carefully feeling the wonderful touch of his lips and the wonderful touch of body contact. After 3 seconds, I felt that it was a bit unreasonable to continue like this. So he leaned his head back reluctantly and separated his lips from Lin An's. He asked Lin An with concern, what's wrong? Lin An came back to her senses, feeling a little embarrassed. A blush appeared on her beautiful cheeks, and she felt a little ashamed. After quickly adjusting his mood and demeanor, he replied somewhat embarrassedly, I squatted for too long, my legs are a little numb, I feel dizzy, and I can't stand steadily. Oh, so that's the case. I was wondering what happened, haha. Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Then he realized the current situation and found that he was still in Suye's arms, hugging Suye. Then he thought of the time when his lips touched Suye's lips. Does this count as a kiss? Does this count as losing your first kiss? Thinking of this, she blushed again, feeling embarrassed and ashamed. After a few seconds, I tried my best to adjust my emotions and expression, trying to appear more natural and normal. I felt the feeling of hugging Suye again. Well, this feels pretty good. Suddenly he thought of something and turned around to look around, wanting to see if anyone was looking at them. They saw a few male and female students not far away, but none of them looked at them. Then he retracted his gaze and said to Suye a little embarrassedly, "You can let me go now." At the same time, he also released his arms that were holding Suye. "Yeah, okay." Suye replied, then let go of Lin An with a little reluctance. He waited until Lin An stood firmly before he withdrew his hands from steadying the other person. Lin An stood still and adjusted her skirt, then smiled and thanked Suye. "Thank you for just now." "You're welcome. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning." Suye replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and said nothing more. Suye smiled and said, "Don't rush to leave, stand here and recover for a while." "Yeah, okay, I thought so too." Lin An replied with a smile. The two stood there for a few minutes. Lin An then smiled and said, "Are you going anywhere? If not, let's go sit on the bench over there for a while. It's still early for class anyway." "I'm not going anywhere. I'm just killing time now. Let's go and sit down." Suye replied with a smile. "Yeah, okay." Lin An replied. Then the two of them walked to one side and sat down next to each other on the bench. Start chatting. Naturally, Lin An couldn't help but recall the previous scene, and there seemed to be a soft touch lingering on her lips. Naturally, I was wondering if what I did just now counted as a kiss, and if it counted as losing my first kiss. If that counts, then giving Suye his first kiss doesn't seem to be painful at all, and it's worth remembering for a lifetime. Suye's position in her mind is different from before. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suye's mind. Chapter 50. What do you want to do to me? Congratulations, Master. Lin Anren's affection for you has increased by 3 points. Get a bonus cash of 3 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 300 points. Obtain 300 points of reward system redemption points. You will receive a pair of couple rings worth 200 million as a reward. The reward is an antique painting worth 500 million. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Suye was surprised for a moment, then he understood. The increase in Lin Anren's affection for him this time should be the result of Lin Anren's self-strategy. After all, he hadn't done anything to increase his affection. At least he thought he didn't do anything to increase his affection points. Was it because of the lips touching lips, or maybe a hug? I thought about it but still wasn't sure, so I just put it out of my mind and stopped thinking about it. At this time, 2 girls came over. One of the girls inadvertently noticed Lin An. He looked at Lin An, and then looked at Suye next to Lin An. After thinking about it, he called his friends next to him and walked towards Lin An. When passing by Lin An, he squeezed the milk tea bottle in his hand towards Lin Anren's back. The milk tea in his hand shot out of the straw onto Lin Anren's back and back of the head. Because Lin An didn't pay attention, she was sprayed all over, with milk tea all over the back of her head and back. Ah! Lin An was startled when he felt it. He screamed and quickly stood up to check the situation. At the same time, he touched his hair and back with his hands, trying to see what was on his body. It's you! What did you do to me? You spilled something on me. Why did you do this? Lin An questioned the girl in front of him. At this time, Suye also stood up and checked the situation. He first looked at Lin An, then looked at the 2 girls standing in front of him. For a moment he just watched quietly, without saying anything. A fatter girl smiled at Lin An and said, "I'm sorry, my hand slipped and I didn't hold the milk tea firmly. The milk tea almost slipped out of my hand, and I quickly tried to grab it, and then the milk tea in the bottle was squeezed out and sprayed all over you. You have to believe me, I didn't mean it." Zhang Yufei, 21 years old, is a junior student. He is of average appearance, rather fat, tall and strong. My father is the top leader of a district in Tianhai City. Because of the academic competition, the innovative solution proposed by Lin An was highly recognized by the judges, but her solution was criticized as unoriginal, so they took their anger out on Lin An. Now that I have found an opportunity and have thought of a way, I will use a little trick to vent my anger. Lin An stared at Zhang Yufei for a few seconds, trying to determine whether what she said was true or not. I looked at it for a few seconds but still couldn't figure out what it was. After thinking for a while, he said, "Do you think I will believe you? I have no grudge against you, why would I do this to you on purpose?" "There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me," said Zhang Yufei. Then he said, "Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying this, he took a step forward and prepared to leave without waiting for Lin An to reply. Seeing this, Lin An didn't know what to say for a moment and could only sulk inwardly. Because she really had no evidence to prove that Zhang Yufei did it on purpose. Without evidence, what can she do to the other party? Besides, the other party has already apologized. She continued to hold on, but ended up losing the upper hand. Zhang Yufei smiled smugly as she walked, feeling very relieved and secretly happy. Su Yi, who was standing and watching quietly, looked at Zhang Yufei and then at Lin An. Then he smiled at Lin An and said, "Don't be angry, don't make yourself angry, I will help you get revenge. You just watch from here." After saying that, without waiting for Lin An to reply, he quickly walked towards Zhang Yufei. Lin An moved her mouth towards Su Yi's back, but still didn't say what she wanted to say. She wanted to say forget it, but the anger in her heart prevented her from saying such words. If you are treated and humiliated like this and don't retaliate in kind, you would be a failure and a coward. She doesn't want to cause trouble, but she's not afraid of it either. Her father is the top leader of a prefecture-level city in Dongjiang province. Her father's energy gave her strong self-confidence and courage. Even if this is another city. Su Yi walked to Zhang Yufei's side, stretched out his hand to grab the milk tea in Zhang Yufei's hand, and kept squeezing the milk tea bottle towards Zhang Yufei's face. Milk tea spurted out from the straw continuously, splashing all over Zhang Yufei's face. Ah! Zhang Yufei was surprised at first, then subconsciously closed her eyes, raised her hands to block and dodge, and screamed at the same time. Zhang Yufei's friends were also looking at her in surprise at this time. Several male and female students nearby heard the noise and noticed the situation here, and they all watched with confusion and curiosity. A few students even took out their mobile phones to take pictures, preparing to share them with others later. Lin An, who was standing there watching, felt very relieved when he saw the result. He felt relaxed both physically and mentally and couldn't help but smile. Su Yi threw the milk teacup at Zhang Yufei only when he could no longer squeeze out of it. Said to Zhang Yufei, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. After all, we have no grudges against each other, so I have no reason to do this on purpose. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." After saying that, he turned and left. Zhang Yufei wiped the milk tea off her face, turned around and shouted at Su Yi's back, "Stop right there." Su Yi thought for a moment and stopped, then turned to look at Zhang Yufei and asked, "Then what do you want to do to me?" Zhang Yufei looked at Su Yi and thought for a moment, then said angrily, "You poor loser, you orphan, do you know who I am? How dare you touch me? Do you know what will happen if you treat me like this?" Su Yi replied indifferently, "I don't know, how about you tell me? My father is the top leader of Tianhai City Xinghe district. If you don't kneel down and kowtow to apologize now, I will ask my father to arrange for someone to arrest you and put you in jail. If you go to jail, your life will be over." Su Yi sneered disdainfully and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, really? Then you can tell your dad right away and see if he has the ability to put me in jail. Well, you won't cry until you see the coffin. In that case, I will grant your wish." Zhang Yufei replied harshly. Then he picked up the phone and called his father. When the call was connected, she started crying, "Dad, I was bullied by a poor loser at school, please quickly arrange for someone to arrest him and put him in jail." "Poor loser, are there still poor losers in your school?" Zhang's father on the phone asked doubtfully. "Both his parents have passed away and his family conditions are very poor. He was able to enter our school because he is a good student, not because of his good family background or wealth," said Zhang Yufei. "Okay, I'll arrange for someone to come over now," Zhang's father replied on the phone. Then the two people said a few more words and ended the call. Zhang Yufei put down her phone and said to Su Yi harshly, "You poor loser, just wait, you will soon find out that I am not trying to scare you. If you kneel down and kowtow to me and apologize now, and your apology is satisfactory to me, I can save you 2 years in prison. +++ I am Duishui, the author of this book. This book is updated daily. Please click to urge update, please give me gifts, please give me 5-star praise. The more of these 3 things I have, the more updates I will make. Thank you everyone. Chapter 51. I hope you are happy. You are not worthy of being asked to kneel down and apologize to you, Suyi said with a disdainful sneer. Then he said, how about this, you kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me and Lin An. If you apologize with a good attitude, my punishment will be reduced later. You are the only one who deserves me to kneel down and kowtow to apologize to you? You still want to punish me, are you still sleepy or drunk? Zhang Yufei replied with a disdainful sneer. In that case, I'll let you know who is still sleepy and who is drunk. Suyi replied coldly. Then he took out his cell phone and called Ming Yuan, the top leader of Tianhai City. When the call was connected, he gave an order. The daughter of the top leader of Xinghe district offended me and bullied my friend. Ask him to take good care of his daughter and ask her to apologize to me and my friend. She should kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Okay, master. Ming Yuan on the phone replied respectfully. Suyi put down his phone and ended the call. He said to Zhang Yufei, who was looking at him with a disdainful sneer, your father will call you soon, just wait. Ah, keep acting, keep acting. I want to see how long you can keep acting. You are a poor loser, why are you pretending to be someone of status and position? You are still so arrogant when you speak. Who do you think you are? Your men can actually make my dad obey you. Are you kidding me? How stupid do I have to be to believe what you say and to believe that your men have this ability? Zhang Yufei replied with a disdainful sneer. Believe it or not, you will know in a moment. I won't let you wait too long. Suyi replied. Zhang Yufei stared at Suyi for a few seconds before replying, okay, I'll wait and see what tricks you can come up with. Lin An, who was standing aside and watching, knew that Suyi's current power was very powerful, so he believed what Suyi said. Several male and female students watching nearby were also looking on with different expressions. Some of them were talking to each other, whispering, and discussing in low voices while watching. Some of them knew Suyi's identity and background because Suyi was the school hunk. Some people knew Suyi and knew that both his parents had passed away, he was an orphan, his family conditions were average, and he currently lived in the home of the school bell by Xingwan. 2 minutes later. The phone in Zhang Yufei's hand rang. Zhang Yufei picked up the phone and saw that it was her father calling. I was surprised. After thinking for a moment, he put the phone to his ear and said, Dad. You hit a wall. Do you want to kill me? You're such an idiot for acting recklessly without knowing the other person's true identity and background. Don't ask anything now, kneel down and kowtow to apologize to them immediately and get their forgiveness, otherwise don't blame me for being too cruel to you. Do you understand? Zhang's father replied harshly on the phone. After hearing this, Zhang Yufei was shocked and her expression changed slightly. She felt surprised, incredible and unbelievable. After looking at Suyi for a few seconds, he looked away and asked curiously, who is he looking for? Is he very powerful? But the tone he used when he was on the phone just now was clearly that of a superior ordering his subordinates to do something. He is just how could he have so much power? Stop talking nonsense, stop asking questions, now is not the time to ask these questions, just do what I say. Hurry up. Zhang's father replied angrily on the phone. Zhang Yufei was startled and felt a little aggrieved. After thinking about it, I replied honestly, yeah, I know. Snort. Mr. Zhang hung up the phone without saying anything else. Zhang Yufei put down her phone, looked at Suyi with complicated eyes, and then looked at Lin An who was standing aside and looking at her. Then he turned around and looked around, and saw several boys and girls looking at him. Asking her to kneel down and kowtow to apologize in public, let alone do it seriously, just the thought of it makes her feel so humiliated, embarrassed, and ashamed. But thinking of her father's words and her father's attitude, she had to do it. If you don't do this, the consequences will be disastrous. She doesn't want to lose her current life, social status, etc. After looking at Suyi for a while, he asked Suyi tentatively, can I apologize verbally? As long as I don't kneel down and kowtow, I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. I don't need you to do anything. I just need you to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. Don't waste my time because you don't deserve it. Suyi replied without thinking. Zhang Yufei felt a little desperate and helpless. She looked at Suyi and thought about it. Although she still wanted to say something, when she saw Suyi's expression, she felt that nothing she said would be of any use. He took a deep breath, mustered up his courage, made up his mind, and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed and apologized, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again. I hope you adults will not hold my faults against me and forgive me this time. After saying this, he stopped kowtowing, looked at the ground and waited, grinning and enduring the pain. Suyi sneered disdainfully. He looked at Zhang Yufei, then turned to Lin An who was standing aside and asked with a smile, is it enough for her to do this? If it is not enough, just tell me what you want her to do, and I will let her do it. Lin An looked at Suyi, then looked at Zhang Yufei on the ground, and then replied to Suyi, it's okay. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he walked towards Lin An. Zhang Yufei, who was kneeling on the ground, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly got up, turned around, and walked quickly to the side, ready to leave this shameful and extremely awkward place. Zhang Yufei's friend came to his senses and immediately followed. When the male and female students who were watching nearby saw the result, they were all surprised, shocked, curious and puzzled. Some people started whispering and discussing among themselves. Naturally, everyone was also guessing who Suyi was looking for. People who knew that Suyi lived in the house of the school beauty Bai naturally wondered whether Suyi was looking for a member of the Bai family. With the power of the Bai family, as long as they are willing to take action, it should be no problem to deal with the top leader of a district. Suyi stood in front of Lin An and greeted her with a smile, let's go. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied. After the two walked for a while. Lin An smiled and thanked Suyi, thank you for just now. It's just a small favor, not worth mentioning. I don't want to see you sulking. I want you to be happy. It's okay that I'm weak, but if I have enough strength but choose to stand by and watch you being bullied without saying a word, I might as well commit suicide. Living is a waste of air. Suyi said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin An was moved and her emotions were stirred. For a moment, she just smiled at Suyi, not knowing what to say. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suyi's mind. Chapter 52. Do you want me to give you a massage? Congratulations, Master. Lin An's affection for you has increased by 3 points. Get a bonus cash of 3 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 300 points. Obtain 300 points of reward system redemption points. Get a reward of an antique vase worth 1 billion. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. After hearing this, Suyi smiled secretly, and then smiled at Lin An who was looking at him. He looked at Lin An's wet hair and back, and said to her, do you want to go home, wash your hair, take a shower, and change your clothes? Yes, of course. Otherwise, I would feel very uncomfortable and unhappy. Lin An replied. Well, there's still time now. It's not too late. Suyi replied. Well, then I'll go to the parking lot. Lin An replied. I'm just killing time anyway, so I'll accompany you. Suyi said with a smile. Yes, sure. Lin An replied. Suyi smiled and said nothing. Lin An suddenly thought of something, and then asked Suyi curiously, Zhang Yufei's father is the top leader of Xinghe district. Who did you find to make his father do what you said? Of course, if you are not comfortable with it, I won't force you. I'm just asking casually to satisfy my curiosity. Suyi thought for a moment and replied with a smile, He Ming Yuan, the top leader of Tianhai City. This is a high-ranking official. Tianhai City is a municipality directly under the central government. The head of Tianhai City is one of the leaders of Dragon Country. When you spoke to him, you actually used the tone of a superior giving orders to a subordinate. Why is that? Is he also the connection you inherited? Lin An asked curiously. Suyi thought about it and then lied with a smile, well, yes. Your relative is really strong in all aspects and is very thoughtful. He knows that if you only have wealth but no other connections, you cannot keep the wealth, said Lin An. Suyi smiled and said, if you encounter any troubles that you can't solve yourself in the future, you can come to me at any time and I can help you. Well, okay, thank you. Lin An thanked with a smile, feeling touched. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. After all, I don't want to see you being bullied, wronged, or hurt. Suyi said with a smile. Lin An was moved again, and didn't know what to say for a moment, so she just smiled at Suyi. At the same time, she was also wondering whether Suyi was so nice to all his friends or just to her. Deep down in her heart, she hoped that Suyi was only so nice to her and favored her. Naturally, she was also wondering why Suyi was so nice to her, and whether he had any feelings for her. Thinking back on what happened with Suyi over the past 2 days, it seemed, maybe there is a possibility. Suyi saw Lin An's expression and smiled. Without saying anything else, he turned around and walked quietly ahead. Lin An finally came back to his senses, smiled, turned around and walked quietly ahead. Afterwards, the two of them found topics to chat about, talking and laughing. Soon, the two men arrived at the parking lot, got into their respective cars, and drove away. The car drove out of the school and arrived at an upscale residential area near the school. The car stopped, the two men got out and met each other, then entered an apartment building together and took the elevator upstairs. Arrived at the living room of the house rented by Lin An. Please sit on the sofa. What would you like to drink? Lin An greeted with a smile. Whatever. Suyi replied with a smile and walked towards the sofa. Want Laji, Coke, Sprite? Lin An asked with a smile. Coke, please. Suyi replied with a smile, then sat down on the sofa. Okay, wait a moment. Lin An replied with a smile. After saying that, he turned and walked to the refrigerator, opened it, and took out a bottle of Coke. He returned to Suyi and handed the Coke to him. Here you go. Thank you. Suyi replied with a smile. You're welcome. Then you sit down and play. I'm going to wash my hair and take a shower. Lin An said with a smile. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An then turned around and went into her room, took her nightgown, and went into the bathroom to wash her hair and take a shower. Suyi was leaning on the sofa, playing with his phone and drinking Coke. Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, he couldn't help but imagine. After a while, Lin An finished her shower, opened the bathroom door and walked out wearing a white suspender nightgown. She glanced at Suyi, who was sitting on the sofa and looking at her. Thinking that I was only wearing a suspender nightgown at the moment, I felt a little uncomfortable and shy. So I quickly looked away and quickened my pace to enter the bedroom. I hadn't taken 2 steps when my foot suddenly slipped. Lin An was startled, her expression changed, her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Thump. Lin An fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Seeing this, Suyi, who was sitting on the sofa, quickly walked over to Lin An and squatted down. While reaching out to grab Lin An's soft arms and shoulders, supporting Lin An, he asked with concern, Are you okay? Is it serious? Lin An slowly sat up with Suyi's help. After groaning in pain for a few seconds, he nodded painfully at Suyi. Suyi looked at Lin An and thought for a while, then asked Lin An, How about I carry you to the bed and let you lie down or sit? That would be better. Lin An nodded. Suyi then carried Lin An in a princess hug, with his left hand around her fair, soft, and smooth legs, and his right hand around her upper body. He picked up the soft and fragrant Lin An, feeling the soft and wonderful touch in his arms, and walked towards Lin An's room. He arrived at Lin An's bed and carefully and slowly placed Lin An on the bed. Suyi looked at Lin An in her nightgown and thought for a while before asking, Are you feeling better now? Is the pain less severe? Yeah, it's better now. The pain is less. Lin An turned over and lay on his side in bed, enduring the pain and replying somewhat unnaturally. Which parts hurt more? Suyi asked. My hands and coccyx hurt more. Lin An replied. Well, do you want me to give you a massage? Massage can relieve the pain. Suyi asked. Lin An looked at Suyi and thought for a while, then replied a little embarrassedly, Massaging the hands is fine, but massaging the coccyx is not so good. I think it's a bit inconvenient. Suyi smiled and replied, Then massage your hands first. If you can quickly reduce or even eliminate the pain, you can consider massaging your coccyx. As the saying goes, doctors only see patients, not gender. You can now treat me as a doctor instead of a member of the opposite sex. Lin An looked at Suyi and thought for a while, Then you can try massaging my hands and see how it works. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied. Then he sat down next to her, stretched out his left hand to grab Lin An's fair and soft arm, and began to pretend to massage Lin An's wrists and palms with his right hand. At the same time, communicate with the system in your mind. First, consume 1 exchange point to eliminate the pain in your palm and wrist. Naturally, it also reminds the system to reduce the pain slowly, not too quickly. It is best if the pain disappears completely after 10 seconds. Chapter 53 Isn't this too bad? While massaging, Suyi looked at Lin An's pair of white and slender legs, admiring her quietly. At this time, Lin An, who was lying on her side on the bed, was looking at Suyi with a painful expression and groaning, while feeling Suyi's massage. As time passed second by second, I felt the pain decreasing rapidly, with a clear downward trend. This made her feel a little magical and a little unbelievable. At the same time, I was also wondering whether the pain subsided naturally or because of Suya's massage. If the pain subsides naturally, why is the pain in the other hand still so intense? It seems that the pain has decreased because of Suya's massage. This made her look at Suyi curiously, but she saw that Suyi was looking straight at somewhere. Following Suya's gaze, his eyes fell on his own legs. Looking at my own white and slender legs, I felt a little uncomfortable and unnatural, and a little embarrassed. But I didn't feel disgusted. Not only did I not feel disgusted, I even felt a little secretly happy and a little excited. He looked at his legs for a few seconds before turning to look at Suyi. After looking at Suyi for a while, he said, "It doesn't seem to hurt anymore. There's no pain anymore." "Oh, really? It seems that massage is really effective, right?" Suyi said with a smile. "Well, yes, this hand doesn't hurt at all anymore, but the pain in the other hand hasn't decreased much, it's still very painful." Lin An replied. "Then I'll help you with the other hand," Suyi said with a smile. Then he put down Lin An's left hand, grabbed Lin An's right hand, and started massaging again. While massaging, he quietly admired Lin An's white legs. Lin An continued to look at Suyi quietly, feeling the pain quickly subsiding, and found it quite magical. Seeing Suyi staring at her legs again, she felt a little embarrassed, uncomfortable and unnatural. Of course, I still feel a little happy and excited. After a few seconds, the pain completely disappeared. Lin An said to Suyi, "It doesn't hurt anymore. My hand doesn't hurt at all." "Well, that's good," Suyi replied with a smile. Then he smiled and asked, "Do you want me to massage your coccyx now?" Lin An watched Suyi consider, hesitate, and struggle for a while, then replied a little embarrassedly, "Well, okay." Then he asked, "So is it better for me to lie on my side or on my stomach?" Suyi looked at Lin An, thought for a moment and replied, "Lie down, it will be more convenient for massage." "Yeah, okay," Lin An replied, then turned over and lay on the bed, waiting a little nervously. Suyi looked at Lin An's charming figure and white, slender legs. Then he stretched out his hands and placed them on Lin An's waist, or to be more precise, the coccyx area, and began to massage. While feeling the wonderful touch, he quietly admired Lin An's buttocks and legs. At the same time, he communicated with the system in his mind and spent 2 exchange points to eliminate the pain in Lin An's coccyx. Naturally, it also tells the system not to let the pain decrease too quickly, and it is best to completely clear it after 20 seconds. Lin An felt the massage given to her by Suyi, which felt a bit comfortable and a bit stimulating. At the same time, I was thinking about all sorts of things, and my cheeks felt hot. More than 20 seconds later, Lin An felt the pain disappear completely, but did not say anything immediately. Instead, she continued to enjoy the massage. I planned to enjoy it for a while longer. Suyi continued massaging while quietly appreciating, with no intention of stopping. After a few dozen seconds, Lin An said, "Okay, the pain is completely gone." "Well, that's good," Suyi replied with a smile, and at the same time withdrew his hands with a little reluctance. Lin An then turned over and sat up, adjusting her mood and demeanor, and asked Suyi curiously, "Have you learned massage, or is it just a normal massage? Why can the pain disappear so quickly? This is my first time experiencing this." Suyi thought about it, smiled and lied, "I just saw it on TikTok, so I tried it, but I didn't expect it to be effective." "Oh, so that's the case. If I encounter this kind of thing again in the future, or if a relative or friend of mine encounters this kind of thing, I will try it and see if it works," Lin An said with a smile. Suyi smiled and said nothing. Lin An suddenly thought of something and smiled casually at Suyi, thanking him. Thank you for your hard work, thank you for your trouble." "You're welcome. It's just a small favor, nothing to mention," Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and said nothing. When I realized that I was wearing a suspender nightgown, I immediately felt a little embarrassed, uncomfortable and unnatural. After thinking for a while, he said to Suyi, "Okay, you go out, I need to change my clothes." "Yeah, okay," Suyi replied with a smile, then stood up and walked towards the bedroom door. Lin An, who was sitting on the bed, looked at Suyi's back as he left. After Suyi left the bedroom and closed the door, he got out of bed and locked the door. Then he touched his slightly hot face and recalled what had just happened. His cheeks became even hotter and he felt even more embarrassed. Of course, I also feel a little bit ambiguous and exciting. After adjusting his mood and demeanor, he walked towards the closet and prepared to take out clothes to change. Suyi returned to the sofa and sat down, continuing to play with his phone. After a while, Lin An finished dressing up and went to the living room. Let's go to school. Lin An greeted Suyi with a smile. Yeah, okay. Suyi smiled and stood up. Then the two of them went out together and took the elevator downstairs. I got to the garage, got in the car, and drove away. After a while, the two arrived at the school and walked towards the teaching building together. When two people walk together, especially the school beauties and school hunks walking together, some men and women who notice them will look at the two people with various eyes and start to make guesses. Naturally, there were also a few male and female students who were watching and whispering to each other. Suyi and Lin An said goodbye to each other and separated when they arrived at the teaching building. Suyi arrived at the classroom and found a seat to sit down. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Bai Xingwan, telling her that he had a date with friends in the evening and they would not be going home together. Bai Xingwan felt unhappy and looked a little displeased after reading the WeChat message. I looked at the WeChat message and thought for a while before typing a reply. You are getting busier and busier every day. It's different when you have money. Sure enough, that saying really makes sense. Men become bad when they have money. Suyi smiled after reading the WeChat message, then typed a reply. Don't get me wrong, this is just normal social interaction. Before I was poor, so I didn't dare to socialize. Now I'm rich, so I dare to socialize. If someone treats me to food, drinks and entertainment, I will naturally treat them back. It's a matter of reciprocity. Chapter 54. You look even more beautiful. Bai Xingwan read the WeChat message and sneered disdainfully. After thinking for a while, I typed a reply. Whatever you want, it's none of my business. Suyi read the message, smiled, thought about it, did not reply, and started playing with his phone. Bai Xingwan looked at the chat box and waited for dozens of seconds but received no reply, and suddenly became even angrier. I looked at the chat box, thought about it, then closed it and went to do something else. After school in the afternoon, Suyi arrived at the school parking lot. After waiting for Lin An, they discussed what to eat and where to eat. Then the two men got into their respective cars and drove away. After a while, we arrived at our destination, a high-end French restaurant. The two entered the restaurant, found a seat, and then discussed ordering food. Because they were going to drive to the beach and watch the sunset on a yacht, the two of them didn't plan to drink. After ordering the food, the two of them started chatting about some topics. When the food was served, the two began to eat. What do you think of the food here? Suyi asked with a smile. Well, not bad. What do you think? Lin An replied with a smile. Yeah, I think it's good too. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two of them ate and chatted, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After a while, both of them finished their meal. After sitting down and taking a rest, Lin An called the waiter to pay the bill. I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it. Suyi said with a smile. Let me do it. It's my turn. Lin An replied with a smile. Let me do it. You know how much money I have. Don't save money for me. I can't spend it all. I can't spend it all at all. Suyi said with a smile, and then rushed to pay. Lin An didn't grab it, so she could only smile bitterly and said, okay. Although you have more money, I also want to pay. After all, this is my heart. Suyi smiled and said, I appreciate your kindness. It's good that you have the heart. I'll just think of this meal as being bought by you, huh? Lin An smiled and said helplessly, okay. Okay, let's go. Suyi said with a smile. Well, okay. Lin An replied with a smile, then picked up her handbag. The two then left the restaurant. Returned to the parking lot. I think you don't need to drive. Take my car. This way we can chat and you don't have to navigate by yourself or get lost. Suyi said with a smile. That's fine too. When you come back later, you can take me here to drive. Lin An replied with a smile. Yeah, no problem. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two of them got into Suyi's Lamborghini. Suyi used the navigation to determine the location and drove away in the Lamborghini. Suyi was driving and chatting with Lin An. After a while, we arrived at the yacht club on the beach. Suyi went through the formalities and asked for a few beautiful waitresses and 2 drivers. Then board your yacht together. The yacht started and left the dock. Suyi and Lin An sat down on the sofa on the yacht deck, drinking juice, looking at the scenery and chatting. It feels really good, Lin An said with a smile. If you like, I'll bring you here often in the future, Suyi said with a smile. Yeah, okay, Lin An replied with a smile. It was already past 7 o'clock, the perfect time to watch the sunset. The scenery is so beautiful. Lin An looked at the sunset, the clouds, and the beautiful scenery, and exclaimed with a smile. Yeah, I think so. But I think no matter how beautiful the scenery is, it is not as beautiful as you. The beautiful scenery plus you constitute the real beauty, Suyi said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin An felt very happy and joyful, and couldn't help but smile beautifully. The smile is a bit embarrassing. Suyi smiled at Lin An who was smiling shyly. You are even more beautiful when you smile. Lin An smiled and said, I can say that too. The beautiful scenery plus you makes it even more beautiful. You are not just trying to flatter each other, I am telling the truth, Suyi said with a smile. I'm telling the truth. Don't you know how handsome you are? You should have some confidence, right? After all, I don't doubt what you said, Lin An said with a smile. Okay, I believe it, Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, she smiled and said, the scenery is great. I want to take a few selfies. After saying that, she opened her handbag, took out her cell phone, and started taking selfies. Then I took a few more landscape photos. After looking at the photos I took, I felt quite satisfied with them and thought they were very good. Then he smiled at Suyi and said, please take a few photos for me. At the same time, he handed the phone to Suyi. Yeah, okay, Suyi replied with a smile. Suyi reached out to take the phone, smiled and said, pose, then tell me, and I'll take the picture. Yeah, okay, Lin An replied with a smile. Then I thought about the pose for the photo and then struck a pose. Okay, that's fine, Lin An said with a smile. Okay, Suyi replied with a smile. Then start looking for the best shooting angle. Then Suyi took more than a dozen photos of Lin An. Lin An looked at the photos and thought that several of them were well taken. Then he handed the phone to Suyi again and said with a smile, help me take 2 short videos. No problem, Suyi replied with a smile. Then he took the phone, discussed with Lin An how to shoot, and recorded a few short videos. Lin An took out his phone and checked the short video. He was quite satisfied with it and then ended the filming. Prepare to pick out a few of the best photos and videos to post on WeChat Moments. After posting on Moments, he smiled at Suyi and asked, do you want to take photos or videos or something? I can help you. I won't take any more pictures, thank you, Suyi replied with a smile. Well, okay, Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two continued to drink juice, looking at the scenery and the sunset. We found topics to chat about, talked and laughed, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After a while, the yacht was far away from the coastline. Suyi discussed it with Lin An and then asked the driver to stop. Plan to watch the sunset here. Then Suyi and Lin An stood up and walked to the edge of the deck to watch. Looking at you from this angle, the setting sun shines on your face and body, making you look even more beautiful, Suyi said with a smile after looking at Lin An. After hearing this, Lin An felt happy and smiled embarrassedly. After a pause, he smiled and said, thank you, it's a great honor. Then he looked at Suyi and said with a smile, from this angle, you look even more handsome. Really? It's not just a commercial promotion? Suyi asked with a smile. Of course not, it's absolutely true. I'm telling the truth, Lin An replied with a smile. Yes, I believe it, Suyi replied with a smile. Then he said, let me take a few photos for you. It would be a shame not to take photos from this angle. I'll take the photo with my phone and send it to you on WeChat. Okay, thank you, Lin An replied with a smile. Then he smiled and waited. Chapter 55, Hold My Arm. Suyi took out his mobile phone, turned on the camera, adjusted the shooting angle towards Lin An, and then took several photos in succession. Let's take a look at which photos are better, and then I'll send them to you on WeChat, Suyi said with a smile. Yeah, okay, Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two of them sat together looking at the photos in the album. I think every photo is nice looking, beautiful, and well taken, Suyi said with a smile as he looked at them. Your photography skills are pretty good, I think so too. I think every photo is good, Lin An replied with a smile. The main thing is that you are beautiful. You look beautiful no matter how you are photographed, Suyi said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin An felt sweet and happy. At the same time, she smiled shyly and replied with a smile, You speak so nicely. I'm telling the truth, honestly, Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and said nothing. Then I'll send all these photos to your WeChat, Suyi said with a smile and started to operate. Yeah, okay, Lin An replied with a smile. Suyi sent a few photos to Lin An's WeChat. Then he smiled and said, This photo is so beautiful that it can be used as a phone screensaver. I hope to use your photo as my phone screensaver one day. When Lin An heard these ambiguous words that made people think a lot, her cheeks became hot and a blush appeared on her fair cheeks. He smiled at Suyi somewhat embarrassedly, not knowing how to respond, so he said nothing. Suyi smiled at Lin An and said nothing more. It is best to stop at the right time, but too much is as bad as too little. Then the two of them quietly watched the sunset and the beautiful evening glow in the sky. Admire this beautiful scenery and be mesmerized by it. A few minutes later, a relatively large wave hit and caused the yacht to shake. Lin An's center of gravity was unstable and his body was shaking. She was slightly startled, her expression changed slightly, her face turned pale, and she couldn't help but let out a surprised ah. Suyi, who was standing nearby, saw this and reached out quickly to hug Lin An in his arms. Lin An's arms also subconsciously hugged Suyi's body. All of a sudden, the warm fragrance hit my face and the softness entered my arms. While Suyi felt the wonderful touch, he looked at the beautiful face and charming red lips so close to him, and he had an urge to kiss her. Smiling and comforting, Don't worry, I'm here. At the same time, smelling Lin An's faint body odor and perfume, I felt relaxed both physically and mentally. After Lin An's emotions stabilized a little, he looked at Suyi's peerless face that was so close to him. Feeling the feeling of being hugged by Suyi, feeling the feeling of hugging Suyi. She likes this feeling very much and enjoys it. I hope I can hold you for a little longer, let this feeling last a little longer, and experience this feeling a little longer. For a while, the two of you just hugged each other like that, you looked at me and I looked at you, and no one spoke. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. After more than 10 seconds, Lin An came back to her senses and became embarrassed. Her cheeks became hot and a blush appeared on her beautiful fair face. He smiled at Suyi a little embarrassedly, and after thinking for a while, he said a little embarrassedly, Well, thank you. It's my pleasure. You're welcome, Suyi replied with a smile, and did not take the initiative to let go of Lin An. Lin An looked at Suyi and waited for a few seconds, but Suyi did not let her go. After thinking for a while, I mustered up the courage and said a little embarrassedly, I'm standing firm, you can let me go. At the same time, he also released his arms that were hugging Suyi. Yeah, okay, Suyi replied with a smile. At the same time, he let go of the soft Lin An with a little reluctance. Are you standing firmly? If you are, I will take my hand back, Suyi asked with a smile. Well, stand firm, Lin An replied. Yeah, okay, Suyi replied with a smile. Then he took back his hands that were supporting Lin An's soft body. Then she smiled and said, In order to avoid being unsteady again, you can hold my arm. This will make you feel safer and more at ease. Lin An looked at Suyi and thought for a while before replying a little embarrassedly, Well, okay. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Suyi's arm, smiled at Suyi, and without saying anything else, turned around and continued to look at the beautiful scenery ahead. Suyi also smiled at Lin An and said nothing more. He turned around and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him. Enjoying this ambiguous feeling, the illusion that we are a couple. It feels a little sweet and a little happy. Lin An naturally had the same feeling. It feels quite ambiguous, and there's an illusion that they are a couple. This illusion naturally creates a feeling of sweetness and happiness. The two of them just looked at the scenery quietly, enjoying this ambiguous feeling. After a while, let's go back and sit on the sofa? Lin An asked Suyi. Yeah, okay, Suyi replied. Then he added, In order to avoid falling again, you should continue to hold my arm and walk. Yeah, okay, Lin An replied. Then the two of them returned to the sofa and sat down. Lin An took out her phone and checked the time, then said to Suyi, "It's already past 8 o'clock, should we go back?" Suyi thought for a moment before smiling and asking, "Do you want to watch the sunrise? Do you want to see the stars on the sea?" "It's better to look at the stars at sea." Lin An looked at Suyi and thought for a while, "You mean we can spend the night on the yacht, watch the stars, and get up tomorrow morning to watch the sunrise?" "Well, there's everything on the yacht anyway, so we can spend the night there," Suyi said with a smile. Lin An thought for a moment and said, "Well, it's okay. It should be a good experience to watch the stars and the sunrise on the sea or on a yacht. Since we are here, we can watch the sunrise before leaving." "Okay. I also want to watch the stars and the sunrise on the sea with you on a yacht. This will definitely be a wonderful memory," Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly and said nothing. Then the two continued to drink juice drinks, look at the scenery, feel the sea breeze, chat, talk and laugh, and the atmosphere was harmonious. It was past 9 o'clock and the sky was getting dark. Two people sat on the sofa and looked up at the starry sky. "It's so beautiful, many times better than looking at the starry sky in the city," Lin An exclaimed as he looked at it. "Yes, indeed. Because there is no light, the air is better, so the visual effect is better," Suyi also replied while watching and smiling. "I want to take some pictures," Lin An replied with a smile. "Then I picked up my phone and started taking pictures of the starry sky." Suyi just watched with a smile. After taking a few photos, Lin An stopped, looked at the photos, and was quite satisfied, so he put down his phone. "What's the atmosphere like right now?" Suyi asked with a smile. Very good, the experience is very good, I really like this feeling in this atmosphere," Lin An replied with a smile. Then he smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Chapter 56 Jealous. "Yeah, I think it's good too. I like this feeling very much. Of course, it's mainly because of you. Without you, the experience would be greatly reduced," Suyi replied with a smile. After hearing this, Lin An felt sweet in her heart, but at the same time she showed an embarrassed smile. After a pause, he smiled and said, "Well, I think so. If you weren't here, the experience would be greatly reduced." Suyi smiled and said, "Beautiful scenery plus beautiful women are the best scenery and the best experience." Lin An smiled and said, "Beautiful scenery plus handsome men is the best scenery and will also give you the best experience." Suyi smiled and said, "That's great. Everyone can have the best experience. It's really good when everyone is happy, ha." Lin An smiled and said, "Well, it's really good if everyone is doing well. So if you want to see the scenery or travel in the future, you must make an appointment to go together, so that you can have the best experience," Suyi said with a smile. "Yeah, okay," Lin An replied with a smile. Suyi smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, he asked with a smile, "Do you want to have a midnight snack later? What kind of midnight snack do you want? I can ask the waiter to prepare it." Lin An thought for a moment and replied, "What kind of food is on the yacht? It doesn't matter, because as long as you want to eat, if there is nothing on the yacht, I can ask the club to send the ingredients over. You don't have to worry about money, and don't worry about whether it's troublesome or not. Don't think about these things. In short, just tell me what you want to eat and don't worry about anything else," Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled and sighed, "It's good to have money. You can be willful if you have money. Okay, then I won't think about it. You are so rich, there is really no need to save money for you. It's good for rich people like you to spend more money, which can drive employment, boost GDP, and contribute to the country. If I help you save money, it would seem that I am wrong and guilty, ha." Suyi smiled and said, "That's the truth, so don't help me save money. Just tell me what you want to eat. Don't worry about the price or anything else." "Well, okay, then let me think about what I want to eat," Lin An replied with a smile. Then I started to think about it. Suyi looked at Lin An with a smile and waited. Lin An thought for a moment and said, "How about barbecue?" "Of course," Suyi replied. Then he asked, "What else do you want to eat?" Lin An thought for a moment and replied, "Just eat barbecue. Grill all kinds of ingredients. After all, everything can be grilled." "Okay," Suyi replied with a smile. Then he asked Lin An what she wanted to eat, and then instructed the waiter to do it. After giving the instructions, he continued chatting with Lin An, looking at the starry sky and enjoying the night view. After a while, the waiter started to grill for the two people, grilling various seafood, vegetables, and so on. Soon, the aroma of barbecue began to fill the air. Soon, plates of delicious barbecue were brought over by the waiter and placed on the coffee table. Try it and see if the flavor suits your taste. Suyi greeted with a smile. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied with a smile. Then he picked up a grilled lobster and started eating. Suyi also picked up a grilled lobster and started eating. Suyi swallowed a mouthful and smiled and said, I think it tastes good and suits my appetite. What do you think? Lin An swallowed the lobster meat in her mouth and replied with a smile, well, I think it's delicious too. It suits my appetite. That's good, then eat more. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied with a smile. How does it feel to eat barbecue on a yacht at sea? Suyi asked with a smile while eating. It feels great. It's an experience I've never had before. Lin An replied with a smile. That's good. Suyi replied with a smile. The two of them chatted while eating, occasionally raising their glasses to take a sip of red wine, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After a while, both of them finished their meal. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the starry sky, continuing to chat. It's almost 11 o'clock. The two men then left the deck, entered the cabin and chose a room. You live in this room, and I'll live in this room. Call me anytime if you need anything. Suyi said to Lin An with a smile. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied with a smile. Good night, sweet dreams. Suyi said with a smile. Good night, sweet dreams. Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two of them went into their own rooms and closed the door. After washing his hair and taking a shower, Suyi took care of his personal hygiene and bedtime chores, then lay on the bed playing with his cell phone. I saw that when Yutong and Bai Xingwan both sent him WeChat messages. Suyi smiled and started checking WeChat messages. What time is it? Why haven't you come back yet? Bai Xingwan said. Xiaoyi, you haven't come back yet? When Yutong. Suyi first replied to Bai Xingwan, I'm not coming back tonight. I'm staying on my yacht. Then he replied to Wen Yutong, I'm not coming back tonight. I'm staying overnight on my yacht. Soon, two people responded to his message one after another. You've made some progress. Now you don't even go home to sleep. Bai Xingwan replied. Oh, are you alone or with other friends? Wen Yutong replied. Suyi smiled after reading the message, then replied to Bai Xingwan with an emoticon of a man covering his face with his hands and crying. Then he replied to Wen Yutong, with a few friends and classmates. Bai Xingwan quickly replied, Are you alone or with other women? Wen Yutong replied, Oh, okay, it's getting late, go to bed early, good night. Suyi looked at the WeChat messages between the two people and replied to Bai Xingwan first, the others are all male friends and classmates, there are no women. Why? Are you worried about what some woman might do to me, or what I might do to other women? Then he replied to Wen Yutong, Well, Auntie should go to bed early too, good night. Soon, Bai Xingwan replied, I would never worry about you, you were such a sentimental guy. I hope you get sucked dry by other women and get infected with STDs. You won't even have a place to cry at that time. I will be the first one to laugh at you and laugh at your joke, hee hee. Suyi smiled and felt that Bai Xingwan was a little jealous. I felt secretly happy. Then he typed a reply, If I died, wouldn't you be sad? You're probably afraid that I might get some STD and pass it on to you, right? Soon, Bai Xingwan replied, I won't be sad, you think too much. Nothing will happen between me and you, so how could I get a sexually transmitted disease? If you really get a sexually transmitted disease, I will never let you live in my house. Even if you're not afraid of being infected, you'll still feel sick and cause me psychological discomfort. Chapter 57 Too Ruthless. Suyi smiled after reading the message, thought for a moment and typed a reply, You are so cruel, so heartless. When it comes to sexually transmitted diseases, it's easier to get them through sex. The chances of getting them through other contact are very low. So, you don't have to worry about infection in the short term. Soon, Bai Xingwan replied, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I have said everything I need to say, that's it. Suyi smiled and didn't reply. I opened TikTok and prepared to watch some videos before going to bed. Bai Xingwan looked at the phone and waited for dozens of seconds, but Suyi didn't reply, so he snorted in dissatisfaction. Put your phone aside and go to sleep. I quickly fell asleep and began to dream. I dreamed that I had sex with Suyi. I woke up with pleasure right after sex. Reach out and touch it, it's all. This made her feel a little embarrassed and her cheeks became hot. After cursing Suyi, he reached for the tissue on the bedside table and started cleaning. It's a little after 4 in the morning. Suyi and Lin An got up, took care of themselves, and then sat down on the sofa on the deck, waiting for sunrise. Soon, the sun slowly rose from the sea level. I can see it. I can see it, Lin An said with a little excitement. At the same time, I quickly picked up my phone and prepared to take a photo. Yeah, very beautiful, Suyi replied with a smile. Yes, it is indeed beautiful, Lin An replied with a smile. Then I took a few photos, checked them until I was satisfied, and then continued to watch quietly. This is a very beautiful memory. I will definitely remember it decades later, Lin An said with a smile. Yeah, I think so too, Suyi said with a smile. Then he smiled and said, but I think we will have many, many wonderful memories together, and this is just one of them. When Lin An heard these ambiguous words, she smiled a little awkwardly. After adjusting his mood and demeanor, he smiled and replied, well, that's for sure. There are still many days to come, and we will definitely do a lot of things together. Well, yes, Suyi replied with a smile. Then he joked, if you have a boyfriend in the future, he will probably mind you playing with me, and then we may have fewer and fewer opportunities to play together. Lin An thought for a moment before smiling and replying, we'll talk about the future later. I'm not sure now, so I won't talk about it. If I really want to say it, when you have a girlfriend in the future, she will mind you playing with me, and our opportunities to play together will become fewer and fewer. Suyi smiled and replied, actually, this problem is relatively easy to solve. How to solve it? Lin An asked curiously. That's what we call a couple, huh? Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled a little embarrassedly, her emotions fluctuating. She didn't know how to respond for a moment, so she remained silent. Seeing this, Suyi smiled at Lin An and said, I was just joking, don't take it to heart. I know, Lin An replied with a smile, but there was actually a little disappointment deep in her heart. Suyi smiled at Lin An, then turned to look at the beautiful scenery in front of him and stopped talking. Lin An also smiled at Suyi, turned around and continued to look at the beautiful scenery in front of him without saying anything. After looking at each other for a while, the two men left the deck together. The two returned to their respective bedrooms and went to bed to continue sleeping. At 7 o'clock, the yacht had reached the shore. The two went to the yacht club to settle the bill, then went to the parking lot, got into the Lamborghini, and Suyi drove away. Lin An, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at Suyi and thought for a while, then asked Suyi, do you have anyone to meet at noon? If not, let's have lunch together. I'll treat you. It's also a way to thank you for taking me out to sea to watch the sunrise and sunset. Suyi smiled and replied, no need to thank me, but we should be able to have lunch together. At least no one has invited me now, and I haven't made any appointments with anyone else, so there's nothing that will delay me. Of course, we won't know the details until noon, but now we can be sure that there is nothing wrong. Okay, let's contact each other at noon. Lin An replied with a smile. Yeah, okay, Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An paused before saying a little embarrassedly, you always pay the bill. I always feel bad if I don't pay. Sorry. Don't worry about these little things. For me, as long as you are willing to pay the bill, that's enough. You know I have so much money that I can't spend it all, Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. After a while, they arrived at the place where Lin An parked his car yesterday. The two said goodbye and Lin An got out of the car and drove his own car. Then the two drove to school together. When they arrived at the school parking lot, the two got out of the car and walked towards the teaching building together. The two people arrived at the teaching building, said goodbye to each other and parted. Suyi entered the classroom, found a seat and sat down to prepare for class. Get out of class ends at noon. Suyi and Lin An made an appointment and met in the parking lot. After discussing what to eat and where to eat, they got into their respective cars and drove away. Bai Xingwan was a little angry because she didn't wait for Suyi to send her a message to ask her out for dinner. After thinking about it, I didn't take the initiative to make an appointment and chose to go to the cafeteria to eat by myself. I was just wondering who Suyi was going to have dinner with again. Is it a female or a male? The thought that it might be a girl made her feel uncomfortable. After a while, Suyi and Lin An arrived at a high-end Thai restaurant. We found a seat, sat down, and discussed ordering food. After ordering the food, we chatted while waiting. After each dish was served, the two of them ate and chatted, talking and laughing. The atmosphere was harmonious, just like a young couple. After a while, the two of them finished their meal and sat down to chat. What do you want to do after dinner? Suyi asked with a smile. Lin An thought for a moment and replied, take a walk to digest the food. When you go shopping, you can try out anything fun. There is nothing I particularly want to do right now. Plus, time is limited, so some of the things I want to do cannot be done right now. Yeah. Suyi replied with a smile. The two of them sat and rested for 2 minutes before leaving together. When they reached the cashier, Suyi paid the bill and they left the restaurant together. Two people walked side by side on the street, chatting as they walked. After a while, Lin An found a claw machine store on the side of the road. He smiled at Suyi and asked, have you ever caught a doll? No. Suyi replied with a smile. Do you want to experience it? Lin An asked with a smile. Chapter 58 I want to give it to you. Suyi smiled and replied, of course. Mainly because I would rather go with you to grab the doll. After hearing this, Lin An felt sweet and a little touched. Then he smiled at Suyi somewhat embarrassedly and said nothing. Because she didn't know how to respond to this. Suyi also smiled at Lin An and then asked with a smile, how good are you at catching dolls? Lin An thought for a moment before replying, I feel pretty good about myself. But catching dolls mainly depends on luck, and skill doesn't play a big role. Then you can teach me some skills and experience so that I can get started quickly and avoid paying tuition. Suyi said with a smile. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied with a smile. After thinking for a while, he said, wait a moment and watch me clipping the tongs. I'll teach you my experience and techniques while I clip them. This way it will be easier for you to learn and understand. Okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two of them entered the claw machine store. Lin An bought some game coins and gave some to Suyi. Then he scanned the claw machines one by one, ready to pick one to play with. After taking a look, he called out to Suyi and then walked towards a claw machine. Lin An stood in front of the claw machine, inserted a coin, and started operating it. Suyi stood by and watched quietly. Look, aim your claws right above the doll's head first, don't let it go too far. Like this, the tightness of this machine's claws must be calculated. I observed it 3 times just now, and the third one was the loosest. Let's wait for the next round. Don't rush to press the button when you lower your claws. First, let the joystick shake slightly twice to simulate the inertia of the claws drooping naturally, so that the landing point will be more accurate. Lin An explained while operating, and Suyi pretended to listen carefully. At the same time, communicate with the system in your mind and consume 50 exchange points to exchange for the maximum level of catching dolls skill. The redemption was successful, and my mind instantly gained a lot of skills and experience in grabbing dolls, various information about the doll machines, etc. In short, he now feels extremely strong, and feels like he can catch 10 with one claw. I can't wait to show it off. A few minutes later. Lin An smiled at Suyi and asked, did you remember? If you don't remember it, you can ask me. If there's anything you want to know, you can ask me and I can tell you. Remember, you are a very good teacher and your explanations are very detailed. Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled and asked, do you want to watch me and learn for a while, or try it yourself? You can give it a try. After all, entertainment comes first. Whether you can catch it or not is not important. It would be best if I can catch it, but it doesn't matter if I can't. Suyi said with a smile. Yeah, that makes sense. Then you can just sit at the one next to me. Lin An said with a smile. Well, sure. It's better to sit next to each other. It's easier to communicate and see how much the other person has pinched. Ha ha. Suyi replied with a smile. After saying that, he walked to the claw machine nearby, stood in front of it, put in the game coins, and started operating it. Lin An smiled at Suyi and said, good luck to you. Thank you, I wish you good luck too. Suyi turned around and replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and just watched Suyi operate quietly without saying anything else. This kind of claw machine is designed by humans. The original intention of the design is to make money, and money can only be made if the success rate of crawling is low. So even if you have top-notch skills, it is impossible to clamp it every time. It was inevitable that Suyi, who had top skills, did not clamp the ball, and could not clamp the ball every time. The first time Suyi missed the target. Suyi smiled awkwardly. Lin An smiled and comforted, it's okay, it's okay. It's normal that you can't hold it. It would be abnormal if you can hold it every time. Yeah. Suyi replied with a smile. Then continue the operation. Lin An smiled at Suyi and continued to watch Suyi quietly. The second time I succeeded, I caught a doll. You're great, you learn very quickly. Lin An praised with a smile. Suyi smiled modestly, it's just luck, hee hee. Lin An smiled, said nothing, retracted his gaze, and continued to operate. Suyi succeeded for the fourth time and caught another doll. Lin An was surprised for a moment, then she was a little excited and exclaimed to Suyi, is this just luck or talent? I'm not sure. Suyi smiled and replied, maybe a little bit of both. Well, it seems that this is the only possibility. Keep up the good work and keep it up. Lin An said with a smile. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. Then he looked away and continued to operate the machine. Lin An also smiled at Suyi, then withdrew his gaze and continued operating. 2 minutes later, Lin An also caught one. I got it too. Lin An said with a smile, a little excited. Congratulations. Suyi turned around and congratulated with a smile. Thank you. Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two of them continued to clamp it. Suyi succeeds once after failing several times, and succeeds once after failing several times. His success rate is higher than Lin An. Lin An couldn't help but said to Suyi excitedly, I can now confirm that you are gifted, not just lucky. Are you sure you haven't played this before? Is this your first time? Suyi was secretly pleased after hearing this, and replied with a smile, well, it is indeed the first time I play it. I have never played it before. Then you are really gifted and extremely lucky. Not only is he better than me, he's also luckier than me. Lin An said with a smile. Suyi smiled modestly, thank you for the compliment. Finally, the two of them continued playing. After a while. I can't continue playing. If I continue, I'll have nowhere to put it. Suyi said to Lin An with a smile. If you don't have a place to put it, you can give it away or sell it to the boss at a low price. Lin An replied with a smile. Oh, that's also possible. Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and replied, I haven't had enough fun yet, I want to play for a while longer. Well, okay, then continue playing. Suyi replied with a smile. The two of them played for a while before it ended. The two men discussed it and decided that each of them would keep one doll and sell the rest to the boss at a low price. Two people leave the claw machine store. Suyi handed the doll in his hand to Lin An and said with a smile, I'll give this doll to you. Lin An was surprised for a moment, then smiled at Suyi and said, I have one, that's enough, you can keep it as a souvenir. I want to give it to you so you can keep it as a souvenir. Of course, you can also give me what you have in your hand and I will keep it as a souvenir. Suyi said with a smile. Chapter 59 Giving Gifts to Each Other. Lin An smiled and replied, yeah, that's fine too. For you. Thank you. Suyi replied with a smile and reached out to take it. Then he added, I'll give this to you as well. Thank you. Lin An replied with a smile. Then he reached out and took it. Looking at the doll in my hand, I felt a little touched and my emotions began to flutter. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suyi's mind. Congratulations, Master. Lin An's affection for you has increased by 3 points. Get a bonus cash of 3 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 300 points. Obtain 300 points of reward system redemption points. You will be rewarded with an antique jade bracelet worth 1 billion. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Suyi smiled at Lin An and said, this doll will be the first doll in my room. Lin An smiled and said, this is the first time I've received a doll from a boy. This doll will be the only one in my room that was given to me by a boy. It's really my honor. Suyi said with a smile. The doll I gave you is the first doll in your room. I feel very honored. Lin An said with a smile. Suyi smiled and said nothing more. Lin An also smiled at Suyi and said nothing. The two continued walking. It was quiet for a while, no one spoke, just watching the road ahead quietly. Suyi was lost in thought. Lin An was naturally also thinking and guessing wildly. Naturally, she also wondered if Suyi had any feelings for her, whether he liked her a little, and whether he was pursuing her now. At this time, a girl who looked to be about 20 years old, tall and strong, wearing sportswear and with short hair came from behind, leading a giant black dog. When the giant dog passed by Lin An, it suddenly rubbed against Lin An's legs. Ah! Lin An was frightened and screamed. She dodged quickly and turned her head to look, wanting to know what it was. When I saw it was a giant dog, I was shocked again and my scalp went numb. He subconsciously reached out and grabbed Suyi's arm, leaning against Suyi tightly, trying to feel safe. Suyi put his arms around Lin An's soft waist and faced the giant dog that was still approaching. He looked at the giant dog, then said to the short-haired girl sternly, "If you don't take your dog away, you will bear the consequences." The short-haired girl felt unhappy after hearing this and immediately loosened the dog leash. At the same time, he replied with disdain and coldness, "You will bear the consequences at your own risk." "Are you threatening me? You dare? If you dare to touch my son, I will break your dog legs." Hua Xiaoxue, 20 years old, is tall and strong, with short hair, ordinary looks, and dresses in a relatively neutral style. My family runs a martial arts school, and I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. I practice Bajiquan and am now at the 5th level of Bajiquan. Currently, one person can beat more than a dozen ordinary people, or to be more precise, more than a dozen ordinary men. Some men, women, old and young nearby saw what was happening here. Some walked by and looked at it with confusion and curiosity, while others stopped to watch. Some of them were talking to each other, whispering, and discussing in low voices while watching. Suyi replied coldly, "What a jerk. In that case, don't blame me for using violence." At the same time, he quickly kicked the giant dog's neck that was still approaching him. Ah! The giant dog let out a scream, then fell to the ground and lay motionless, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. Suyi retracted his feet and stood still, looking at the short-haired girl coldly without saying a word. This result surprised everyone watching, including Lin An and the girl with short hair. The short-haired girl looked at her dog in surprise. When she saw that her dog didn't move, she immediately became furious. First, he quickly squatted down and shook his dog, wanting to see if his dog was dead or not. After shaking it a few times but seeing no movement, he suddenly became even angrier. Then he stood up suddenly and yelled at Suyi, "You bastard, you kicked my son to death. I want you to pay with your life." After saying that, he quickly approached Suyi and attacked him quickly. With great speed and strength, he attacked Suyi's vital parts. Of course, this speed and power are only great for ordinary people. Suyi is not an ordinary person. Suyi, who was standing straight in the spot, sneered at this and said, "You are such a jerk, just as jerk as your dog. In that case, don't blame me for treating you like your dog." Kick out quickly at the same time. When Hua Xiaoxue saw the speed of Suyi's kick, he was shocked and his expression changed. I know that Suyi has some skills and is not an ordinary person. She wanted to respond, but unfortunately Suyi's kick was too fast and she had no time to react. Bang! Ah! The dull collision sound and Hua Xiaoxue's painful screams rang out almost at the same time. The powerful force caused Hua Xiaoxue to scream and fly backwards, landing on the ground 3 or 4 meters away. He covered the part of his body that was kicked, curled up and tossed around, his face flushed, cold sweat pouring out, and he screamed in pain. It seems that he has temporarily lost the ability to fight again. At this moment, Hua Xiaoxue felt surprised, shocked. After all, she was very clear about her own strength, yet with such strength she was easily defeated by Suyi, a boy who looked less than 20 years old. Could it be that this kid Suyi has also practiced and reached a relatively high level? She thought she was already a martial arts genius. Could it be that Suyi was even more talented than her? Thinking of this, my pride and honor were immediately shattered, and I was also hurt psychologically. The men, women, young and old who were watching were all surprised and astonished when they saw the process and the result. I didn't expect that the two of them would actually fight. I didn't expect that this young man, Suyi, could easily kick such a strong man 3 or 4 meters away. Although the onlookers didn't know how powerful the two people were. However, most people can determine that the two people are not ordinary people by looking at their movement speed and shooting speed. As the saying goes, have you ever seen a pig run even if you haven't eaten pork? The movement speed, attack speed, posture and demeanor of some masters in film and television dramas are similar to what the two people showed. Many men, women, old and young could not help but exclaim in amazement and talk about it. A few men and women thought of something and quickly took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos, preparing to share them with others later, or post them on the internet. Lin An, who knew how powerful Su Yi was, did not show much emotion when he saw the result. At this time, just watch quietly. After looking at Hua Xiaoxue lying on the ground, he focused his attention on Su Yi's back. At this moment, Su Yi in her eyes was radiant and charming. Kowtow was even more charming, which made her heart beat. Thinking that Su Yi did this for her, she suddenly felt safe and her emotions began to flutter. At this moment, the system's words rang in Su Yi's mind. Chapter 60. Not an ordinary person. Congratulations, Master. Lin An's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. A group with a market value of 50 billion will be rewarded. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Su Yi, who was standing upright, smiled secretly after hearing this. Looking at Hua Xiaoxue lying on the ground in front of him, he thought for a while and then asked in a cold voice, "Do you want to continue? If not, I will leave." Hua Xiaoxue waited until the peak of the pain had passed, gritted his teeth and endured the pain, and replied to Su Yi fiercely, "You dare to fight back, you are dead. You beat me up and you want to leave like this? You must be dreaming. If you have the guts, just wait for me to call someone to take care of you." Su Yi sneered disdainfully and replied, "Then call someone, but I won't wait here for your people to arrive and waste my time. I don't want to waste too much time on you because you don't deserve it. If you can find me later, that's your ability. If you can't find me, that proves you're incompetent. People who don't have this ability don't deserve to waste my time again." After saying that, without waiting for the other party to reply, he turned and walked towards Lin An. Hua Xiaoxue disdained ridicule and wanted to use provocation. "If you don't dare, you don't dare. If you are scared, you are scared. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I thought you were so confident and awesome, but it turns out you're just like this. Run away, run away. I want to see where you can escape to. I will make you pay 10-fold or 100-fold and make you regret hitting my son and me." After saying that, he took out his cell phone from his trouser pocket and started dialing a number to call someone. Su Yi came to Lin An and greeted with a smile, "Okay, let's go." "Yeah, okay." Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two of them left together. The men, women, young and old who were watching around were talking to each other, whispering, discussing in low voices, and exclaiming in amazement. That handsome guy seemed to be very good at fighting. The woman must have weighed at least 150-200 kilograms, but she was easily kicked away 3 or 4 meters by that handsome guy. That woman is no ordinary person. I saw her movement speed and attack speed, which are very unusual. She must have practiced and should have some skills. Such a person was easily kicked away by that handsome guy. She was killed in 1 second. This doesn't mean that this girl is weak. It only proves that the handsome guy is very strong, and he is very strong to a certain extent. I think so too. I feel that both of them are masters. Although I don't know how strong they are, I am sure that they are both very strong and not ordinary people. They are definitely not ordinary people. I have watched martial arts movies and TV series for so many years, so I have some good eyesight. It seems like I need to watch more martial arts movies and TV series in the future, otherwise I won't be able to tell who is the best. After Lin An walked for a while, she smiled and thanked Su Yi, "Thank you. It's just a small favor, nothing to mention." Su Yi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled, thought for a moment and asked, "What if she calls a lot of people over? Can you handle it? Should we call the police?" "Don't worry. I can handle any number of people she calls. Believe in my strength. When I say I'm a good fighter, I really am. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it now. One day you will see it with your own eyes, and then you will believe it." Su Yi replied with a smile. "I believe you." Lin An said. "Well, just trust me." Su Yi replied with a smile. The two people were walking and chatting. After walking for a while, Lin An found a newly opened jewelry store that was offering discounts. Then he invited Suyi to go in and have a look around. The two of them entered a jewelry store that was not small and had many customers of all ages and both sexes, and started looking around. Looking at the various jewelry in each counter. Lin An looked at several counters and found a nice-looking bracelet with a reasonable price that was within her affordable range. Then I asked the female salesperson to take it out, have a look at it, and try it on. Suyi, who was standing next to him, suddenly thought of something, and then smiled at Lin An and said, "I have a beautiful bracelet for women, but I can't wear it myself. I'll get it from the car and give it to you." Lin An, who was trying on the bracelet, turned to look at Suyi and thought for a moment before replying, "Isn't this a bit bad?" "What's wrong with that?" Suyi asked with a smile. Lin An thought about it but couldn't find a suitable reason to refuse, so she asked, "Is it very expensive?" No, it's not expensive at all. Besides, you know how much money I have. Most things in this world are not expensive to me. Giving you a bracelet will not affect my wealth. So just accept it calmly and don't let me say more," Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled and said, "I feel a little embarrassed to accept your gift for no reason. What's the big deal? Just think of it as me having a lot of snacks. I'll give you a little. Do you think that's a big deal?" "Ha ha," Suyi said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin An was speechless for a moment. So he just smiled and shifted his gaze to look at the bracelet on his wrist. After taking a look, I felt satisfied and asked the female salesperson to pack it up. Then I continued watching. After looking for a while, she paid the bill, took the bag containing the bracelet and left the jewelry store with Suyi. Since it's almost time now, I plan to go back to school. The two returned to the parking lot, Suyi returned to the car, and then asked the system to move the bracelet worth 20 million to the car. Then he took the exquisite box containing the bracelet and walked over to Lin An. He handed the box to Lin An and said with a smile, "This is for you." Lin An looked at Suyi and thanked him with a smile, "Thank you." At the same time he reached out and took the box. "You're welcome. It's just a token of my appreciation," Suyi replied with a smile. Then he said, "Open it and see if you like it." "Yeah." Lin An replied with a smile, feeling a little touched. Then opened the box and prepared to see what the bracelet inside looks like. At this moment, the system's words rang in Suyi's mind. "Congratulations, Master. Lin An's affection for you has increased by 3 points. Get a bonus cash of 3 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 300 points. Obtain 300 points of reward system redemption points. A group with a market value of 30 billion will be rewarded. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it." After hearing this, Suyi was secretly delighted and exclaimed that this was such a good deal. A bracelet worth 20 million can actually be exchanged for so many rewards. When Lin An saw the beautiful necklace in the box, she was immediately amazed and liked it very much. At the same time, he exclaimed, "What a beautiful necklace, I love it." Chapter 61. Are you jealous again? Suyi smiled and replied, "As long as you like it. Would you like to try it on?" "Yes, sure." Lin An replied with a smile. "Then I'll hold the box for you," Suyi said with a smile. After saying that, he reached out and took the bracelet box. "Thank you." Lin An thanked. Then he reached into the box, took out the bracelet and put it on. After putting it on and looking at the beautiful bracelet on my hand, I liked it even more. "It's very beautiful, really very beautiful, I really like it," Lin An said with a smile. Suyi took a look and said with a smile, "It is indeed very beautiful. It really suits you and matches your temperament. It also has the effect of complementing each other. This bracelet makes you better, and you make this bracelet more valuable." Lin An smiled and said with a smile again, "Thank you. It's just a little token of my appreciation, nothing to mention," Suyi said with a smile. Lin An was a little moved. For a moment, she just smiled at Suyi without saying anything. At this time, Suyi was also looking at Lin An with a smile, and he looked at Lin An without saying anything else. The two of them just smiled and looked at each other for nearly 10 seconds. Lin An came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. After thinking for a while, he said, "You gave me a gift, so I should give you a gift as well. After all, only reciprocity can last long. If you like something, I'll buy it for you someday." Suyi smiled at Lin An and thought for a while, then smiled and said, I don't have anything I want yet, I'll tell you when I think of it later. Of course, you can also decide what to give me. As long as you give me something, I will like it and it will give me a sense of surprise. Lin An smiled, thought for a moment, and then smiled and replied, well, that's fine too. Then he smiled and said, my financial resources are limited, so it's unlikely that I'll give you something very expensive. I hope you won't despise it when the time comes. It's cheesy to say that. Giving a gift is about expressing the thought. The thought is more important than the gift. Besides, this gift is from you. No matter how much it is worth, it is extremely precious to me and very meaningful. Besides, you know how rich I am. It doesn't matter to me whether you give me something expensive or cheap. The price is just a number. It doesn't make any difference. The only difference is who gives the gift and what the gift is, Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled helplessly, well, okay, I feel relieved with your words. Besides, I think what you said makes sense. I think so too. Also, the mentality of rich people is indeed like this, just like what you said, and the same mentality as you. Suyi smiled and greeted with a smile, okay, let's get in the car. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied. Then the two men returned to their cars and drove away. After a while, we returned to school and walked towards the teaching building together. Does anyone have a dinner appointment? If not, let's have dinner together. Suyi asked Lin An with a smile. Bai Xingwan and Wen Yutan are mother and daughter. No matter whose goddess heart is obtained first, it will affect the other person's goddess heart. So he currently plans to win Lin An's goddess heart first, so he has to concentrate his time and energy on Lin An. It has been 7 days since I got the system. If he fails to obtain the heart of the goddess within 2 months, or 60 days, the system will leave him and he will become mentally retarded. Although he was confident that he could win the heart of a goddess within 2 months, he still felt a sense of urgency. He couldn't act blindly or recklessly, and he was worried about messing up. He doesn't want to become a retard, nor does he want the system to leave him. Only with the system can he become the most powerful person in the world and remain powerful forever. This attraction to him is very strong, who can resist it? Lin An smiled and replied, sure. Okay, see you in the parking lot after school this afternoon. Suyi replied with a smile. Yeah, okay. Lin An replied with a smile. The two of them then walked and chatted, ignoring the various looks from the male and female students around them. Soon, they arrived at the teaching building, said goodbye to each other, and went to their respective classrooms. After school in the afternoon, Suyi arrived at the parking lot first and sat in his Lamborghini. After thinking about it, I decided to send a WeChat message to Bai Xingwan, telling her that I would have dinner with friends and would not be going back home. Bai Xingwan felt unhappy after reading the message. After thinking for a while, she typed a reply, whatever you want. It's none of my business. Suyi read the WeChat message and smiled, guessing that the girl must be a little jealous. Bai Xingwan's current affection value for him is 33 points, so it is normal for her to be jealous about something like this. Wen Yutan's current affection value for him is 38 points. He will definitely have some wild thoughts and become jealous because he doesn't come home for dinner. It was quite satisfying to think that these two women were jealous of him. Currently, Lin An's affection value towards him is 31 points, and he still needs 69 points to obtain the heart of the goddess and get a large reward. The system will not leave him, and he will not become a retard. So he needs to work hard and keep working hard. Suyi thought about it and decided to send a WeChat message to Wen Yutan, telling him that he would not be going home for dinner. He has already slept with the other person, so it is still necessary to report to her. Wen Yutan, who was dressed up beautifully and looking forward to Suyi coming home for dinner, received a WeChat message from Suyi. She felt disappointed and depressed. I started to have wild thoughts and make random guesses. I wonder if Suyi is having dinner with other girls. He has been away from home and never comes home for dinner in recent days. Is he having a hot affair with other girls? Thinking of this made her feel uncomfortable and a little sour. I looked at the WeChat chat box, adjusted my mood, and typed a reply, okay, then come back early. Suyi read the WeChat message, smiled slightly, and sighed that his aunt was emotionally stable and considerate. Hello, Auntie, Auntie is wonderful. I will make you scream like crazy next time I get the chance. Then he typed a reply, yeah, okay. Soon, Lin An sent a WeChat message, asking where he was. Suyi typed a reply, telling the other party that he was already in the car. Then the two of them started discussing on WeChat what to eat and where to eat. After Lin An returned to his car, the two drove out of the parking lot. After a while, the two arrived at a high-end Western restaurant, an Italian restaurant. We found a seat, sat down, and discussed ordering food. Ordered pesto pasta, risotto Milanese, pizza margherita, carbonara noodles, ossobuco Milanese, and steak Florentine. After some discussion, we ordered another bottle of Prosecco. After ordering, we chatted and waited. Naturally, we were talking about where to go and what to do after dinner. Chapter 62. I also find it exciting. Soon, the food was served and the two began to eat. How do you think it tastes? Does it suit your taste? Sui asked with a smile. Well, it's delicious and suits my taste. What do you think? Is it delicious? Does it suit your taste? Lin An replied with a smile. Well, I think it's delicious too. It suits my appetite. Sui replied with a smile. Well, that's good. Lin An replied with a smile. Come, have a drink. Sui raised his glass with a smile. Okay. Lin An replied with a smile and raised his glass. The two men clinked their glasses, then each raised his glass to his mouth and began to drink. Putting down their wine glasses, the two continued eating. We ate and chatted, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After a while, both of them finished their meal. After sitting and chatting for a while, Sui called the waiter to settle the bill. The two then left the restaurant together. Because both of them had drunk alcohol, although sparkling wine is not intoxicating, and although Sui was not drunk at all, even if he was drunk he could rely on the system to sober up instantly, but it was still not easy to drive. Because Lin An didn't know that he had a system, and didn't know that he could wake up instantly. Sui called an online taxi. When the online hailing car arrived, two people got in. Sui communicated with the system in his mind and spent 30 system exchange points to exchange for a helicopter pilot for 24 hours. Because he planned to take a helicopter with Lin An to see the city scenery and see the night view of the city after dark. After a while, they arrived at Suya's manor with a market value of 5 billion. There is a helicopter worth 500 million parked in this manor. The online taxi drove into the manor and headed towards the helipad under the guidance of Su Yeti. This manor is really big, and it's in Tianhai. It should be very expensive, right? The online car hailing driver exclaimed while driving and asked curiously. 5 billion. Su Yi, who was sitting in the back row, replied. Oh my god, it's so expensive. It's so big, so well built, and in Tianhai, it's definitely worth the price. The online taxi driver exclaimed in amazement. Su Yi smiled and said nothing. Is this manor your home or your relatives or friends? The online taxi driver asked curiously. It's mine, but I don't live here. Su Yi replied. Then you are really rich, a rich kid. Such a luxurious and large manor is actually idle and no one lives there. I think there are better places to live. I don't even know how much wealth your family has. You should be the richest passenger I've ever had. I feel very honored. It's enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. The online car hailing driver replied with a little excitement. Sui smiled and said nothing more. The online taxi driver looked in the rearview mirror and exclaimed, no wonder your girlfriend is so beautiful, like a fairy. It turns out it's not just because she's handsome, there are other reasons. Indeed, in this era, if you are just handsome, it is unlikely that you will find a woman who is as beautiful as a fairy. Even if you finally find one, you won't be able to keep her. Anyway, this is the conclusion I have drawn based on my many years of observation and experience. I am not sure whether it is the truth or not. I just said it casually. You can just listen to it casually and don't take it seriously. Sui smiled, turned to look at Lin An, and said nothing. Lin An felt embarrassed and ashamed because the driver mistook them for a couple and thought she was Suya's girlfriend. But he didn't explain it out loud. Seeing that Sui was looking at her, she smiled at Sui somewhat embarrassedly and said nothing. Seeing this, Sui smiled at Lin An and said nothing. The driver looked at the two of them in the rearview mirror, smiled, and said nothing more. Soon, the car stopped in front of the helipad. This helicopter looks very high-end at first glance. It is much more high-end and larger than some helicopters I have seen online. This helicopter must be very expensive, right? The online taxi driver sighed and asked curiously while looking at the helicopter. The selling price is 500 million. Suyi replied as he opened the car door and prepared to get out. That's really expensive. I can't afford it even if I work for decades in my lifetime, sighed the online car hailing driver. Suyi and Lin An got out of the car and the online taxi left. When leaving the manor, the online car hailing driver took out his mobile phone to take a video, ready to share it with others. Suyi and Lin An got on the helicopter together. After sitting down, Suyi asked the pilot to take off and fly over the entire city. The driver responded respectfully and then started operating. The helicopter took off and flew to one side. Suyi and Lin An were looking at the scenery outside. It was Lin An's first time riding in a helicopter, and she felt a little nervous and a little excited. After looking at the scenery outside, he smiled and said to Suyi, "This is my first time riding a helicopter. It feels so exciting. It's so refreshing to see the city scenery from a helicopter." Suyi smiled and replied, "Actually, this is my first time riding a helicopter, haha. I also feel very excited, and a little nervous. It's so refreshing to see the city from the sky. Ah, I thought you had sat here several times before. I didn't expect this is your first time here." Lin An was a little surprised. There was no chance before. It's impossible to take a helicopter just for the sake of taking a helicopter. There must be a destination or a purpose for taking a helicopter, Suyi said with a smile. "Yeah, that makes sense." Lin An replied with a smile. "I think it's worth giving it to you for the first time. It will be a very beautiful memory that I will remember for the rest of my life," Suyi said with a smile. After hearing these ambiguous words, Lin An's emotions began to waver. Of course, she also felt a little shy and embarrassed. Wei Xiao looked at Suyi for 2 seconds before replying, "I think so too." At this moment, Suyi remembered the system's words in his mind. "Congratulations, Master. Lin An's affection for you has increased by 10 points. Get a bonus cash of 10 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 1,000 points. Obtain 1,000 points of reward system redemption points. Get 60% of the shares of a group with a market value of 200 billion as a reward. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it." Suyi became a little excited after hearing this. It was also a little surprising. "I didn't expect that just by saying an ambiguous word, the emotional value increased by 10 points. After all, he and Wen Yutong had sex, and that only increased their relationship points by 20 points. Is it that Wen Yutong is slow to warm up, or is she hesitant to like him too much, or is it that Lin An is more easily moved?" Suyi thought about it but couldn't figure it out, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Now he knows that ambiguous words are good, and he should say more ambiguous words. Of course, you still have to choose the right time, otherwise it will damage your image, make women think you are talking nonsense, and reduce the credibility of your words, which will not be worth the loss. Chapter 63 Keep it as a souvenir. I feel honored that your first time is with me. Suyi continued to speak ambiguous words with a smile. A blush appeared on Lin An's fair cheeks, and she felt a little shy and embarrassed. He smiled awkwardly, "You are riding a helicopter with me for the first time. I feel very honored, too, haha." Suyi smiled and asked Lin An with a smile, "Do you want to take photos and videos to record it?" "Of course. I wouldn't have remembered it if you hadn't mentioned it," Lin An replied with a smile. Then she opened her handbag and took out her mobile phone, ready to take photos and videos. Suyi looked at it with a smile, and took out his mobile phone to take a few photos. Lin An took a few selfies and a few photos of the scenery outside the plane. Then he handed the phone to Suyi and said with a smile, "Please take a few pictures for me." "Yeah, okay," Suyi replied with a smile. At the same time, he took the phone and started taking pictures of Lin An. After taking a few photos, he smiled at Lin An and asked, "Should we take a few photos together as a souvenir?" "Sure," Lin An replied with a smile. "Okay," Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two people moved closer, and Suyi took out his phone and started taking selfies. After taking a few photos, the two of them checked together to see how the photos turned out. "How is this photo?" "I think it's good." "I think it's good too." "What about this one?" "I think this one is good, too." "I think it's good too." We took 5 photos of the two of us together. 4 of them were good, and 1 was not so good, just relatively bad, not particularly bad. But I deleted it anyway. Lin An took the phone and asked with a smile, "Do you want me to send a few photos of the group photo to your WeChat?" "Of course, I want to keep it as a souvenir too." Suyi replied with a smile. "Yeah, okay." Lin An replied with a smile, and then sent the photos of these group photos to Suya's WeChat. The two then continued to look at the scenery, overlooking the city. They chatted while watching, talking, and laughing, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Looking from the sky, many buildings looked beautiful. Lin An said with a smile as he looked at them. "Yes, indeed." Suyi replied with a smile. The two of them looked around the entire city before it got dark. The two men discussed it and decided to go back to the manor and wait until dark before taking a helicopter to see the night view of the city. Soon, the helicopter landed on the tarmac of the manor. The two men got off the helicopter and walked towards the manor owner's villa on the side. Enter the villa hall and sit down on the sofa in the sofa area to rest. No one lives here, so there are no drinks or fruits. What kind of drinks do you want to drink or what kind of fruits do you want to eat? I'll order takeout. Suyi asked with a smile to Lin An who was sitting next to him. Lin An thought for a moment before replying, "I'll drink Wang Leji, and as for fruit, it doesn't matter whether I eat it or not." "Well, okay, then I'll just order some fruits myself." Suyi replied with a smile. Then he looked at the phone and started operating. Suyi ordered some drinks and fruits, then put down his phone. He looked at Lin An with a smile and saw that Lin An was operating his mobile phone, as if he was posting on WeChat Moments. Then he smiled and asked, "Are you posting on WeChat Moments?" "Well, I plan to post the photos I took before on my Moments." Lin An replied with a smile. Suyi smiled and nodded without saying anything else. After Lin An finished posting on her Moments, she looked at Suyi with a smile, and then glanced at the spacious living room of Goldenland. He smiled at Suyi and asked, "Can you take me to visit this villa?" "Of course, it's a good opportunity for me to take a look. After all, I haven't really visited this manor or villa." Suyi replied with a smile. "Okay." Lin An replied with a smile. Then the two of them stood up and visited the first floor first. This decoration is high-end and classy. You can tell at first glance that it is very expensive. No wonder it cost 5 billion yuan. Lin An said with a smile as he toured the place. "You get what you pay for, huh?" Suyi replied with a smile. "That's true." Lin An replied with a smile. The two people talked while visiting. After visiting the first floor, the two took the elevator to the negative first floor. The underground first floor has a home theater, game room, KTV room, wine cellar bar, gym, yoga room, indoor swimming pool, storage room, etc. At this time, two people were in the gym, looking at various fitness equipment. After visiting the B1 floor, we took the elevator to the second floor to continue our tour. After visiting the second floor, we took the elevator to the third floor to continue our tour. Finally, the two of them stood on a balcony on the third floor, looking at the environment and scenery in front of the main villa. The house is big and beautiful, and the manor landscape is also great. It must be very comfortable to live here. Lin An said with a smile. "If you have the chance, you can try staying here. Of course, tonight is also fine." Suyi said with a smile. Lin An smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's not very convenient tonight. There are not many daily necessities in your villa." "What's the problem?" "It's not a problem at all. The purchase can be completed quickly with just one phone call." Suyi said with a smile. "Forget it. It seems a bit troublesome." Lin An said with a smile. "What's the trouble? It's better to do it today than to wait for another day. Let's do it tonight. I'll arrange for someone to decorate it now," Suyi said with a smile. Then he took out his cell phone, pretended to make a call, and started giving orders. Seeing this, Lin An moved his lips but still said nothing. Suyi finished the call and then communicated with the system in his mind. It took 50 system exchange points to exchange for a housekeeper and several staff members, including a nanny, a cook, etc., and it took a week. Ask the housekeeper to arrange people to purchase daily necessities, including women's nightgowns, men's pajamas, etc. As for hardware such as furniture and appliances, the villa has them all and there is no shortage of them. What is missing are small items like daily necessities, bedding, kitchen supplies, etc. Lin An smiled at Suyi and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you. It's not a big deal, it's not worth mentioning. I feel very fulfilled to be able to fulfill your little wish." Su-yi said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin An felt touched and her emotions were moved. At this moment, the system's words rang in Su-yi's mind. Congratulations, Master. Lin Anren's affection for you has increased by 5 points. Get a bonus cash of 5 billion. Receive a reward and increase your combat value by 500 points. Obtain 500 points of reward system redemption points. Get a prize of a lady's bag worth 1 million. Get a Ferrari worth 6 million as a reward. Get a 30% stake in a group worth 200 billion. The system has finished broadcasting, please check it. Su-yi was secretly delighted after hearing this. He didn't expect that he would gain Lin Anren's affection by just saying an ambiguous word. Currently, Lin Anren's affection value for him has reached 46 points, and he only needs 54 points to win Lin Anren's goddess heart. I think it should be completed within a few days. Thinking about it, I'm a little looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of reward the system will give him after he obtains the heart of the goddess, and how much wealth will be the reward. He guessed that it should be able to reach trillions. Chapter 64 Playing in the Manor. Lin Anren and Su-yi looked at each other for a few seconds, then shifted their gaze somewhat embarrassedly and continued to look at the beautiful scenery ahead. My mind is full of random thoughts, my heart is pounding, my heart is beating fast, and I feel sweet and a little happy. At this moment, she had an illusion that she and Su-yi were a couple. Seeing this, Su-yi smiled and turned to look ahead. After dozens of seconds, Su-yi smiled at Lin Anren and said, "Shall we go for a walk outside?" "Yeah, okay." This manor is very large, with a wide range of landscape facilities. It will take quite a while to tour it. It will be almost dark by the time we finish shopping. Lin Anren replied with a smile. "Yeah, I think so too. Let's go." Su-yi replied with a smile. Then the two of them took the elevator downstairs and left the villa. Arrived in the living room. The beautiful nanny standing aside said respectfully, "Master, I have got the takeaway you ordered. I put it on the coffee table." "Well, wash the fruits and cut them properly," Su-yi said to the beautiful nanny. "Okay, young master." The beautiful nanny replied respectfully, then turned around to do her work. Su-yi smiled at Lin Anren who was walking beside him and said, "Let's eat some fruit and drink some drinks before going out for a walk?" "Well, okay," Lin Anren replied. Then the two of them went to the sofa area and sat down on the sofa. He took the drink and started drinking it. After the beautiful nanny brought the fruit plate to the coffee table, the two began to eat the fruit. After eating some fruit, the two of them went out together with their drinks, ready to visit the outdoor area of the manor. In addition to the main villa and the secondary villa, the manor also has an outdoor swimming pool, outdoor tennis court, golf course, outdoor kitchen, various gardens and orchards planted with various flowers and green plants. There are large lawns, lakes, ponds, various greenhouses with various flowers and plants, pet facilities, an observatory, a shooting range, a children's play area, walking and jogging trails, landscape trails and rest pavilions, etc. So there are many places to visit and many places to play. The two of them walked around the garden first. The flowers here are so beautiful and fragrant. They make people feel relaxed and happy, and all the cells in their bodies become active. Lin Anren said with a smile as he watched. "Yeah, I feel the same way," Su-yi replied with a smile. "I want to take pictures, I want to take pictures. Many flowers are very precious and rare to see," Lin Anren said with a smile. "Then pick up your phone and start taking pictures." Su-yi watched with a smile. After taking a few photos, Lin Anren checked them to make sure they were taken well. Then he handed the phone to Su-yi and said with a smile, "Please take a few pictures for me." "Yeah, okay," Su-yi replied with a smile. At the same time, he took the phone. After Lin Anren chose the location, he began to choose the angle and then take pictures. Su-yi took a few photos for Lin Anren, then handed the phone to Lin Anren and said with a smile, "Take a look and see if you are satisfied. If not, I will take more photos for you." "Yeah, okay." Lin Anren took the phone and replied with a smile, then started checking it. Su-yi was also standing nearby and watching. "Your photography skills are pretty good. I think the photos are good, very well taken," Lin Anren said with a smile while checking the photos. "As long as you are satisfied, hee. Su-yi replied with a smile. Lin Anren smiled and said, "Satisfied, satisfied. Very satisfied. I want to take some pictures later and ask you to help me take them." "Well, no problem." I'm at your service anytime. Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and said, do you want to take a picture? I'll help you. My photography skills are pretty good. Forget it, I don't want to take pictures. Suyi replied with a smile. Well, okay, boys don't like taking pictures, that's normal. Lin An replied with a smile. The two then continued their tour, chatting and laughing as they toured. Ah! Suddenly, Lin An tripped over the water pipe under her feet and fell forward. Her face turned pale and she couldn't help but let out a scream of awe. Suyi, who was walking beside him, saw this and quickly reached out to hug the soft Lin An. His palm inevitably grabbed Lin An's left chest. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he exerted force and hugged Wen Yutong into his arms. Suddenly, a warm fragrance hit my face and warmth filled my arms. Wen Yutong also subconsciously hooked his arms around Suye's neck. For a while, the two of them maintained this posture. Suyi didn't say anything, he just felt and looked at Lin An's beautiful face so close to him. Smell the faint body fragrance and perfume on each other, and feel the wonderful touch. After a few seconds, Lin An's emotions stabilized and his expression returned to normal. His mind then shifted to the postures of the two people at the moment. My cheeks suddenly felt hot and I felt a little embarrassed. But I really enjoy and like this feeling, and the touch is quite comfortable. If possible, I hope to keep it going. Unfortunately, this is just thought. After all, there was no reason to keep going on. Lin An adjusted her mood and demeanor, and said a little embarrassedly, thank you for what you did just now. You're welcome. It's just a small favor. It's nothing to worry about. I can't just watch you fall to the ground, right? Suyi replied with a smile. Lin An smiled and said nothing more. He took back his arms that were around Suye's neck, and said to Suyi a little embarrassedly, let me go, I'm standing firm. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile, then loosened and withdrew his hand from Lin An. Lin An adjusted her skirt and said with a smile, let's continue shopping. Yeah, okay. Suyi replied with a smile. The two then continued their tour. After visiting several gardens, we started to visit the orchard. We also picked ripe fruits in the orchard to eat. This is for you, try it. I think it's very sweet and delicious, with a great texture. Suyi picked a strawberry and handed it to Lin An, saying with a smile. Well, thank you. Lin An replied with a smile, and at the same time reached out to take it, took a bite and tasted it. It's really sweet and tastes great. What kind of strawberry is this? It must be high-end, right? Lin An commented with a smile after swallowing it. I don't know either, but you can take a photo and ask the AI. I'll take a photo and ask. Suyi said with a smile. Although he could ask the system directly, he thought it was unnecessary. Suyi picked up his phone, took a picture and asked AI. Then he smiled at Lin An and said, this is Japanese light snow strawberry. Oh, this is the first time I've seen it and the first time I've eaten it. Lin An said with a smile. Me too. Suyi replied with a smile. Then the two of them walked around the orchard and picked ripe fruits to eat. After visiting the orchard, the two went to the shooting range. Taking out bows and arrows from the storage room, the two began to practice archery. Suyi now has a lot of system exchange points, just over 10,000 points, which is more than enough. So 50 exchange points were consumed to exchange for the maximum level of archery skill. The exchange was successful, and a lot of information about archery suddenly appeared in my mind. If you can show off in front of Lin An, you may gain affection points, so redemption is still necessary.